Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1434 of the War News stream. And tonight we have very big news yet again. We have seen that Iran has declared emergency wartime status today for imminent U.S. strikes in their country. Also, in a huge move, Chinese forces have been deployed to the capital of Beijing, and right now that's a major situation. We've also seen Ukraine launch huge attacks on Crimea tonight, and also even more than that. And we have very big news, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to be covering the past 48 hours of news from around the world, as significant and major developments have occurred around the entirety of the globe over the past few days. We have been able to hear that, according to major news that has come out over the course of the day, the Islamic Republic of Iran has now stated, officially starting today, that the Islamic Republic of Iran is now in a wartime footing, with IRGC forces and forces of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and the Islamic Armed Forces of Iran preparing for an all-out war with the United States of America. Multiple actions have been taken today, including several propaganda videos and also open showcasing of force deployments and armed preparedness throughout the country, showing that the Islamic Republic of Iran is preparing for strikes against, or more so counterattacks against the United States of America, or defensive actions once strikes begin. Iranian drones have also been spotted traveling out of the Gulf of Oman and into the Arabian Sea to attempt to take a glimpse at the awesome power and might of the USS Abraham Lincoln Carrier Strike Group, which is currently within the northern area of the Arabian Sea, confirmed by Flight Radar 24 as one of the supporting aircraft on board the carrier, appears to have made a flight into Oman and back over the course of the day, largely confirming the location of the carrier is well within CENTCOM's area of responsibility. Additionally, U.S. forces are deploying in far larger numbers within the area, with air defense systems clearly being present within Qatar and other countries, according to satellite and video evidence. We have also seen that inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran, the internal situation is still developing, as we have been able to get footage from several days ago out of the city of Mashhad, actually showing government massacres that were being conducted within the area. That footage is not graphic, but still allows for you to hear the sound of the live fire being directed into the crowds. At the same time, inside of Tehran, we also were able to hear that there was some sort of an explosion at the Parchin military complex near to the Kochir National Park, just to the southeast of Tehran, happening only hours ago. Inside of Tehran, bodies are continuing to flood into the city in the hundreds in body bags, which is believed to be showing that within the provincial areas of Iran, mass executions are ongoing against anyone who was arrested for political prison, as political prisoners, or were involved in the active protests. It's believed that at this moment there is still a flood of hundreds of people being killed inside the country per day, and their bodies are now being relocated into Tehran for some form of burial or cremation to be able to remove evidence of the massacres that are still ongoing inside of the country. Additionally, the Republic of Turkey is watching the ongoing situation and is speaking about preparations to begin a sanitary zone or buffer zone to where Turkish armed forces will make an offensive into Iranian territory and secure about a 20-mile deep front line into the area, stopping the Islamic Republic of Iran and its continuing turmoil and instability to immediately sweep over right into Turkish borders. Meanwhile, in Syria, the ongoing civil war between the Syrian Democratic Forces and the Jolani regime continues, with the Jolani regime already moving in oil trucks into the oil fields that were just taken to be able to gain access to oil and sell it on the open market to start raising funds for the Jolani regime. Meanwhile, the Russian Federation's air forces are now leaving the Kamishli airfield within the northeastern part of the country, while simultaneously, we have also been able to see that a UN aid convoy entered Al-Hasaka, one of the only major cities still under SDF control, and we also got a small glimpse of the firefights happening in the midst of the deserts south of Al-Hasaka and what is generally happening to Jolani forces. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear within the People's Republic of China that the People's Liberation Army has been deployed to the streets in somewhat larger numbers. It appears to be joining and augmenting the forces of the People's Armed Police after the major arrest of the vice chairman, let's see, what is his name, Matthew? It's Zhang. But what's his last name, though? I'm trying to think of that.
Zhao.
Zhang Yuzhao, that's his name. And also, the Xi Lingmi, I believe his name is, who is the Joint Chief of Staff of the Central Military Committee. Apparently, underlying that there is incredibly high tensions at this moment and a belief that there may be an attempted coup or other attempted extra-governmental actions conducted by those loyal to those who were apparently selling, at least according to the Chinese, nuclear secrets to the United States of America or preparing for a coup, whichever story you prefer. We have also been able to hear that at the exact same time, the Venezuelans, in perfect time, have actually started to turn against the United States of America, much like it was expected here on the foreign policy projections several weeks ago here on the channel. The removal of Maduro only led to the man being removed from the country, but his entire regime, which was loyal to him and generally believed in the same ideology, remained intact. The current leader of Venezuela, which was Maduro's vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, has just announced yesterday that they are tired of U.S. meddling and that they will no longer go along with the United States of America, and they will continue along the revolutionary socialist path which was laid out by prior leaders, including Nicolas Maduro and Hugo Chavez within Venezuela. The United States is responsible.
That's just such a crazy thing to do, too. It's like, didn't they just see what happened to Maduro with the discombobulator and all this stuff? It's like, seems a little crazy to get tired of the U.S. after something like that happened.
Yeah, it seems a little bit crazy, but one thing I will say, though, is that as far as our foreign policy analysis, it was proven correct literally within the month that Maduro was taken out of Venezuela. He was only taken out of Venezuela, folks, on the 3rd of January, and only about 24 days later, which is about 3 weeks, the Venezuelans are already turning on the United States again. Who would have ever guessed that? Well, we did, and we got it correct, although many people said that we were wrong. So moving on out of Venezuela, we have also been able to see that the United States of America has apparently been speaking of their eventual preparations and plans to conduct strikes on the Islamic Republic of Iran. And meanwhile, inside of Europe, the armed forces of Ukraine have been able to conduct major drone attacks in the Russian territory, both directed towards Crimea and the Russian Don, along with the Russian heartland. The Russian Federation has taken some significant hits, but we've also seen that the Russian Federation has been taking exorbitantly high losses on the front line, with the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, now declaring that they are aiming to kill 50,000 Russian soldiers a month to be able to mount such a large amount of fatalities against the Russian army that materially and manpower-wise, it will be logistically impossible for the Russian Federation to continue the war long term, even if their economy does not collapse. We have all of that news and a lot more coming out of the world today, and of course, folks, as tradition dictates on this channel, we will be starting with our largest stories first, and then moving on down into the smaller stories throughout the night. This is going to be moving us immediately on into the Middle East, as major developments have continued to evolve in the midst of the preparations for strikes against the Islamic Islamic Republic of Iran. To actually give you all a live look at the region right now inside the Middle East, we can see that there is a fairly limited number of flights, and generally the airspace is incredibly clear. We see that one Beech King 350 of the Saudi Air Force and also another Beech King 350 of the Saudi Air Force is currently airborne over Saudi Arabia, while at the same time, an Airbus A400M of the Royal Air Force is currently landing or taking off at Akatori Air Force Base within Cyprus, which is a British overseas holding. Meanwhile, within the United States of America, we can see that some additional flights have been made, including that of a C-40 Clipper, which appears to be arriving within the United Kingdom here soon, and we've also been able to see that there are a large amount of military flights over the United States of America right now, although not any of them on transponder appear to be flying towards the Middle East. As far as aerial activity within the area, this would heavily suggest that some form of U.S. military activities are going to be coming far sooner in the future than anticipated. Usually, it's during times where there are no aircraft on flight transponders that the United States is coming a lot closer to striking, meaning that we're still looking towards the next weekend here coming up to be the highly likely window of attack that the United States will use against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Outside of that, however, and getting on into our news that we've gotten over the course of the past 48 hours, there have been absolutely significant developments inside of CENTCOM's area of responsibility, including the confirmation due to this small flight right here of Rudy 11, which appears to be a CMV-22B Osprey, that we can confirm that the USS Abraham Lincoln is somewhere within the area of the northern Arabian Sea, very close to the coast of Oman. Rudy 11, or the call sign given to this Osprey, is specifically given to a CMV-22B Osprey. The CMV-22B Osprey, and I want to show you one of these here really quickly, is actually a specialized variant of the Osprey that is operated by the United States Navy. Ospreys are fairly long range, especially compared to traditional helicopter aircraft, but considering that the Osprey is a tilt rotor, it does have a slightly extended range. However, it's not long enough range to fly over the Arabian Sea on its own to Oman, meaning that it had to have taken off from a vessel somewhere out at sea, and considering that supercarriers like the Nimitz and Gerald R. Ford class are the only vessels that have the capability of housing a CMV-22 Osprey at the moment with room to spare, that means that this confirms that the USS Abraham Lincoln is within the northern area of the Arabian Sea at this moment, and this CMV-22B Osprey came off the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln. This also confirms that the Abraham Lincoln is conducting carrier-borne operations at this moment of multiple different aircraft wings and squadrons that are on the carrier. Most of them are probably going to have their transponder off. That would include E-2 Hawkeyes, FA-18 Super Hornets, and the limited number of F-35 Lightnings that they have on deck at the moment. So we would understand that the Abraham Lincoln is trying to conduct some flights at the moment, and this appears to have caught the attention of the Iranians as they tried to sneak out a drone to get a little peek at it. As we can see on this Flight Radar 24 right here, SEMP 2501, which was a drone of the Islamic Republic of Iran's Air Force, actually flew out of the area of the Strait of Hormuz and out somewhere north of the Omani coast and off to the east as well. This seems to be an attempt at conducting a surveillance path to be able to try and see where the USS Abraham Lincoln is and what kind of information they can ascertain on it. If they find,
I wonder if they found it using the Chinese satellite technology, because they don't have their own technology. Iran doesn't, to actually find the ship. So they either got help from China to find it. They either tracked some of these support flights, maybe from land to the carrier that maybe give away the position. I'm sure they didn't just run across it. Like, there was something that had to give away the position, because they would have had to fly these drones over the entire area to even get a clue of where the thing was without some type of help.
yeah, I would have to agree. There is certainly something that would give us an idea that they're probably getting some form of foreign intelligence, most likely from the People's Republic of China. But this little surveillance flight here appears to be their attempt at finding the aircraft carrier and trying to telegraph its location to the Iranians. It's highly likely that they actually found it, because before we conduct any military activities against the Iranians, they usually fly a large amount of drones and reconnaissance flights towards to U.S. forces, especially naval forces within the area, and are usually able to gather a lot of information on them. It's actually incredibly common for them to fly basically directly over the carrier strike group and gather some intelligence on them at that point about their exact location, but really nothing more than that. They don't really get any other greater idea, rather than the carrier and its strike group is in this exact spot within the northern Arabian Sea. So they most likely did find it, and that also will be putting the Iranians into quite a scare, and it certainly did. Inside of the Islamic Republic of Iran today, they have been on the absolute freakout, along with the president stating that another armada is on the way to Iran. That was stated today at some form of a rally, and we believe that that's referencing the USS George H.W. Bush, although from what we were able to find over the course of the day, the George H.W. Bush appears to be off of the coast of the United States still, near to the state of Florida. So it does not appear to actually be making all available steam to the Middle East, making us wonder, what armada is he talking about? The USS George Washington is currently within Fukuoka, Japan. We also know that other carrier strike groups are currently undergoing refit, or they're at a naval yard because they just came off of a deployment, meaning that there isn't really a lot of carriers on call in a very close proximity to the Islamic Republic of Iran, or even CENTCOM's AOR, to be brought into the area to conduct strikes. Nevertheless, the statement was made.
It seems maybe he's not referring to a naval armada. Maybe he means like, there's like a Nissan armada, right? Like a car. Maybe he means like a car is on its way to Iran or something. Because I don't know of the armada he's talking about either, personally. I haven't seen it.
Maybe he's talking about the Air Force as an armada, but usually an armada refers to ships. So we haven't seen any additional ships being moved into the area, at least those of carrier strike groups. Maybe he's talking about the other destroyers from EUCOM's area of responsibility transiting towards the Eastern Mediterranean. Maybe that's what he means. I really don't know at the moment, though. The last time he made any mention of an armada, it was specifically about the USS Abraham Lincoln carrier strike group. So we'll wait and see what that means, if it means anything, or that might just be a hype statement. The president makes a million of those, so it could easily be just a hype statement with absolutely no follow-through. However, the Iranians did freak out today, considering the deployment of the USS Abraham Lincoln, as Iran's president has begun implementing emergency measures to shore up supplies of essential goods and keep the government running in case of new attacks by the U.S. or Israel. This is showing that the Iranian government, as of today, has officially entered a wartime footing and are conducting preparatory actions for an eventual strike by the United States and Israel against their country. Additionally, we have also been able to get further confirmation that reports today point to expanding military movements across Iran as the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps braces for a major confrontation. Senior Iranian officials are said to be relocating to bunkers throughout the country, and in Israel, reserve forces have been put on standby for rapid mobilization. Finally, we also were able to hear that there have been some other U.S. attack considerations that have been leaked out to the public today, as we have been able to hear that the United States is weighing precision strikes on high-value Iranian officials and commanders who it deems responsible for the deaths of protesters during the recent brutal crackdown. A Gulf official familiar with the discussions told Middle East Eye. This guy is actually from the UAE. We're about to get to him in a second. Strikes against Iran could come as early as this week, but that timeline may shift to later on, probably the weekend after this upcoming one, with discussions within the U.S. administration having been described as chaotic as officials debate over what the repercussions will be in terms of retaliation from Iran. We believe that the official that leaked a good amount of this insider information out to the greater world was most likely from the United Arab Emirates, as an official from this country, his name is Abdul Khalik Abdullah, apparently stated today that the U.S. is heading towards imposing a naval blockade on Iran, similar to the one in Venezuela, perhaps as a prelude to an unprecedented operation. This also may mean, if Abdul Khalik Abdullah is correct, that we're actually going to be seeing that these strikes will be conducted far on into the future, not this upcoming weekend or not even the weekend after that. It may be conducted a month or two from now, because the United States might aim to conduct a naval blockade for around a month or two and then conduct strikes on the Iranians, possibly giving some sort of a middle ground for a negotiation before direct armed strikes are taken against Iran. This also means that all the protesters on the ground, if that is true, have basically been left to die, and there will be no direct military support to stop them from continuing to be massacred in the streets, and it appears that the U.S. military operation will be working largely on its own timetable, if that statement is correct, and not make for any available speed or precedence in saving the protesters on the ground, which have been arrested and are continuing to be executed en masse. Still, a lot of people are talking at the moment about an interesting little video that came out today about the USS Abraham Lincoln, but it wasn't published by CENTCOM's area of responsibility. It actually appears that it was published by the Iranians. They made a little hype reel today, and it was cute. It was really cute. Let's take a look at it. Also, we'll have to mute the absolute blasting music because it most likely is copyrighted. But we can see them showing off their oil... wait, hang on. Hold up.
Macron.
The Macron. That looks like an oil tanker to me. Like it's
Yeah, it does. It looks like a tanker. What is this? I mean, are we familiar with this ship?
No, I'm not. I was thinking that it might be the drone carrier, but I cannot tell you what the hell this thing even is. It looks like an oil tanker that's been converted into a naval vessel, so I guess it's a fleet auxiliary? I really don't know. But they showed this one off in the clip. Then they also showed off what appears to have been a bulk aggregate carrier that has also been converted into naval use with a load of kamikaze drones. And then also showing off this frigate that was
Holy
unequivocally
moly.
rolling coal. Like,
I don't think it's supposed to be puffing quite like that. That seems problematic.
I think Matthew, that right when they started filming this clip, this little Shahur class frigate just had its engine explode, and that's the remnants of the engine coming out of the exhaust. Oh my god! Now you see them.
It's barely hanging on. Oh, look at this. That must be that drone carrier they were talking about. That's one of them at least. What is this thing? Is that real? Is this real?
I believe this actually is a real one. Let me go pull up the Iranian Navy so that way we can get some fleet identification going.
That little missile launch at the very end right there had like the marks of AI on it. Like that didn't look totally up to par.
So really quickly, before we get on to that though, because there's a lot to unpack here. Let me make sure that I get that vessel. So the best that I could say is that this thing is definitely a Mooch class, which it looks quite big in this video, but if you really see it in a normal picture, it's actually pretty small.
Interesting. Yeah, it looks like it's been like enhanced possibly with AI or something. Look at that missile launch off of it. Like go to that part and play that. Look at this. Watch the missile launch real quick.
Oh, by the way,
about to go for it.
This isn't the frigate that fired this missile. This appears to be basically what would be a little motor torpedo boat. Let me see if I can find one of them for you really quickly. Like this. That's basically what that was fired off of, by the way, or something even smaller than that, because its whole profile is literally right on the waterline. So this is not a big vessel.
Play the video though and watch the missile. It doesn't look right. That looks phony to me. Like there's no way that would actually caught like frames in the missile as it was taking off. I really doubt that.
Yeah, and now they're showing Mi-17s conducting rocket attacks. They're also showing off their speedboat fleet. And a lot of people would say, wow, that kind of looks a little intimidating. Y'all, I've seen bigger political rallies conducted here in the United States with a larger number of speedboats than this. I mean, like, this is hard. Like, also on top of that, if your country is literally flexing its speedboat armada, armed with Dishkas and some unguided rockets as their navy, I don't really think it's going to be posing that much of a threat. We'd also see them showing some sort of a control room, and also another vessel, most likely in Bandar Abbas, firing more anti-ship missiles and direct flat cannon fire from the main deck. We can also see them showing off a Huey, a hovercraft, well, basically like an LCAC. Also, apparently, Popeye the Sailor's fishing boat getting ripped in half.
That's that thing right there. That was the mothership that took over that Maersk ship back in the day, wasn't it? The with Captain Phillips.
Yeah, look at me. I'm the captain now, bro. Like, man, yeah, the U.S. Navy is really going to come rocking up in the SS Minnow to really give them a lesson, aren't they? You know, it's like, yeah, that's definitely what they're going to be going up against, is that rust bucket for sure. We can also see them showing off more of their fleet. I guess that is a fictional vessel by all accounts, because that is not on the registry for any Iranian naval vessel. We
Look
also
at this. It's like if their navy is so good, then how come they don't just go attack the carrier right now? What are they waiting for if they got this much firepower? They're showing off all this tech, all these ships, all this bravado, but yet at the same time they keep saying we're going to go destroy the carrier, but at the same time they're not. Also, who's this?
Also,
who are these people?
This actually is an old occurrence. This is from years ago. I believe it was a U.S. Marine rib that accidentally went into Iranian territorial waters, and they actually seized the rib and took everyone on board as a hostage, basically. But this was a long time ago. Like, this was like 10 years ago.
Oh, that's total legitimate state type activities right there, taking hostages from a boat that happened to make a mistake. That's something a state would do, right?
Yeah,
look, they got a little something right here with a little U.S. Air Force symbol on the side of it.
I don't even know what that is. This looks like something from flight disasters, air disasters or whatnot. Also, we could see them showing off Ye Olde Mine from the Second World War. Everyone always falls for those, you know. They always look like they're cartoonish, and then you run into them, and then they blow up, you know. That always works. And also see showing this these Marines crying, this guy waving around a T-shirt. And then they're showing off just a rapid montage
Holy
of stuff.
cow. Like they ought to like chill out with that. Look at this junk.
We will get even.
He said,
with you.
He said, we'll get even with you.
Oh,
What the hell is
no.
this? That is the cringiest junk they could put it in. Honestly, I will give them credit. The propaganda reel wasn't too bad. It's obviously hyped up beyond belief. It's not true, but we will get even with you. I mean, that's cringy.
Get even, man. Even their propaganda admits that they got their asses beat last time. We will get even with you. That means they're not even right now. Like, bruh,
This is a joke, man. They ruined all the propaganda value with this one remaining title card right here at the very end. Run the whole thing.
bruh, dude. Even their propaganda is like, you beat our ass every time you come against us, but this time it's going to be different. It's like, oh, come on. So if your propaganda is starting off from that level of finally trying to get even, you're not going to make it this time either. It's basically a foregone conclusion. That's not going to happen. But a lot of people are also seeing, before we get to the poll here, just one more thing. We have also been able to see that they flexed the drone carrier, the Shahid Bagheri, today as a direct threat to the USS Abraham Lincoln. Let me go pull that up in the meantime while I show you all this little clip here of them wandering around the deck. And let me go get the Bagheri drone carrier. Because, you know, you'd look at it from the deck, you'd be like, oh, maybe it's a little decent. But I got to show you what this really is. Oh, man, look at that. They're showing off all.
Speaking of it, like it's really advanced. This is designed by the other one. You know, the other beauty that we have in our arsenal. Oh look, he's tapping. He's it's like his puppy right there. This thing. That's the little crapper they sent out to go find the USS Lincoln. By the way, that's one of them.
The Mohajer 6, a true legend of the Iranian drone forces. Also, look at this crappy little elevator that they made on it. It's not even flush with the deck. Like, it went, and then it got stuck, and then they just had to bump it over, like, the little clearance difference right there. Oh, my Lord.
You remember the last time the Iranians sent out a Mohajer 6, or whatever they call the thing, the little crapper right there. The last time they sent one of those out, they sent it over to surveil our ships in the region off their coast. And then the U.S. pulled a power move on them by actually having our own, much more advanced drone flying right above the Mohajer that was actually sending the feed back to the ship. And then they published it, and it scared the hell out of the Iranians because they were like, what the hell? I think it was a Reaper flying right above this little crapper right here, and really put the Iranians in their place when it comes to their military tech.
Hang on, I actually know what you're kind of talking about. I don't think it was a drone. I think it was a Black Hawk that had gotten near to it, and they took a picture out of the side door of the Mohajer. I'm trying to see if I can't find that, actually. I tried to type that in. It doesn't look like the picture is going to pull up quick. But I want to show you all this one, folks, because maybe some people are not familiar with the Shahid Bagheri, and a lot of people may find it a shock that Iran has a carrier of any type. It's a cargo ship that has had a plywood deck put on top of it, and they use it to launch drones off of the front of it. So basically, it's a merchant ship that carries some drones. That's basically what it is. It has no defensive armament. It has really no offensive armament outside the drones, and the drones would easily be dealt with. So not really a threat, and the Iranians are really trying to pull out what they would call the fine China to try and make it seem like they could actually pose a legitimate threat to the USS Abraham Lincoln and its carrier strike group. And that begs the question, folks. Are the Iranians trying to hype themselves up to attack the carrier, or are they going to hold off on that because they know that that would probably bring the wrath of the Republic upon them? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the big question is, now that the Iranians have located the Lincoln, they finally located it somehow, either using Chinese satellite technology perhaps, or maybe they just happened to see some of the support aircraft coming from land out to the carrier, and they were able to locate it that way. They somehow found it. I really doubt they happened to stumble across it. So do you think the Iranians are going to attack the carrier, or is it simply all bluster? Because they are making some wild threats, saying they're going to take out the Lincoln carrier, they're going to do this, that, and another to it. So do you think they're actually going to do it? 46% said Iran will not attack the carrier, while 34% said Iran will attack the carrier, and 15% said it's a 50-50 chance of it happening. And I would say that I don't think Iran will attack the carrier. I'm going to change my opinion from yesterday a little bit. I think Iran has the ability to actually attack the carrier and have a decent chance of having something hit it. But the catch is, though, the wrath that's going to bring down on Iran is going to be tremendous from Israel, the United States, and coalition forces. It's going to be horrific. So I doubt Iran's going to attack the carrier before the strikes occur on their territory. They might try to launch maybe a stray or two at the carrier after strikes start occurring on Iranian territory, but I don't think they'll do it initially. So I'm actually with the 46%. Iran will not attack the carrier because they don't want to bring that heat down on their country. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to be with the 46% that say that Iran will certainly not attack the aircraft carrier until strikes begin, and even if they try, they're going to fail. There's no way to get through the carrier strike group's air defense systems and also surface defense systems for the general part. Because even if Iran fired, say, 100 drones or more, including surface boats in the form of drones, a lot like the ones that we see in Ukraine, like the Magura and the Sea Baby, and even Mohajeras and other forms of drones, they're just not going to make it through. The Carrier Strike Group has at its disposal right now about 300 surface-to-air missile interceptors available, meaning that they would be able to go through about 3 rounds of attacks before they ever even had to leave the area, and those would be fairly large attacks. Secondly, surface-borne drones could be dealt with quite easily by the United States Navy, which will be conducting combat patrol flights around the area of the carrier group to make sure that nothing's making it through and posing a threat to the ship. Not only that, the escorts, which are the Arleigh Burke guided missile destroyers, will be able to pick up those incoming surface boats from hundreds of miles away and also be able to notify the aircraft carrier with its surface search radars that there are drone boats incoming, and the aircraft could be dispatched from the carrier to easily deal with that. In any situation, at least in an opening salvo, the Iranians will not be able to hit and take out the carrier, and if the carrier strike group appears to be running low on ammunition, this isn't a game of Red Alert 3 where you just keep it there until the last man. The carrier strike group and its destroyers would immediately turn tail and leave the area to go rearm and then come back into the area once it's able to defend itself from more strikes that the Iranians might try and conduct on it. And that would leave us without some missile defense within the area. But at the same time, the carrier at that point most likely would have absorbed a lot of incoming Iranian fire and even drone boats at that point without really taking a scratch. So in my honest opinion, I think that they really wouldn't even have a chance of trying to hit the carrier once counterattacks begin. And right now, they're certainly not going to attack the carrier because it'd be largely futile, and then it would bring down the wrath of the United States on them immediately, along with the coalition forces within the area, including Israel. So with that, I hope that does address that the best I can, at least in my opinion. And also, moving on from that, we have also been able to hear of the U.S. position within the area. But before we get to that, I do want to cover a little bit more of the internal details coming out of the Islamic Republic of Iran. For one, I cannot show you this clip on air, but I actually included this one on the map today because I want you to see a little bit of the reality that's coming out of the ground still inside of Tehran. Hundreds of body bags are being trucked into Tehran for an unknown reason. We believe it's for burial or cremation, so they can try and remove any real and verifiable evidence from most of the country that state-sponsored massacres and executions are still happening nationwide. According to eyewitness reports on the ground in Tehran, which is confirmed by this video, it appears that hundreds of new body bags that are loaded with deceased individuals are entering Tehran every single day. It is currently the belief that it's highly likely that this number of body bags continues to flow into Tehran because within the provincial areas throughout the entirety of the country, they are either taking political prisoners out of the jails and executing them on the spot and then putting them in a body bag and shipping them off to Tehran for disposal, or they're summarily executing anyone who's suspected of anti-regime activities, no matter whether they were apprehended before or currently when they were executed. Nevertheless, it is showing that massive executions and massacres are still ongoing throughout the entirety of the country. And it is also showing us that the barbarity that which we've already seen displayed by the Islamic Republic of Iran's government has been going on quite strongly. If that wasn't believed, we have a video that has finally come out of Mashhad, not from today. This video was most likely filmed several weeks ago, but was finally able to surface onto the internet today, giving us a look, or not really a look, but more so hearing what actually was going on within Mashhad when the government crackdowns began. I won't really be able to show you all a lot of this clip because I've only been able to vet about the first 20 seconds of the clip, but I will show you all the first 20 seconds as it surmises the real situation that happened in Iran quite well within that very short period of time. Here's the clip. You see these people laying down on the ground trying to avoid the gunfire. As Iranian police continued to fire live ammunition into the crowd, striking and killing anyone that was within the sight of their rifles. From what we understand, this situation happened throughout most cities in the country, particularly around the 8th and 9th of January. This video most likely was filmed during that time, but only emerged onto the internet today, several weeks later. What we understand is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, along with its internal component, the BEIJING, which is basically the armed police of Iran, started to conduct massacres in every city with ongoing protests around the 8th or 9th of January. Orders were given to pretty much level the rifles, whether they were AKs and machine guns, into the crowds and to fire until they depleted their ammunition, largely meaning to kill as many people as they had ammunition for. That did result in the deaths of what we estimate now to be anywhere in between 20,000 to 30,000 people within that incredibly short period of time, and at this moment we now understand that more tactical operations of executions are happening throughout the country. Considering that most people have now abandoned the streets due to the imminent death that they will face if they make it out into the streets to protest, we now understand that the Besieged and the IRGC are operating incredibly similar to another group that we know of from years prior, particularly the Second World War. Some people might know of a group that was called the Einsatzgruppen of Germany during the Second World War, which was basically a hit squad in the hundreds of thousands that the Germans would send around into occupied territories and throughout Germany to basically execute anyone that they did not deem to be a part of their future as a Germany. We believe that the IRGC and the Besieged are using the exact same kind of tactics as the Einsatzgruppen to travel around Iran, find anyone, even if there isn't any clear proof that they have conducted any anti-government activities, and summarily execute them, taking them out of the judicial system for the United States to observe and officially document, but nevertheless executing people who are believed to be going against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government. Right now, we would believe that somewhere around 150 to 300 people have mostly been executed today inside of Iran, just due to the flow of body bags that are entering Tehran. I also want to make it clear, the reason why we believe that they're entering Tehran is because there's a high likelihood that some sort of a cremation or burial ground has been made somewhere around the city, and they're transporting the bodies in and then allowing them to be transported either to a mass grave to be buried and then forgotten about in the nearby deserts, or to have them cremated so that way most evidence or remains of the people who have been massacred will not be found and documented later for crimes against humanity cases that may be brought against the Iranian government. Nevertheless, it's absolutely brutal what's happening inside of the country still, and for that reason, we do know that the United States, for humanitarian sake alone, will have to respond and react to the situation that's going on inside of the country. And it appears that the U.S. is still in the works and efforts to try and prepare for one of those strikes. A large amount of exercise flights have been conducted today throughout the Middle East, largely consisting of a wide variety of strategic tankers, and also strategic airlift aircraft that were flying in and out of Al Udeid Air Base and elsewhere throughout the region. Additionally, we also were able to see that more tankers are still arriving over the course of the day, including the singular KC-135, which actually took off from the Frontera Air Base in Spain near to the city of Morón and landed at Al Udeid earlier today. We also have seen satellite photography that was published by the Chinese, showing that within a pre-prepared location at Al Udeid Air Base, it appears that there is an entire MIM-104F Patriot surface-to-air missile battery that has already been deployed at the airbase in preparation for defensive aerial operations that may need to be conducted if the Islamic Republic of Iran conducts a preemptive attack or conducts a counterattack after U.S. strikes have commenced. Inside of Israel, we have also seen that they appear to be preparing for the conflict, as Netanyahu stated today in front of a public press conference that if Iran attacks Israel, we will respond with a force that Iran has not yet seen, largely suggesting that the Israelis will start to conduct actions of a far larger scale than we saw even during the 12-day war if the Israelis have the military capacity and availability to do such an operation. It does appear that a lot of people are also talking about the ongoing development as far as the statements from U.S. officials that are considering a naval blockade on Iran, and wondering whether that would be a worth time proposal or not. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so in the midst of the very confused strategy on Iran right now, and I'm not saying that just to bash, by the way. I am sort of taking the whole thing into consideration. It's been somewhat confused. So now the U.S. officials are considering a full-on naval blockade on Iran, and would it be a worthwhile proposal? It looks like 44% said only if it's a blockade and strikes together, while 26% said no, it would be a waste of time, and 22% said yes, it would be effective by itself. So I guess the main problem I'm having right now is the U.S. has to decide what is our objective in Iran. Is it regime change? Is it to collapse their economy completely? What is the goal? Is it to avenge the protesters that were slaughtered in the streets? Right now, the U.S. does not appear to have a single goal that they're going for. So me personally, I would say a blockade really is a waste of time. At this point, the U.S. has made it pretty clear, at least in public statements, they're looking for regime change in the country. And considering that the regime just slaughtered at least 20,000 plus people on the street, at least, then I would say that's probably a decent goal to have. So if the U.S. is going to do something, they ought to do it all the way. Take care of the problem once and for all if they can try to attempt to do so, instead of these half measures like a blockade on Iran. Because the only reason you do a blockade is if you're trying to collapse their economy completely. But the problem is, though, the Iranian economy is already in the toilet. So what's the point of the blockade at that point? So I'm with the 26%. I say no. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I would be the 26%. That would be an absolute waste of time given the current strategic situation developing in the area. Our response at the moment is entirely predicated off of the idea that we are going to be conducting strikes in response to the crimes against humanity that the Iranians have conducted against their people. That is the official statements from the U.S. Department of State and the President of the United States, meaning that that is our official framework for strikes on Iran. A naval blockade does not fall within that framework of being a real plausible sort of a reaction to the sort of situation that we're responding to off of our official statements. If we are responding to a crime against humanity where tens of thousands of people have been killed by their government, conducting a blockade is a very minimal action. That would be a minimal action like we see with the Russian Federation, for example, where we levy sanctions against shadow tankers that are attempting to fund and finance a war that we're currently not actively involved in. It's a fairly light response. Right now, we are trying to respond to what has basically been a genocide inside of Iran, meaning that that is not an appropriate response in swift action directly against the Iranian government in direct armed force, or kinetic force as some people would technically call it, would be necessary to be able to deal with this situation. People have to be held, well, people in the government of Iran will have to face justice one way or the other, and the way the United States will do that is by conducting airstrikes directly on them or their bunkers. So that means that that is really the only action that would be worthwhile. Conducting any blockades on the Iranian tankers would do nothing to damage an already destroyed economy, and not only that, if anything, it would only extend the suffering of the people who have already been suffering significantly over the past few weeks due to the even greater economic strain that'll be caused across the country. And that also might start to move some of the blame away from the Iranian government and on towards us, as we would be the ones directly to blame at that point for the even further worsening economic situation inside of Iran by its own people. So I would say that strikes are definitely not the way, well, more so blockades are definitely not the way to go in this situation. I would say that airstrikes are certainly the way forward inside of Iran, and that should be our course of action. I do see some people saying that the Iranian leadership should be held on trial. The issue with that, though, folks, is that it's going to be very difficult to grab anyone out of Iran. And I'll try and go through this here really quickly because I know a lot of people will like to see justice taken on these people. And I would say, to be entirely honest with y'all, I think a legal proceeding would be a good thing for the world to see, and it would be great even with us all knowing it would generally be a show trial held in The Hague. I mean, these people are guilty. It would be good to see that, but the problem is that we can't get in to grab any of these people. Tehran is far enough in Iran that there is really no way for us to conduct a reliable airborne operation into the area to be able to drop special forces onto the ground and physically apprehend someone and take them out of the country. So because of that, we really can't grab anyone and put them under arrest of the authority of the United States and then possibly hold them on trial in a U.S. court or possibly in an international court like The Hague. it really is out of the possibility because they're just simply out of reach. So for that reason, our next option, if apprehending them is not possible, is just conducting an airstrike on them, which it appears to be what we're already planning on doing, because the realistic practicalities of grabbing someone and nabbing them out of Tehran is just, it's physically impossible or very complicated to be able to conduct. And so with that, I hope that does address that discussion fairly well, just in the simple fact, logistically, we can't even grab these people like we would with Maduro in Venezuela. And also, on top of that, what will we do after that? Because the rest of the Iranian government would still be intact. We can't grab hundreds of people in a single operation. There just wouldn't be enough capacity or ability for that. So we would still have to conduct airstrikes on them anyways. So I would say that really airstrikes should just be the way forward, especially on high priority individuals within the Iranian government. But moving on from that, a lot of people are also wondering, what in the world did the Israelis mean by there's going to be actions never before seen against the Iranian government? Did that mean that they were going to drop a 2,000-pound bomb on Khamenei's bunker in Lavazan? Or did that mean something else entirely? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so a very interesting statement was made today by Israel. And of course, when the things get tense in the Middle East, there are a lot of puffed up statements that end up getting made that really don't turn out to be really much of anything. But Israel's saying that if Iran attacks their country, then Israel will use force, quote unquote, not yet seen. And what does that mean? 61% said Israel means they will decapitate the Iranian government with strikes, while 21% said it seems very vague and we need more info first. And 15% said Israel will use nuclear weapons. So first of all, if Israel uses a nuke on Iran, that'll probably be the end of the U.S.-Israel alliance. That would be ridiculous and stupid, and also it would cause endless casualties that are completely unnecessary. So if Israel's thinking about that, that would be the most stupid thing they could do. I think what Israel means here is it's basically a puffed-up statement to, like, flex their muscles a little bit, basically to intimidate Iran. The same thing that Iran's doing to Israel, Israel's doing it back to Iran. So they mean they're going to try to decapitate the Iranian government. That's what they're basically saying with that statement. And they're also saying that they'll go in and try to finish the job this time. So I don't think they mean nukes. And if they did, that would be insane. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say it probably would be a decapitation strike. I'd have to be about 60%. But I'd also have to say, folks, that I think the statement from Israel today was more so what we would call puffery and sales talk. Because I don't really think it means anything extra than what they did in the last war, the 12-day war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. I don't really think we're going to see anything wildly crazy done by the Israelis, because we also know that the Iranians talk about every day how they're going to, obliterate New York City, how they're going to destroy the USS Abraham Lincoln, yada yada, and so on, and they never follow through with any of it. It's basically all hype talk to try and make themselves look a little bit bigger than they really are, and I think that's what the Israelis are doing at this point, is just trying to make a verbal deterrent by saying, we'll conduct actions you've never seen. We'll go to Burger King and try and get the Iranians scared into thinking, oh, maybe we don't want to actually strike the Israelis. Who knows what they might do, when in reality, it's going to be the same conventional operations that they conducted on Iran the last time. So if anything, it's probably decapitation strikes. That might be what they're talking about. Or this might have just been some form of hype talk by the Israelis, and it really has nothing more behind it rather than don't hit us or we'll start to strike you back like we did the last time. And that could be also what it meant as well. But moving on out of that statement, we do also have a very interesting bit of news that has come out today, not from really anywhere directly within the Middle East. It's actually within what's technically the Near East, which is the Anatolia Peninsula. The Anatolia Peninsula is where the Republic of Turkey currently resides, except for this little piece of it that's actually technically within the Balkans right here. But what we're going to be talking about is this a little bit of news that we have heard from apparently inside of the Turkish government, to where Turkey is considering the establishment of a buffer zone in Iran if there is a major crisis that develops and it looks like there might be a refugee situation. Turkey has basically had it because of the Syrian civil war with taking in refugees. And a lot of people always hear about how many Syrian refugees arrived inside of Europe. Like, say, I think it was like 1.5 million in Germany, 750 or a million in France, and I think about 700,000 of them inside of Britain and so on. But one thing that a lot of people don't know is that Turkey took on 9 million Syrian refugees during the Syrian civil war, with most of them staying inside of Turkey and not really making it anywhere else. Turkey really got overwhelmed by that really within the first few years that happened, and that is why Turkey actually created the security zones within northern Syria, and then they forcefully removed all of the Syrians from inside the Republic of Turkey and then relocated them into the security zones inside of refugee camps, with the eventual hope that the Syrian civil war would end and then they'd relocate them everywhere else. But that gave the Turkish government a policy to where they are not going to allow refugees to flood into their country because they cause a significant strain on resources, and they also cause a significant expense by the Turkish government because by international law, they are duty bound to try and assist these people to some extent. So what Turkey is most likely going to do is, if the Iranian situation gets worse and it looks like the Iranian government collapses, is that they're probably going to create a security buffer zone, maybe 20 to 30 miles deep inside of Iran, probably right to the very edge of Tabriz on its western side. And if any refugees enter that area, they're going to contain them within that security zone and put them in refugee camps there until the situation stabilizes in Iran, and then they'll eventually send them back into Iran wherever they came from, or allow them to find their way back. That's probably...
Isn't it a little bit concerning, though? Like, I will admit, like, I understand why Turkey wants to protect its borders and things like that, but it's a little bit concerning to see Turkey, who has ambitions of becoming a very large regional power and exercising a lot more control than they currently do over the Middle East. They've gotten their hands very deep into Syria. Now they're trying to do the same thing with Iran if things go sideways. So that's a bit concerning because Turkey is not exactly what you'd call a strong Western ally. Yes, they're in NATO, but they also like to flip-flop a lot. So they're really not sure where their loyalties lie to a very strong extent. So to let them go take a large buffer inside of Iran, that's a little bit questionable to me. Also, the whole situation in Syria is a little bit questionable too, that they're conducting there. I don't think Israel is going to be happy with that if they try to go do a buffer zone inside of Iran. I think Israel is going to probably object. That might drive Turkey and Israel closer to blows if they do that.
It might actually be the case that could drive them closer to blows, because the Turks do have some very large ambitions for basically a mini sphere of influence that they want to create that would consist of primarily the Balkans and most countries within the Middle East. And they've been trying to position themselves in that sort of form ever since Erdogan became the president of Turkey. So I would have to say it is a little bit questionable that they would try and do something like this, because it was that very same action with Syria creating the buffer zones, well, Turkey creating the buffer zones in Syria, that led to them then funding all Jolani's HTS, and then eventually leading them to victory against the Assad regime and largely consolidating their control over Syria in what we can only describe as a radical Islamic government that appears to be heavily aligned with ISIS at this point, which is also incredibly questionable. There is a possibility that a similar action could be taken inside of Iran if the United States does not act prudently in guaranteeing 100% control over the internal situation in Iran if it does devolve into a complete and absolute government collapse in the midst of the strikes.
Yeah, I would say so. That's certainly a thing to watch. You got to watch it when countries have large ambitions like this, because Turkey understandably wants to have influence over the Middle East. So that way they can keep, bad groups off their borders. But, ambitions can sometimes be a little bit two-faced, especially in situations like these. And also, Turkey seem like I said before, they seem to not know where their loyalties lie. Like, for example, one day they'll be on the Russian side a little bit. The next day they'll be on the Ukrainian side a little bit. So they like to play all the fences to put themselves in the best position, but they really don't prioritize, holding a moral standard when it comes to, like, for example, supporting the West that they're aligned with in NATO and making sure they 100% support Ukraine. They're always a little bit shaky with it. So I'm always a little bit leery about countries that operate like that. And I would say they ought to be very careful about letting Turkey go too far with taking territory.
One day, Turkey will be helping Ukraine. The next day, they'll help Russia. Then after that, they help Iran. Then after that, they screw over Syria. Then they might try and give a bone to the United States. But basically, it really just depends. And whenever they're helping anyone out, they're always screwing someone else over. If they're helping out Russia, they're screwing Ukraine. If they're helping out Ukraine, they're screwing the Russians over. If they're helping out Iran, then they're screwing us over. If they're helping out us, and then they're screwing some other country over. Like they basically just do whatever, and it just kind of depends literally on the day-to-day who they are screwing over and who they're helping out.
Yeah, and you don't want Turkey to become the next Iranian regime, because if they decide to go sideways all of a sudden, because they have a few things that they actually relate to when it comes to Iran's government structure, they have a few things that kind of line up. You don't want them to become the next Iran if they decide to go fully sideways, and that, I mean, it's possible. Even though they're in NATO, it's possible that they could go sideways, because we have some other NATO members inside of Europe that really don't know where their loyalties lie either. Like for example, Hungary, etc., that sort of like stay on the fence. And you gotta watch them, even though they're in NATO. You gotta keep an eye on them.
But I will say this, folks. I see a lot of people saying, damn, that sounds like Turkey's inconsistent and they don't make any sense. Who are they actually for? They're for themselves. That's the answer. And if I gave you all the incredibly long historical breakdown of why they are the way they are right now, that would take about 2 hours. But in the midst of what would look like, from our outsider perspective, raw confusion by the Turks, there is actually a pretty significant underlying plan that Erdogan and his government has laid out for their foreign policy initiative. So where all of this comes together to eventually see that Turkey basically ends up being what we might be able to describe as a little China or a little America with its own sphere of influence in the Balkans and the Middle East, basically reforming the Ottoman Empire without directly taking over the land that once made up the Ottoman Empire. A really crazy sort of a thing. Like I could go on for about an hour about the whole deal with that, why that's working that way, and why they want to do that. It's just wild. It's actually extremely fascinating. But being an American, they work against our interests about half the time, and the other time it might just luckily be within our interests, whatever they're doing. But I don't really trust the Turks, because the Turks do not prioritize any form of a common alliance or common interest. They basically only prioritize their own interests, and that's that. But a lot of people are talking at the moment about the little development that we're hearing right now with what's going on with that Russian submarine that's been spotted. And I'll make sure to give you a little bit on this one before we move on over to Beijing. But inside of the Mediterranean, we did get to hear today that the Russian Kilo-class submarine, the Krasnodar. Krasnodar. Sorry, everyone. I was about to say the other sub. The one that had the fuel leak and then they had to surface and limp away back to Russia. But the Krasnodar has been spotted by the Italian Navy. By the Italian Navy frigate, the ITS Virginio Fasan. And so it does appear that at the moment, the Krasnodar has been spotted, I think, for like the 5th time, and it wasn't hard for the Italians to spot them, folks, because right over there to the right is the Russian auxiliary tug that follows every single ship around to make sure if their battery ever runs out, they can always get a recharge.
Man, you got to keep them serviced. I tell you what, you got to make sure that sub's okay. Honestly, the Russians better not invest in stealth technology for submarines. It's totally pointless for them. I mean, if you got to have the tug following the thing, your stealth is pointless.
Yeah, it's pretty. It's pretty straight up pointless. That's for sure. Also, by the way, this is a stock image. I just do want to make that clear. I just kind of find it funny though that in the stock image there's a Russian destroyer right here in the middle of the image, but there's the Kilo, and then behind the both of them is literally the Russian auxiliary tug that basically follows everything around. So that way, if the engine fails or if some other critical component fails, that basically leaves the ship adrift at sea, they literally will connect basically what are like the charging cables from one car to the other and basically just give them a little recharge on the spot to try and keep them running. That's literally the point of these tugs. That's all that they're there for. And if everything fails on a ship or a sub, then they can tie it up with towing ropes and then literally tow it back to Russia like a broken down car. So, I mean, that's how bad off the Russian Navy is.
Now, listen, if you had, like, example, a car that was so bad off and you knew it was so, like, unreliable that you literally had, like, the city tow truck follow you around everywhere around town while you're going to get your groceries in your jalopy car, you might say it might be time to get rid of that car and possibly get a different one that actually works right. But the Russians said, oh, you know, that's a mark of a good submarine right there. We love our Kilo class. Let's just have the tow truck follow the thing around everywhere it goes. That's a joke, too, is the Kilo class is one of their, like, flagship models, isn't it?
Oh, it's one of the newer ones. Yeah, it's their like brand new diesel electric.
Yeah, that's a joke. Like for a flagship submarine, had to be followed around by a tow truck, basically. That's wild. Also, the fact they had to get rid of it was their aircraft carrier too. Remember, the aircraft carrier didn't even work. They just had to scrap the thing. Their Navy's in foul shape.
Hold up, I gotta see here. Oh, Here it is. This is a satellite picture that came out a few years ago of the Kuznetsov having to be tugged back to port because literally everything failed on the ship. Like the engines went out, the generators went out, nothing was working. I think they even had to divert all of the aircraft that were airborne at that moment to naval air stations on the coast, and then they brought out this tug to drag it backwards back towards the Northern Fleet headquarters up in Murmansk, which is absolutely sad. It's so also.
Man.
The fact that this thing burned mazout, which is
Holy
like
moly.
literally like straight up crude, didn't really do it any favors either. I mean, look at this thing. This thing was like, what's hilarious about this, folks, is that the mazout that it burned was so thick that they couldn't actually have the engines running when aircraft were trying to land because it would literally obscure the entire flight deck and nobody could see to actually land. So they'd have to shut off the engine and then just hope that there was a strong wind. So that way there was enough wind passing over the jet's wings so that we could get the proper kind of slow speed to be able to arrest the hook on the deck and stop. I mean, this thing was an absolute disaster. But basically every single Russian ship is like this. The Kuznetsov is the greatest example, though, because they've literally had to just declare that this thing is unfixable and they're going to scrap it now, meaning that their only carrier is gone. But they're still doing that.
They call that the ghetto class right there. They call it the ghetto class, and they call the submarine the hood class. They ought to rename these things right here. I mean, these things don't need these names that they're giving them. They need some more appropriate names.
Man, bro, they already named the Kilo class properly, the Kilo class. Man, like, bro, like, man,
Sounds like a cartel boat.
man, cabron, like, man, you know what I mean? But anyways, oh man, I'm telling you, it's crazy stuff with the Russian Navy. They're a joke, really. But a lot of people are also, by the way, I forgot to mention this as well, everyone. This kind of sounds like something interesting. Oh no, a Russian sub made it into the Mediterranean. Oh my God, how did it do that? But I also forgot to mention that the submarine was detected by the Norwegian Navy off of the Norwegian coast. It was also detected by the British passing through the English Channel, the French in the Bay of Biscay, and now the Italians in the Mediterranean. So basically the entire voyage, it's been detected by every single country that it's passed by, and they've just followed it out of their waters. And then right after they follow it out of their waters, the next country then detects it and basically follows it as well. So this thing has not been stealth at all. The only time that it's been somewhat stealth was in this area right here near the Arabian Sea and south of the Balearic Sea getting towards Italy. But outside of that, everyone has detected this sub everywhere it's gone. I mean, literally, it's never been not detected on this whole voyage. So a lot of people are wondering, what's up with the Krasnodar? Why is it down in the Mediterranean for the Italians to spot the thing? And do the Russians intend to help out Iran with this absolute rinky-dink class diesel-electric bozo boat? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the Clunker class Russian submarine has been spotted lurking in the Mediterranean, as we could see. So does Russia intend to help Iran? Because they are around that area, so maybe they're there to possibly help in case something breaks out? Not really sure, but what do you think? 53% said no, they're not there to help Iran. It's simply a patrol and surveillance situation, while 23% said yes, Russia will help the Iranian regime if they're attacked, and 18% said it's possible, but not clear. And I personally don't think that Russia's going to help. I think Russia's made the decision internally to abandon Iran if things go sideways, kind of like they did with everybody else. Like, for example, Syria and Assad. They just left him hanging, basically, and now they took him into an apartment and he plays Xbox all day. I have a feeling the Ayatollah might be playing Xbox all day in a Moscow apartment very soon. I don't think the Russians are going to help. They might provide an escape route for the regime, but they won't actually come in and save them. But Enforcer, what say you?
I have to say the Iranians are cooked. The Russians do not plan on helping the Iranians whatsoever. They have basically no way to really help them out, to be entirely honest. And sending a Kilo class into the Mediterranean to die, considering that the thing cannot avoid evasion worth a damn, which basically defeats the whole point of having a submarine, they're not going to be sending this Kilo class to help out. What's the Kilo class going to do? Tickle a U.S. destroyer and then get obliterated by a depth charge? No, like, it's not going to do that. These guys are basically just doing this so that way the Russians can say that they're still in the Mediterranean, although the Turks blocked them from going through the Bosphorus and the Dardanelles Dardanelles at this point. That's really the only reason this thing is down here. So it's basically just a patrol and surveillance as usual, and nothing more than that. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, folks, that the Novorossiysk, which is a sister ship of this Kilo-class submarine, was around the area of the Arabian Sea, east of the Strait of Gibraltar, and it was actually right off the coast of Gibraltar, which is the British overseas territory, and it surfaced because the entire internal compartment was filling with diesel, and they were basically going to die if they kept inhaling the fumes. And then they had to go limping back, surface the whole time, through a typhoon right off the coast of Spain, and then all the way back up, I think it was either to St. Petersburg or Murmansk, to be able to go and try and get repairs for the sub and try and fix it. So these sorts of patrols are fairly common. It's just kind of shocking that this one hasn't had a major defect yet, like, the batteries exploding or fuel leaking or, some Russian going AWOL or something getting on the boat, like the movie The Thing. I mean, something crazy hasn't happened yet, which is kind of a little bit interesting, but it still is just normal occurrences generally. But we are going to be moving you all on, folks, into the major news that is showing us that there are some very significant developments going on in China at the moment internally. Some form of intergovernmental turmoil, as we would describe it, happening in Beijing. But before we get to that, though, I do have to say that over the first hour of the stream, we thank you all so much for watching so far. We've had at the peak tonight 17.4 thousand people here, and 84,000 people have watched the stream up until this point. We got to thank y'all greatly, because we are highly honored to know that a lot of y'all consider us to be y'all's primary source of news, and we hope y'all been enjoying it so far. And we also hope that y'all are going to be enjoying this significant analysis that we're about to be having on what's going on inside of China. But before we get to that, I do want to take a couple of questions from the chat, just 3 of them, and then we're going to be moving on to the major news out of Beijing today, about a possible upcoming coup or significant intergovernmental turmoil, which is making it appear that a coup may be highly likely. And Matthew, what are people thinking? What are people asking right now, more so for some questions, and what do we got?
All right, so our first of 3 super chats. The first one goes to none other than Bobby, also known as LC39A to the long-timers on the channel. And Bobby puts in a very generous 100 Canadian. And thank you very much, good sir, once again, for that massive support and helping to keep us running through all these months and years. And Bobby said, Russian ships are easy to find. All you have to do is follow the smoke, LOL.
I mean, honestly, that's pretty true. Russian ships are dirty, like very. Let me see if I can go get y'all the Moskva back when that thing was operational. Like, good lord, this thing could really belch out some smoke when it was going at full power. I mean, look at that.
Matt said, that ship right there already had all the smoke he didn't want anymore.
Man, I tell you, you can even see the fumes coming out right there. Man, this thing is the Salt Lake City inversion generator. Wherever it goes, it just looks like an inversion is happening right over the ship. Really something right there, I will have to say. But still, Russian ships, they do smoke a lot, but the Admiral Kuznetsov smoked like a chain smoker that couldn't break an addiction, because the mazout is just so thick. I mean, that is look at this. I mean, this is horrendous.
Oh my god. That is crazy, man. It's creating its own weather system with that.
Bruh, dude, when this thing turned on its engines, people in the city thought that something blew up, like it was on fire or something. It's unreal the amount of smoke that the mazout would exude when running. And also, by the way, folks, this is something really funny. The reason why the Soviets picked this engine for the aircraft carrier was because they were wanting to cut down on costs. Because when this thing was built, it was built at the very end of the Soviet Union's life in the 80s, and they were running out of money. And so they were wanting to find a way to put an aircraft carrier to sea, but they also didn't want to spend a whole bunch of money putting a nuclear reactor into it or an advanced diesel engine or diesel engines. So what they did is that they went and got several diesel engines that ran on what's called mazout oil. And mazout oil is basically crude. It hardly has been refined at all. And that's also the reason why this ship's engine does not run, because it runs on basically crude oil, which is pretty difficult to actually keep an engine running efficiently for a while, burning on nothing but raw crude. So that is the reason why the Kuznetsov's engines basically never work. And also, if you wanted to see a picture of it from recently, that's what it actually has been looking like since about 2017.
Oh, wow. That's a junker right there. That thing literally is a junker.
Yeah, they put it in a dry dock in 2017, folks, to refit it and actually make it usable for service. And funnily enough, folks, the irony of that is that while it's been in dry dock since 2017, which was about 9 years ago, it's caught on fire twice and basically burned everything on the interior completely to ashes. So now at this point, it caught on fire again, I believe, in the early part of 2025, and it basically burned through the whole of the interior of the ship. And so now the Russians have declared that they're going to be scrapping the vessel and that they do not plan on operating it anymore. So Russia's only aircraft carrier, which was the Kuznetsov, is gone. You know, it's even more ironic, folks, when y'all know that the Ukrainians actually had the second Kuznetsov, because there was a second one that the Soviets planned on building, incomplete, and they sold that to China, which became China's Type 001 aircraft carrier. This is basically the sister ship of the Kuznetsov. It's literally the identical hull form that was used, because the Ukrainians were the ones building the second one, I believe, in Odessa, and then they sold it to the Chinese back in the 90s. And then the Chinese went and built it up into an actual working version of the Kuznetsov. It doesn't need support tugs. So a little bit ironic with that. It's kind of sad, you know, when a country basically rips off your aircraft carrier literally down to the waterline, even the keel, and they actually make a working version while yours never actually works. I mean, that's pretty sad right there. But anyways, a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, Bobby, we would not be able to keep this channel running, and we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again. I hope you enjoyed our little rabbit hole here on the Kuznetsov, and also a little bit about the Russian Navy's history. But the Russian Navy is a true joke. It's just not capable of really doing anything, or even posing a regional threat for that matter. And that's something I always find funny, folks, because people say the Russians could beat the British at sea, and that's just not even true. I mean, the British have a smaller fleet on paper, but their fleet actually works. Nothing of Russia's actually works. So if you have, like, say, 100 guns, but none of them can fire a bullet several times reliably, versus about 5 guys with machine guns, the 5 guys with machine guns are going to be the 100 guys with hardly working rifles, because their rifles, although their machine guns actually work. That's really the qualitative difference. And it's just hilarious to me that everyone's like, oh no, it's the Russian Navy. It's like, yeah, I mean, oh no, I mean, some people are probably going to sink and die on those things. I mean, they're death traps, basically. But anyways, a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next super chat, our second one, goes to none other than Mark Ead, also another channel legend, and thank you very much, good sir Mark, for that $50 support, and we do appreciate that. He said, Taco Tuesdays, fellas, and take one from the chat, LSA, New Zealand, from the south.
Hey, and he's in the south of New Zealand. Probably
Tide.
Roll Tide, brother. But put me on that. He's near Fjordland National Park.
Oh, wow, that's a nice place to be. I must admit, that's a very nice place. Oh, look at that. And look at that waterfall. Wait a minute, go back up to that. That waterfall picture right there. Look at that.
Dang.
That is crazy. That's like where that old man put his house in that Disney movie right at the top.
Russell, like, we're going to Paradise Falls, man. And this is actually insane. Like,
wasn't he trying to run away from a sniper in that movie or something like that? They were running away from the sniper or something.
No, they were trying to find the snipe, which was a bird. Like, it
the
was
snipe.
Bro, they were running from a sniper. Blood mixed enemy at the gates with like he said, they were running from a sniper.
I couldn't remember. Like, it's just I remember fragments of that movie, but I don't remember the whole thing like well enough to recount the whole story in it. So I wasn't really sure what they were running from, to be honest.
Dude, they were running from Charles Muntz in that airship, who was trying to capture the bird. Remember that? And it was like a really morbid death at the end of the movie, because he tried to jump at the bird, and then his foot got snagged on some of the balloon ropes, and then he just literally fell thousands of feet to his death. Honestly, Disney kept it real back in the early 2000s. They just let you see people morbidly die back then as a part of the story. Nowadays, they always make it off screen. Like, where you don't even really get the death insinuated. It's just basically you kind of have to really guess that it happened or whatever, sometimes they just get head butted. But anyways,
and that was back when Steve Jobs was on Pixar. I think that's when he was on it. I think Steve Jobs let a lot of stuff roll with that, which honestly I didn't mind it personally. I thought it made the stories a lot more real.
Man, it made the stories go hard. It's like, dang, this guy fell to his death at the end of the story. I mean, that's pretty based. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it's like, it's like it's a real story. There's like tragedy, there's success. There's no holds barred in those OG Pixar movies, even really original Disney movies. But anyways, this is a really beautiful place, and we always love to know that folks like you, Marquis, are here in the LSA, in the New Zealand Brigade, watching this channel and enjoying it, and supporting this channel to keep on rolling from a beautiful place like Fjordland. We have something kind of similar to that. I'll actually have to say Fjordland kind of beats most of everything that you could see in America for like the beauty of the mountain ranges and stuff. I think the closest that would get to that is probably like Banff National Park in Canada. But we do have a place kind of similar to that, which is the Glacier National Park, which y'all can see right here, which is very beautiful in its own way. It has a very rugged, American-esque sort of a feel to it, which I really like it. It's really pretty. The closest thing that we have to what you're around is probably, let me see here, where it would be the Wingta Wasatch Cache National Forest. This is very close to us. We can basically drive out here and see this, and a few times we have, and it's really beautiful. Not as pretty in the winter. A lot of stuff is, hibernating or dead in the winter, so not really that pretty right at the moment, but it is still breathtaking. And in the summer, we can't wait to see it because it's got to be incredibly good looking then. But a humongous thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Marquis, because folks like you from New Zealand help us to make this thing possible, help us to keep the whole show rolling with your support, and also help us to be able to look at the natural beauty of New Zealand. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to be moving on into the major news out of China. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so our third and final super chat of this segment goes to Chris Feilbach, and Chris put in a $50 support as well, and thank you very much, Chris, for also being a channel legend and keeping the channel running day in and day out. And Chris said, aren't carriers considered strategic assets? And if so, if they were attacked, would our doctrine allow us to nuke those carriers?
Not really. Generally, aircraft carriers are considered strategic targets. They're actually what we would call a capital ship, meaning that it's basically a flagship of the fleet and one of the largest and most powerful vessels that we have at sea. As a matter of fact, aircraft carriers are our capital ships. They are the most powerful and expensive vessels that we have underway at sea in the U.S. Navy. But attacking them would not justify a nuclear response by U.S. defensive doctrine. A U.S. nuclear doctrine I can actually pull up and cite to y'all at the moment, and it's purely defensive. So let me go and read that to y'all at the moment. So let's see here. Let me go read it really quickly. Let's see here. So here we go. So this is for 2025, but this is posted in 2022 and still stands to this day. This is the Nuclear Posture Review fact sheet. So this gives us the very basic rundown of the nuclear policy. And this is the nuclear declaratory policy. As long as nuclear weapons exist, the fundamental role of U.S. nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear attack on the United States, our allies, and partners. The U.S. would only consider the use of nuclear weapons in extreme circumstances to defend the vital interests of the United States or its allies and partners. So basically, our nuclear doctrine is that we only strike if someone attacks us with a nuclear weapon. We take this sort of an approach because we do not want to create incredibly tense situations where nuclear first attacks could become highly likely against the United States, and we want to make it incredibly clear that our nuclear arsenal is pretty much operated in the most passive way possible. We'll only fire them if someone fires them at us. So an aircraft carrier getting attacked would not necessarily fall under the declaratory policy of the U.S. nuclear doctrine at the moment. An aircraft carrier is incredibly important, but it wouldn't justify such an existential threat to the United States or a first strike nuclear attack for us to be able to justify a counterattack with our own nuclear weapons. So I hope that does address it the best I can, because from what I would know, that'd be pretty unlikely, especially for a carrier getting hit and sunk. But a humongous conventional response would follow an aircraft carrier getting hit and sunk, just because that would be a major embarrassment for the United States of America to lose a carrier or a whole strike group. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And with that, folks, we're going to be moving on out of this question segment and on into China, because something big is happening in China. We don't really know what. And before someone tells me that other channels know what, I tried to listen around today to some of them, and I'm not throwing shade or anything, but it sounds like a lot of it's based off of so-and-so said, and they never mention who so-and-so is, or what position they would hold in China to even have this much information. I mean, it's basically an entire, like, there's an entire narrative story being put out by channels, like it's the book The Hunger Games or something like that. And I can tell you all that there's never going to be that transparent an amount of information coming about from everything going on in China. So I would have to say, we're going to be working with everything that we can confirm. But if you're coming in here and saying that we're wrong because so-and-so said that Dao Ji of the Ninth Dynasty said that there was a firefight at some house in Beijing, we have no confirmation of that at all, and there doesn't appear to be any proof of that, rather than some anonymous guy that nobody knows who, apparently has insider sources to literally everything going on in Beijing said this. We can't really work off of that. But moving on from that and into Beijing, we have been able to hear that apparently the People's Liberation Army has now started to enter Beijing. This is incredibly bizarre and quite odd. We have seen that the People's Liberation Army, which is the ground forces of the Chinese army, have been deployed in Beijing in prior times before, specifically during the time of the Tiananmen Square massacre back then, and other times of civil unrest and also governmental turmoil throughout the decades. This is an incredibly rare thing, however, because the Chinese have another part of the army that is called the People's Armed Police. And the People's Armed Police falls directly under the Central Military Commission of the People's Republic of China and is directly commanded by the chairman of China and the CMC, which is Xi Jinping, and his vice chairman and his joint chief of staff. From what we understand from the video that we got today, is we did get a video from the outskirts of Beijing. We'll have to mute for the China Core China Wave music, but we could see the some sort of a PLAA convoy passing by. I want to make this clear: this is not the People's Armed Police, and this does not appear to be any form of an internal police movement. This is the People's Liberation Army, we believe, of the Central Theater Command, with at least some units of one of the group armies being moved into Beijing. You see this person now.
And also, not just anywhere in Beijing. Well, hold on a minute before I go any further. What the hell is this guy driving? Do you see the interior of this thing? It's like a fine, yacht or something. What is this?
Bro, he's driving around that Pagliali.
He's driving around that Lambo yacht, man. This dude's got that yacht that you see in Italy and stuff. This is that fine yacht wood right here on the dash. That's nice, whatever that is. But back to what I was saying, though. These forces aren't just deploying to anywhere inside of Beijing. They're going to the Forbidden City, which is just north of Tiananmen Square. That's kind of a little bit interesting. That's where these forces are heading.
And it is quite interesting. Now, the Forbidden City is it is the geographical center of the city of Beijing. If I zoom out right here, you'll actually notice that my mouse cursor remains literally smack dab in Beijing if I put it on the Forbidden City. So this is basically the geographic dead center of the People's Republic of China's capital, Beijing. And not only that, while the Forbidden City is not used for any official governmental purposes these days, there are a humongous amount of official governmental offices right outside of the area of the Forbidden City and around the surrounding areas of the inner part of Beijing. The inner part of Beijing is actually this area around the second ring road, which you can see right here. It makes this square here at the top, and then a rectangle down at the bottom. That highway was actually built on the old area where the walls of the city of Peking, before it was renamed to Beijing, actually existed. But at the moment, we understand that there appears to be a significant amount of movement of People's Liberation Army forces into the area of the central point of Beijing. We're believing that this is because there is some sort of major activity going on inside of the government that may be leading to fears of significant turmoil, for example, a possible coup attempt. Considering that Zhang Yaozha was just arrested a few days ago on the alleged charges of accepting bribes and inter-army corruption, and also on the fact of selling U.S. nuclear secrets to the United States of America, actually Chinese nuclear secrets to the United States of America, it appears that this is in response to what may be the fears of a lack of loyalty within the top leadership of the People's Liberation Army and the possibility of an attempted overthrow of Xi Jinping by the military. That may be the case. Now, I do want to say this though, folks. I've been trying to listen around today because I know that some people have been saying that our coverage of this isn't really that good, and for that reason, I wanted to listen around to what people are saying other coverage is better for. And I listened to it, and I just got to say, not trying to preface this by, flexing here or anything, but just to put out my credentials on this, I took 2 classes in college for my bachelor's degree in history on modern China and the internal policies and activities of the People's Republic of China, which basically was the course of an entire year in college for that one specific part. On top of that, I've also read extensively on Army techniques, procedures, on Chinese military tactics, which also has to do a lot with internal Chinese governmental policy and also the operations of the Central Military Commission and other facets. So it's not really like I'm coming from a position of inexperience talking on this. There's a decent amount of study and knowledge that I have already on this topic. With that in mind, one thing I can tell y'all is that there has been a bit of news today, and I would have to say that some of this seems to be misinformation in my opinion, that everyone that is a regimental commander and above just resigned from the People's Liberation Army. That appears to be markedly false and untrue from what I can tell, because if every single person above a regimental commander just resigned, that means that every single person in every single group army and every single theater command of China just resigned. That would be about 70 or 80 people or so. And if dozens of them resign, that means that about 70% of the People's Liberation Army's general staff just resigned, which did not happen. We haven't gotten any confirmation of that anywhere. We haven't heard any official statements from that. There's basically been some statements of, oh, so-and-so said that this happened, but nobody even knows who so-and-so is, because anyone who's saying this is not listing any source and is just saying an anonymous insider, which would count for some things if there was anonymous insiders that were trustworthy, but it's not really like anonymous insiders are going to know that sort of depth of information. And on top of that, if that was happening, there would have to be some sort of official announcement and reaction of that by the People's Liberation Army, because they would have to appoint new commanders, which would have to be publicly stated, and we haven't seen that either. So from what we can tell, there's a lot of misinformation circling around out there about what's going on. And also, I do have to say that we cannot confirm that any firefight happened at all during the arrest of Zhang Yuzha. That does not appear to have happened. It appears that he was arrested without a firefight, and reports of firefights appear to be fabricated, as there isn't really any credible information in video or picture evidence that is coming out at the moment to confirm that any firefight happened anywhere in China during the arrest of Zhang Yuzha or Jing Limi. So just to put that out there. But it does appear that right now the Chinese are preparing for something in the capital, and a lot of people are wondering what. And Matthew, what are people thinking about that, and what are you thinking about that as well?
All right. So people are very divided about this China situation right now. People are all over the place, and the poll is evenly split. Very unusual to see that, by the way. So what is going on now that Chinese forces have begun deploying to Beijing, specifically to the area where the government is located, for an unknown reason? What is the case? 38% said Xi is preparing to battle a coup, while 37% said Xi is actively putting down a coup attempt, and 13% said it seems like a symbolic move. So one thing this action does tell me personally, one thing I can assume out of this, at least in my personal opinion, is the claims that that general actually sold nuclear technology or nuclear information to the United States. That seems more likely true than not at this point, because Xi would not do this if he was setting the guy up. He would certainly not go through this trouble. Deploying military in the capital like that, that's a big step to take. And if it's just simply framing the guy to put him away, this would not be necessary. So I think that Xi is panicking. I think it could be actually real that nuclear information was given to the United States, and now it's caused Xi to question all of his officers and whether or not they're loyal. And he's doing this probably for a symbolic reason, to let the people know that he's still in charge, he still controls the military, and he can put down a coup if one rises up. Because if some guy at the very top who just got indicted inside of China for that, for apparently or at least allegedly selling nuclear technology, if the top guy's willing to do that, then imagine what's happening below him. It's probably even worse, and that's probably what Xi is thinking, and he's trying to basically preempt that. So I'm with the 39%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would be with the 39%. This is definitely a preparation to battle a possible coup, but a coup attempt has not been conducted at this moment, from what we can tell. If a coup attempt had been conducted, there would be a lot more proof and information on that than just so-and-so said, and that appears to be what everyone's working off of. And I gotta say, folks, I don't know why some people have been coming in here on our channel, because I had to go around and try and figure out what the hell are these people even moaning and whining about when they come in here and say we don't know what we're talking about. I don't even know why in the world people have been giving us so much heat over the past few days trying to cover this, because so-and-so said that some random dude that we don't even know anything about, that we can't even confirm is in China, said that there was a firefight somewhere. So from what we can tell from everything that we can actually and truly confirm, that isn't hearsay or just someone coming up with some crap to get some clicks, it appears that at the moment the credible information about Zhang Yuzha being arrested for selling nuclear secrets to the United States is probably highly likely true, and this may have shaken Xi Jinping and a large part of the CCP to its core, because now they're understanding that anyone, because literally the highest up person in the military under Xi Jinping was disloyal to the Chinese government, anybody could be disloyal to the Chinese Communist Party, and they wouldn't even know where in the world that's coming from and what's going to be happening next. That could probably be a very big factor of what they're doing right now. Because if we had heard, folks, like let me put this into perspective. If we had heard that the the U.S. Secretary of Defense called up Putin and said, "Oh, Putin, how I love you so. Here is how everything works in the U.S. nuclear arsenal, so that way you'll be able to know if an attack is coming, so that way you can nuke us first." I think everyone in the United States would go, can anyone in the military be trusted? Because if the Secretary of Defense cannot be trusted, and he's the civilian head of the entire military outside of the president, who in the world could be trusted? And that would probably lead to significant inquiries and congressional hearings and God knows what happening in every single branch of the military at the exact same time, trying to figure out if anyone was disloyal and basically go on a witch hunt to figure out who is disloyal and who isn't. I have a feeling that a very similar thing is happening in China right now, and they're wondering, okay, if this guy can sell nuclear secrets to the United States, who the hell is doing something else if they are, and they might be trying to conduct a coup. So now we need to get ready for that if that's going to happen. And that's probably why they're already pre-positioning forces in the streets at this moment, is if anyone is extremely disloyal, like Zhang Yuzha was, and they're actually trying to conduct or prepare for a coup, they'll be ready for it at this moment. That might also be highly possible.
I tell you what, it's starting to look like the spirit of Mao is descending on Beijing. It's looking real ugly at this point. You have to imagine, though, that if the allegations that guy sold nuclear tech is true, that would scare the hell out of you if you were Xi Jinping. Like, it really would scare you, because if he's willing to do that, then imagine if that's the commander of some of the forces in the military, that he's probably telling his guys things that are probably subverting Xi's power as well. If he didn't like Xi that much, there's probably much more damage under the surface that Xi doesn't know about right now that is probably much worse than he thinks. So he's probably partially panicking, I'd imagine. I'm not even sure, like, is it really even possible for Xi to get ousted? Like, I'm not even sure if that's really even possible. He is, like, seated himself in there pretty firmly. So for him to get thrown out or, like, coup attempted, that would be a wild event.
It is possible, but it would be very difficult, and it probably wouldn't be done easily. It'd probably be actually a pretty nasty and bloody sort of a business if it actually came down to it. But there is a way to try and make that happen. Also, I saw some people talking about the whole deal about the officers resigning. Oh no, it did happen. It didn't happen, and I'll tell you why. If they resigned because Zhang Yuzha was just arrested for selling secrets to the United States, what does that make them look like? It makes them look like supporters to a guy who sold nuclear secrets to the United States. Do you know how well that goes in a country that basically doesn't work off the rule of law? They just work off of whatever they think they need to do. That doesn't work out well. You end up getting stripped of all of your property. You also end up getting brought up on corruption or treason charges. Your whole entire life is destroyed. So why in the world would anyone resign in this situation? If anything, they would keep their position and lay low and pray to God that nobody looked into what they were doing or what they thought. Not only that, that's completely forgetting, because apparently a lot of people are very unfamiliar with the PLA's structural system, that for every single officer at every level, the company level, the battalion level, the brigade level, and even the group army level, there is a political officer of equal rank that actually has the authority to override the commanding officer of the unit and actually operate it however they see fit. So why in the world would a military officer go, I'm resigning my position effective immediately, then knowing that the political officer at that point is basically the acting commander of that unit and basically handing that unit over to a dead-on Xi Jinping loyalist? Why in the world would they do that? That wouldn't make any sense either. I mean, there's a lot of things that a lot of people aren't considering out there at the moment. And I think that that's the reason why a lot of people are getting in a whole tizzy over this deal, because from all we can confirm at the moment is that the vice chairman and the joint chief of staff of the CMC were arrested, most likely on charges of corruption and also selling secrets to the United States. And now we're seeing that they look to be preparing for a possible coup attempt. That's all that we have. And no matter what, and I see some people talking about, oh, the credibility of this. If there is nothing that can confirm something in an official government statement or video and picture evidence, those are the three tenets on this channel. That's not news. If you are listening to some channel out there that's telling you that Xi Jinping just got tossed into the Yalu River and he's floating down it with a inflatable raft. I don't give a damn. Like it's nothing we can confirm. You have to have confirmable evidence of something to run with it as news. If you're saying that we're wrong off of some hearsay, that's not news. That's just your opinion, and you want to believe it because it sounds good. But anyway,
speaking of things you can confirm, though, like for a coup attempt, because everything has a cost in China. Like you can't do a damn thing in China without it costing you something. At least in your social credit score. What does a coup attempt cost for like a social credit score fees and things like that? Is that like 10,000 points or 15,000? Like how many does that deduct?
I think that's about $1 million. Like I think that's $1 million.
A lifetime, man. That's you're gonna be ruined for life in your social credit score. I think they just wipe your account out.
I think you actually have your account and also your existence erased at that point. Like I think it costs everything because in China they still have the death penalty for most crimes.
Oh yeah, and I'm sure that would be a death penalty. I'm sure that treason is probably something they would take quite seriously, I'd imagine.
And also, folks, in the Chinese Constitution, I'm not even kidding, folks, this was something very important to the Chinese because in America, in the Constitution, there is no set punishment, like maximum punishment that can be given and a way to conduct that punishment. But in China, they actually laid out in their constitution the exact punishment for death and how it's carried out. And there's only two ways: death by injection or death by shooting. That's it. So if you're sentenced to death, which basically can be done by anyone for any reason, you actually kind of get to pick how you go out. But in most areas of the country, it's basically death by shooting because the bullets are cheaper. So a little bit of an interesting fact for y'all to know about the inside of China. Not really a great place to live, I'll be honest with y'all. The laws and the government there are very questionable. But anyways, moving on from that and on out of the area of Beijing, it is time for us to move on out of China and on into the rest of the news that we got out of the Middle East before we move elsewhere. We were able to see that the fighting between the Jolani regime and the SDF is still ongoing at this moment, and we also were able to see that the Jolani government is trying to cash in. Look at this little clip right here. All these oil tankers lined up to go get that fresh oil out of the oil fields that Jolani just took over.
Time to get some oil.
Man, I'm telling you, man, they're about to get to that oil field and go, aloha snack bar, man, like we got that oil, baby. But anyways, it appears that they're trying to cash in already. Meanwhile, south of Al-Hasaka, there's still ongoing battles between the Jolani regime and the SDF. And it looks to have been quite interesting. I'll have to tell you all that. See them coming into the battlefield doing their usual.
Can we watch this one? Are you sure we can watch this one? Because I've seen this clip right here. I'm not sure if this one's good to show.
Oh, we could show it. We could show it because I got a great pause button. Like it's so, believe me, we can show it. You see them here all hyped up for their battle? And talking and everything, They're talking about how great the battle's going, how easily they're beating the SDF. It's an easy old time for them. Look at them all running around. It's just straight chaos out here. And what you see is he turns around to talk to the camera.
Oh my God. Oh my goodness. That's not supposed to be there.
Well, what do we all learn today, folks? Don't be gassing yourself up in the middle of an active firefight because the SDF might just throw a kamikaze drone at you, literally right at you, in the middle of filming the video.
And the crazy part is he wasn't even that alarmed by it because he had just ordered food on the app and he thought it was a food delivery, but it turns out it was delivering a little bit of a spicy dish.
Yeah, and also right after this part of the clip, folks, if you want to understand what happened right after this, I can't show it after this, but basically that song Ave Maria started playing. It's like the drone hit right next to the guy, so y'all can kind of get an idea of what happened next. Moving on up into Al-Hasaka, we also got to confirm that a UN aid convoy started to enter the city today, apparently to provide relief to the citizens inside of the embattled city.
Just some calm military movements, normal activities.
Oh, this is a UN humanitarian convoy.
Oh, that's very kind of them to bring in that stuff.
Man, you'd be like your average warlord in Africa. He sees a UNA convoy, he goes, oh yes, a military movement. Hit that thing with artillery. It's like, damn, all right.
That is the justification they usually provide, so it's quite funny with that.
Yeah, bro. Man, he looked up literally at the reaction. Oh, yes, a military move. It's like, no, no.
I see military targets here. Man, I've spoken like a true African warlord.
Bro, that was actually a pretty funny one. Is that a Swift trailer?
Hell no, that's no Swift trailer.
Bro, for some
They'd be driving reckless if it was.
Oh, bruh, Swift drivers, they do be driving reckless like.
Also, we're just joking, by the way, just to make that clear.
They're zooming in. You see the little UN emblems on the side for the humanitarian aid.
They ought to lighten those up a little bit more so you can see them a little bit better. It's a little bit obscure.
Man, but it does appear that Al-Hasaka is getting some relief at the moment from that military convoy. I mean, that UN humanitarian aid convoy. We also get to see that the Russians were withdrawing today from the, yesterday, from the Kemlishi airport in Syria. This actually was within a very questionable area, right up here at Kemlishi. There were also U.S. forces based in this town at the same time. And I'll be entirely honest with y'all, this completely flew under the radar for me that the Russians were at Kemlishi airport still, because from what we knew, way back a long time ago, we saw Russian military convoys packing up from Kemlishi and having to make the long drive all the way across Syria to get to the Khmeinin air base on the coast to be able to leave. So we actually didn't even know that there were any Russian forces left here, at least from the last news we got. But we did confirm that they were leaving today. Also got to say, Russians really, wrapping the set. They got the crappy, rusted-over BTR-60 as their gate vehicle to protect their main gate at the airfield. And also in the rest of the clip, you just see the IL-76 being loaded up with garbage, so that way they can fly it on out. So it appears that they're now going to be leaving Kemlishi after the situation in Syria is continuing to pretty much fall apart for them. So with that, we are going to be moving on out of Syria. And we're now going to be moving past Europe for a minute and on over into the Americas, because we've got some news, folks. We've got some big news out of Venezuela. Some of y'all are going to be wondering, what in the world could that be? I'm about to get it to you all here in a minute. Just be patient, folks. Hang tight. We're going to get through this one piece of news, and then we're going to get to the big whammy. We did get to hear that apparently, according to some people in CNN, the CIA is quietly working on establishing a permanent U.S. presence on the ground in the country. So it appears that they're trying to get the oil companies in at the moment. That's good to hear. But one thing that I got to say, folks, I got to tell you, working in analysis is sweet, everyone. It's sweet because it's always good to be right sometimes, I'll tell you that. And sometimes, here and there, we occasionally do get a thing wrong. Sometimes. But it's always good when we get something really big right. Because there was something that happened a while ago on the 3rd of January that was really big down here. We flew in and we grabbed Maduro and we took him out of the country. And I said, well, that seems really stupid because we got rid of Maduro, but we left the rest of the Venezuelan government intact that was a part of the Maduro regime. So if we did that, they clearly can't be trusted because they have the exact same ideology as the guy, and they were the ones actually executing his will inside of Venezuela and elsewhere. So clearly this government cannot be trusted because they're basically following along with the ideology of the last guy. And in terms of foreign policy, the United States just conducted a massive blunder. Sure, the military operation went well, and it was impressive to see, and made me proud of the U.S. Armed Forces, but in foreign policy, this was an absolute mistake, and we should have completely dismantled the Venezuelan government because they were going to betray us in the future. And many people wanted to say, oh, Enforcer, why do you hate the U.S. president? Do you just hate America? Is that it? Although you literally have a patriotic song, the Armed Forces medley at the beginning of the show, along with the U.S. Star Spangled Banner every single beginning of every show. Do you hate America? Do you hate the president? Why do you hate the president? Do you have TDS? Do you not understand he's playing 4D chess? You're wrong. This was the perfect move. Well, turns out we were right. Delcy Rodriguez, who is now the president of Venezuela, which was Maduro's right-hand man, which then got promoted up to the top man, top woman actually, inside of Venezuela, has stated yesterday that they have had enough of U.S. meddling, and they're going to completely cut off relations with the United States, and they're not going to listen to anything that we want to do down there at this point. They're not going to allow the oil companies in. They're going to tell the U.S. president to go kiss their ass. Well, I mean, who would have ever thought? I mean, who would have ever
Why?
thought?
Why though? It's like now we were right. I will admit that, but it's like why would they actually go through this? I mean, it's you can pretty much bank on stupidity from the Maduro government. Also, this lady here is also part of the Maduro government. She just replaced Maduro and pretty much took the reins and did the same thing. But what leverage is she using here to say that she's had enough? It's like you don't have any leverage. You just got zapped by the discombobulator, a short while back. They took your leader. They literally have him in a jail in New York right now. It's like what are they expecting to do? It's like their military got wiped the floor with by the U.S. forces, and that wasn't even everything the U.S. has. So, I mean, I'm not really sure what she's going for at this point.
I don't even know either, but it did confirm, folks. Our analysis was dead on the nail. So for all of the people who had to come in here and cuss us out and say that we hated the president and therefore we hated America because clearly we didn't see his vision. We didn't see his vision because it was a stupid one, and it ended up being exactly what we said it was going to be, which is that the Venezuelan government turned against us at some point in the future. These people are diehard ideologues. They're not going to immediately turn tail and become friends of the United States. It doesn't matter how many times we hit them with the thingamabob, and it doesn't matter how many times we hit them with some bombs. They're going to be against the United States until the entire government is dismantled. It's an extremist socialist regime that believes in the teachings and ideas of Hugo Chavez, and they're never going to pull off from that, ever, no matter how many people we kidnap out of their government and then put them in trial in a U.S. court. That's always going to be the case. So what you would have to do, if you wanted to actually make Venezuela an American-aligned country, is that you have to go on the ground in Venezuela and you'd have to rip the whole government apart and rebuild it from the ground up. Otherwise, it's just going to keep happening. So
That's true. Also, go back to that post for a second. Go grab that picture again. People are saying, "What is she wearing?" Let me show you all
the
this real
neon
quick.
zoot suit.
She's wearing right here. She's wearing a high vis. That's what they call this in construction. This is for safety to make sure that you're very visible, so that way you don't get mistaken. She's wearing a high vis for safety. That's what it is. She's trying to make sure if the U.S. goes back in, they don't mistake her for a troop, and they know that she's the leader, so that way she gets nabbed instead of something else happening. Perhaps while the U.S. force is doing something a little bit crazy. She's trying to make sure she's safe. So that's why she's wearing that. Honestly, I didn't even know they made like neon green stuff like that. Like that's an insane color for a blazer.
I'm not gonna lie, man. One thing that she's definitely not gonna get hit by is terrorists, because she'll be able to see it coming, or they'll be able to see her coming, and they'll just dodge each other. Like it's gonna be a definite certainty with a sort of a high vis zoot suit here. But also I just got to say, folks, I mean, like I don't mean to rub this one in, but the amount of hate that we got for this one by just stating the actual foreign policy analysis instead of acting like the president's a god who can't ever do anything wrong. Where in the world's all the people who were saying that we were wrong? Where in the world are they now? Well, they're wrong. They're wrong because when you use common sense and you don't allow yourself to be goaded along by stupid political ideologies in the United States, acting like you have to agree with everything that the Republicans do or the Democrats do, you can actually see through the BS, and you can actually see whether something's a smart idea or not. And we were saying right after Maduro was taken, we were like, that was really cool that we took him, and it was a really cool military operation. But what is that going to do for us in foreign policy? Because it basically did nothing in reality. I mean, Maduro's gone, but basically now Delcy Rodriguez is just the new Maduro. And she's going to run the government the same way and do the same stuff and say the same thing. So here's the thing, folks. If we go down there and bomb them again and then we grab Delcy Rodriguez, y'all know what happens? The vice president of Venezuela now, who is under Delcy Rodriguez, then becomes the president of Venezuela, and then they do the same thing. So we just keep doing this forever. Like, we just keep going down there, bombing them, grabbing the person at the top, and we just keep doing it, and we keep seeing that the same situation appears over and over and over. That's what it's going to be. So why in the world are we going to keep doing that when we could have just done what we said would have been smart at the start, which is if we were going to make this our number one priority, why not go in, occupy the area on the ground for a short while, put in whoever we're wanting to put in, or allow the Venezuelans to have their referendum to see what they want and how they're going to set up their own government. And then once they have a government set up, we leave. That would have been the smartest thing to do instead of this, because now we're back to square one, just like Maduro was never gone.
Yeah, I would say definitely so.
I would say so. I'd say. It feels good, folks, to get analysis right. But anyways, with that, we are now going to be moving on and up into Washington, D.C. Huh? For? Oh, but anyways, a lot of people are wondering what's going to be happening next. What's going to happen next? Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
Okay, so the Venezuelan leader is saying that she's had enough of U.S. meddling, and the U.S. said we're going to go down there and use force if you refuse. So it's not going good already. It's not going good. We did see that Delcy or whatever her name is, she met with the CIA director John Ratcliffe a while back, and it looked like the CIA was sort of embedding itself inside of Venezuela, which it probably still is. But now Delcy's having second thoughts. Once she shook the hands of the CIA, she got really shaky about it, and she decided to back off, which is probably not wise. But what are your thoughts? 44% said the U.S. will have to strike again, Maduro round two, while 34% said Venezuela will comply, they're simply yapping, and 14% said it's a 50-50 chance of military action. And believe it or not, Delcy was not hit by the discombobulator. So I'm not really sure what's up with her. Apparently, she's just not very bright. So I would say that it sounds to me like the U.S. will have to strike again. There's probably a lot of pressure behind Delcy, to be perfectly honest, from other underlings in the Maduro government to reject the United States, because obviously they're not fond of U.S. interest. That's very clear. And the spirit of Maduro is still in that country. The only thing missing is Maduro himself, who's currently in jail. So nothing really changed. They just simply took the figurehead at the top and took him away. So like I said, nothing's changed. So I think the U.S. will have to strike again. But going into, do something like they did to Maduro, like nab Delcy and take her to jail, that's not going to work either, because the problem's still going to exist. Like the enforcer said, you're in an infinite loop of replacing leaders, and you get the same thing over and over with a different face. So the U.S. is going to change the strategy at this point. So I'm going to say the U.S. is going to strike again. They're going to do something. They'll have to change their strategy, somewhat to 44%. And enforcer, what say you?
Also, I'd have to say that the U.S. is going to have to strike again. And also, another thing that I'm seeing some people saying is she's just running her mouth. She's going to follow on with the United States and what we say. Well, yeah, but she's already shown at this point by saying that she doesn't like the United States, and she's probably going to be working to turn against us at some point in the future. So if she does work along with what we want right now, and that was just her making it clear she's going to betray us in the future, she's still going to betray us in the future. I think that's what a lot of people are missing here at this point, because there's no way, folks, that you can make a triangular peg fit within a square hole, or a circular one. This is a basic game here. That we have to get rid of a anti-American government for it to become a pro-American one. You can't just get rid of one guy in an anti-American government, and then everyone who hated the United States then becomes a pro-American overnight. That's just not how it works. If it did, then everyone would have done that in the past. Nobody did that in the past, because thousands of years of experience would let you know that just doesn't work. And it would be stupid to say otherwise. I'm going to just be straight up. People who are trying to make this sound like this will eventually work, probably have a pretty significant bias in wanting to believe that the president's going to be right on everything and he's playing 4D chess, when in reality, this foreign policy action was very poorly planned. The tactical actions by the special forces were done flawlessly. No one can disagree about that, and that was probably one of the most impressive military operations of this century so far. But on the foreign policy side of things, this has been an absolute disaster. We basically did nothing. And I'll be entirely honest with y'all, the reason why Delcy Rodriguez is probably saying that is because she's probably watching all of the U.S. forces slowly shift their way out of the Caribbean and on towards the Middle East, and she's going, oh, well, they're going to get tied up over there for a while. They won't be able to leverage that kind of military force against us in the future. So I'll just say this now and start getting some Chinese and Russian support if it's possible, and try and put us in a slightly better position if this happens again. That's probably where she's working off of his position right now, because if I was in their shoes and I saw that the whole U.S. military that just nabbed Maduro is now sailing off to the Middle East to go have fun over there, and they're going to be about a month away or several months away from doing anything to Venezuela again, I'd probably start making those statements myself, because I'd be going, hell, what are they going to do within the next few months? I mean, maybe China or Russia can come to my rescue, maybe, and then we'll see. So, there you go. That's why you don't do things this way, folks. Really cool special forces operation, but very bad for foreign policy. Anyways, moving on from that.
It's really a shame, though, because this is actually bad news for Marco Rubio, because he thought that maybe you'd have this job off the plate, but it turns out he might have to actually take his rightful place as Venezuelan president after all, and add that to his 12th job roster. Perhaps he might have to actually take this one up.
Yeah, he might actually have to take this one up. Appears that he sadly will not be the next Bolivar of Venezuela. But anyways, moving on from that and on up into Washington, we also got some additional statements out of Washington today. We have been able to hear that unfortunately the dollar is taking a little bit of a dip. It's reached a 4-year low. The president insists the dollar is doing amazingly, but this generally is a belief. The reason why this is happening is because there may be a large amount of countries in Europe dumping their bonds that they currently hold at the moment, and this may be leading to a significant decrease in the dollar. So once again, a direct causation to insulting our allies is that our allies actually can cause some damage. So we're currently watching that developing at the moment. Maybe that's why we ought to reconcile with the Europeans and be good friends with them like we always have been, because there's never really a situation where you can threaten your allies and treat them like garbage and then they don't eventually react. Additionally, we've also been able to hear that apparently, folks, we were also correct on another form of analysis. Something that is wildly interesting. Iran closed its airspace on the night of January 14th, and now U.S. officials said that U.S. airstrikes were planned for that time, but they were canceled due to insufficient forces, lack of a clear plan, and undefined goals. Literally.
Oh wow, that's a little bit interesting, isn't it? The night that Iran closed their airspace on the 14th, that 14th has some relevance to it. That date rings a bell a little bit. You know what else happened on the 14th?
The USS Abraham Lincoln was deployed to the Middle East.
Isn't
Holy
that fascinating?
moly.
On the same day, the U.S. called off their strikes because they said they lacked forces in the region to properly defend their bases. Guess what showed up? The aircraft carrier that we were debating the whole time. Isn't that a bit funny? We were making a ruckus on the air about not having that aircraft carrier in the region before the attacks occurred, and people were fighting us left and right and said, we don't have to have a carrier there to strike. Well, apparently the U.S. thought we really did. They thought they miscalculated because they literally called off the strikes, at least according to the report, just to get that carrier over there. So they must have heard what was happening on the internet and thought, maybe they have a point, because they were planning to do it on the 14th, and something caused them to call it off at the last second.
There were two groups, folks, of people out there. There was one group saying that an aircraft carrier isn't necessary, and then we were saying that's entirely necessary because the amount of forces that we had in the Middle East at that point really wouldn't stand a chance of defending themselves against an Iranian counterattack. So then they held off the attack that day and then ordered the carrier to start heading that way as well. So I mean, I'm just saying, folks. I'm just saying. I'm not trying to, sit here and, inflate our own egos or anything like that. But, I mean, our analysis has been pretty dead on over the past few weeks starting off this year. I mean, pretty damn good. I mean, over the course of today, we've gotten 2 major predictions of this year correct. The whole thing with how Venezuela is going to turn up after we took Maduro out of the country, and also the aircraft carrier being necessary to operations in the Middle East. We've gotten 2 of those things correct. So we're batting 2-0 at this point right now for predictions.
Also, I want to clear my name. Keep the name out my mouth. I want to clear my name. The experts were literally arguing with me on Twitter, arguing that you do not need an aircraft carrier there to do strikes, and the U.S. could just do it if they wanted to right now, and they probably would. That was what they were arguing, these so-called experts. Well, it turns out the one who's not considered the experts, which are us two here on this channel, it turns out that we actually were the ones that were right, because the U.S. determined, and they actually had the final call on it, that they had to have the carrier there, which was very wise, because if they didn't have that carrier there and they struck Iran, the odds are our bases are probably going to get overwhelmed. Also, on top of that, Israel's probably going to be caught lacking because they don't have enough air defense to combat all these cheap drones being launched to their airspace. So it was wise to bring the carrier in. But one thing I will say, I got some flack from the Iranians today, honestly, some warranted flack. They're saying, well, you should have had an aircraft carrier in the region already. And to the Iranians, I'll say, you're right. We should have had an aircraft carrier there by default. I'm not sure why we didn't have one in the region because Iran was still an ongoing threat. So I'm not sure why we didn't, but I guess it's better late than never because otherwise we'd got caught lacking without our carrier in the region.
I gotta say, and I remember, Matthew, I didn't even know about that debate, that fight that you were having on Twitter, and then you asked me, will an aircraft carrier be necessary? I was like, well, yeah, of course it would be. Who in the world would conduct an operation in the Middle East without a carrier? I was like, that's, and then I went through all the points, before we went on air, I was like, well, this is all the reasons why that would be necessary. If we don't have that, we're basically just going in half-cocked, and that would be bad, because this is what could happen. And then we just ended up being right. I mean, we ended up being right, I'm just saying it, folks, because a lot of people always want to say that, because of our age or because we actually present this in an entertaining way, and we don't present this like we're full of ourselves, that we don't know what we're talking about. But, over the course of this year, we had two major predictions. The aircraft carrier has to be there for military operations, and Venezuela is not going to turn out too well. And both of those turned out correct. Hell, maybe, folks, we ought to be considered as foreign policy advisors. So that way we could eventually get cussed out and have our reputation dragged through the mud. But maybe we
Send them the bill. Send them the bill for the analysis. Like, if they're going to run with it, like, and we're the ones who said it, does that mean we get the bill for it?
Hell, I don't know. I mean, maybe we should ultimately open up a consultancy firm for the U.S. government to where we consult them on foreign policy, maybe, because everything we've been saying, it's been coming right for good and for bad. I mean, seems like we might kind of know what's going on out there, instead of kind of just like guessworking it all. So anyways, with that in mind, though, I also saw someone say, well, you were saying that we need to force regions into the Middle East. Yes, I did. I did say that because when the Iranian protesters started to get shot, we should have generally already had some forces there. But at the same time, though, while we needed to rush forces there, we don't need to rush ourselves into getting everyone killed in the U.S. military. And that's also why we said we can conduct military operations until a carrier gets there. We also said that as well. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. If you don't believe we said that, you can go back and watch our shows. We said that word for word. But anyways, for that, it is time
also, by the way, we're not glazing. We're not glazing, folks. Like, we're just trying to clear our name. That's all. Because the reason why we go through, sometimes we'll go through these like glazing sessions here, or some people like to call it bragging sessions. It's not really to brag. It's because we get so much flack for some of these predictions sometimes from people that the people that are actually full of themselves, that call themselves experts, that want to be right on literally everything and never admit fault. They will literally come at us for our predictions, which turn out to be right a decent amount of the time. Not always, but a decent amount of the time. And they'll come at us over it. They'll argue to the ends of the earth just to tell us that we're wrong. So it's just a little matter of, I guess you should say, personal pride to like get the little advantage that we were right on something like that. To say that the experts got it wrong. It's kind of a little bit satisfying to say that.
I'm just not going to lie, folks. I kind of am glazing a little bit because we're basically our own PR department to an extent, so we kind of have to make it clear that we were right on stuff because it's absolutely insano, folks. How many people, like every single night, want to say in the live chat, or how many people want to tell Enforcer Matt on Twitter when he's putting out something that we both generally agree on as common sense, that we're just flat out wrong and we don't know what we're talking about. It's like, and then we end up about 85% of the time or 90% of the time being right on the predictions that we make because they're very grounded in common sense and reality. There's no bias in it. There's no, oh, well, I would just love to see the U.S. do this, so I'm just going to say they don't need a carrier. We make statements off of fact and off of what sounds the most reasonable and logical, and it usually ends up being correct. And I'm like, I'll 100% say at these points, like right now, today, yeah, hell yeah, we're glazing because we've gotten two major predictions, basically the only two major predictions we made this year correct so far. So it's like, if that doesn't qualify us as having a little bit of knowledge and say so on this, when literally people from publishers of major magazines and newspapers were arguing us on Twitter that we're wrong and they're supposed technical actual academic experts and they're wrong and we're right. I mean, hell yeah, we're going to be glazing over that. It's like, why not? We got to get our name out there.
Now. We're gonna open up a Krispy Kreme now. We're glazing so much. We gotta monetize it somehow. We're gonna have to open up a Krispy Kreme.
Hell yeah, man. Also, by the way, the doomsday clock moved up today to 85 seconds to midnight, which is the closest it's ever been. Oh my god!
How come nobody calls them fear mongers?
I don't know. I guess their whole thing is fear mongering. So it's like I guess they're just
have scientists in their name. Is that why they get a free pass? They don't get called fear mongers because they have scientists in the name. Call me a scientist, Matt.
We need to put on some goggles and lab coats and then walk around with some clock. And go, we're running out of time. We're running out of time. We need to do that. Maybe we'll get away with it. But anyways, moving on from that and on over into Europa, it's time for us to get to our news of the war in Ukraine and also our little bit of news out of Europe. We were able to hear that France, as a security action, is now going to be ditching Microsoft Teams and Zoom for sovereign platforms amid security concerns. France has announced that it will roll out its Visio platform across all government departments by 2027. So it appears that Microsoft will will be losing a contract with the French government because they now consider American-made equipment to be a possible security threat. So a little bit unfortunate with that. Once again, this is why we don't piss off our allies, significant relations with them usually doesn't end up well. It's not really ending up well for us right now. That's why you don't do that, If you don't believe that our foreign policy analysis is correct, seeing that we're batting 2-0 tonight, I mean, you can keep saying that we're wrong and eventually see the consequences come to rebound on you. I guess sometimes people got to learn the hard way, but we're trying to tell you all the upfront way because we care about all of you and we really care about your well-being along with ours, that, sometimes we got to back off of something like telling the French and everyone else in Europe that they're useless and pointless, because then they're going to really show who's useless and pointless, which is their relations with the United States, and then we'll end up being worse for wear for that. But meanwhile, up in Murmansk, the Russians are really bad for wear because Murmansk has been completely without power now for a straight week. And it's an emergency now. Like, it's actually a legitimate emergency. We see them trying to set back up the electrical poles.
Looks a little bit chilly out there.
Looks like that little excavator is frozen over. Now they're trying to... I gotta say, if that's what their high voltage power lines look like, no wonder they went out. I mean, this is literally a timber-framed high voltage pole. How in the world is that going to last for any period of time at all? We also got to see this clip as well from TASS, where they actually showed us the high voltage power lines that literally crumpled up like paper. And literally, for folks, an entire week, the entire city of Murmansk has been out of power. Not a single watt or volt is operating in the city right now, and the situation is dire because Murmansk is in the Arctic Circle, which is incredibly frigid and so cold that generally most of the waters in this area freeze over during the winter months. That means that these people are dealing with unbelievably low temperatures. I believe it's in like the -20 and -30 degrees Fahrenheit sort of a zone, without any heating or electricity at all at the moment. So this is an absolute disaster that's happened inside of Murmansk, and they're still working on fixing that at the moment. Meanwhile, moving us on down into Moscow, we also got to see that within the area of the Tushino neighborhood, or suburb, it appears that a electrical substation put on a show. What the kind of a substation is this?
Looks like it had a little issue.
Man, you know that meme that I'm talking about? What the kind of effing a substation is this? You know what I'm talking about, like right there?
Kinda. Maybe next time in Moscow. It looks like it happened in Moscow next time.
Man, it looks like Eurovision.
Euro Papa.
I punched someone in the face in the back of the stage. You papa, the Euro papa.
Oh man. I wonder if this is sabotage, though. I wonder if this was sabotage or was it just some type of accident. I wonder.
I don't know. Yeah, it could be either, really. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but still, a little interesting with that one. We also got to see that apparently Russia's desperate for troops. Although they're running out of money, they are offering cash bonuses and freeing prisoners and trying to lure foreigners in to replenish the troops in Ukraine. They've been doing this for a while, but the AP put it out, and I thought it'd just be funny to remind everyone that they are in the process of doing all of these things to just try and get people in the Russian army because they're generally running out of men. And it looks like they're going to be running out of men pretty quickly in the near future, because Zelensky made a statement today to the Ukrainian nation that Ukraine wants to kill 50,000 Russian soldiers a month. It's a difficult but realistic goal, according to Zelensky. The reason why they want to do that is because the quicker that they take out the Russian army, the harder it is for Russia to maintain a large enough fighting force to keep fighting the Ukrainians, the more expensive it becomes, and also, they might not be able to keep up with that in terms of the strain of equipment and manpower, considering that they're already on the ropes at the moment. So Zelensky wants to see what would roughly be about 15 brigades worth of men taken out every single month. So I think that that's actually doable for the Ukrainians, because they're already kind of getting close to that right now. So this isn't like a huge leap for them. It would not be that far off. So with that, I hope we have addressed that statement well. Kind of a little bit interesting right there. Also, you got to see that green background really gives him a presence. He looks like he's about to say,
One thing that I've learned in this war is that the weakness of the flesh is impermeable. We must eliminate more rations, more than ever seen.
Like, it's like, man,
Damn.
I mean, man, honestly, though, it kind of looks like he's about to say, it looks like he's also about to say, man, the Jedi. Like, the Jedi order. But anyways, moving on from that, we do have to get on out of that. And for a little piece of news up near Lithuania. Lithuania has reported that more balloons have flown over the border today from Belarus, and this has, of course, made them a little bit angry. And a lot of people are wondering, should NATO even bother responding to these balloons? Should we be shooting them down? And Matthew, what are people thinking about that? And what are you thinking about that as well?
All right, so more balloons have floated their way from Belarus, somehow, once again, near an airport in Lithuania. Somehow these balloons just are like airport magnets. These things just happen to go straight for airports every single time. Sort of strange with that. Doesn't sound like a smuggling balloon, because that's a bad business strategy to smuggle something near an airport, because it's going to get spotted and it's going to get taken down. So should NATO bother responding to this aggression by Belarus? 45% said yes, NATO should retaliate right now. Get it over with. While 29% said no, it's not worth an escalation, and 17% said only if it causes an accident. So the time to retaliate, in my personal opinion, has long passed. Belarus has been doing this for months. So if NATO was going to do something, that window has passed at this point. They pretty much accepted this as status quo. So to retaliate now would be a little bit silly, because they've already let this become the norm, and they should have responded a long time ago. So I'm going to say at this point, it's not worth an escalation just because they've let it happen for so long. So I'm with the 29%. Now, in my opinion, if they would have responded to this properly, they should have started firing these things out of the sky the moment they crossed the border. They should have started firing at them to send a message, and also possibly even sending balloons back into Belarus's airspace to retaliate on an even footing. But NATO didn't do that. They were too scared to do it, and now's not the time to suddenly find balls out of the blue. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to agree. It's generally too late. This has been going on for months now, and there's been no response. Responding now would be really untimely, to be entirely honest. So generally at this point, we're just going to have to let it pass, because this wasn't a large enough situation to shoot them down yet. It didn't evolve into one overnight, really. So with that, I hope that has addressed it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And moving on from that, we were able to confirm that there were major attacks being conducted into Russia overnight by Ukraine's drone and missile forces, both into the Russian heartland and also within the area of Crimea and the Russian Donbass. And we also were able to hear that there were explosions happening at the Saki airfield. We haven't been able to get any confirmation of damage at this moment, but we will be looking for it as the days pass by. Meanwhile, we did get here, unfortunately, the Russians landed a major hit onto the pipeline near to Lviv, and this will be cutting off oil to Hungary and Slovakia. Oh, no.
Look over there! It's a fire!
Ой.
Привет! Это over there.
Suki.
Suki?
Yeah, man, like suka, but like it's kind of like it's like plural, like bitch, like man. But anyways, you haven't made it to that part of Duolingo yet.
I made that part.
Yeah. Next thing we're moving on into Duolingo is swear words. Блядь, пиздеки ты нахуй. Шойгу. Это надо пропасно, блядь. Anyways. Oh, that's a good one. They'll teach you that eventually. But moving on from that and on towards the area of our location unknowns, we got some juicy ones. First, we got to see this Ukrainian Ingwar running over some mines. They did survive, but take a look at this clip. I cannot play the audio, but it's pretty wild looking. And then when they make it out of there, they actually show you all the damage that had been caused to the Ingwar, and it survived it all. That was pretty impressive, I do have to say. They were literally riding on rims, and they still made it out. Pretty impressive stuff. But moving on from that, we also got to see Pinguini. We'll have to mute the audio.
Oh, this is crazy. This is crazy.
A Russian soldier somewhere in the snow decided that penguins are a realistic reality on the front lines, and Ukrainians might not blow up a penguin. So he made his winter coat into a penguin design shape. Now, this did not help him. He would get obliterated and atomized at the end of the clip, but we did get to see his little penguin outfit before that happened.
Oh my
It's
God, look at
Pinguini.
that.
Like,
Look at that. That's insane. That's insane. A Russian dressed up as a penguin. Look, he's even walking like one.
What the hell is this?
I don't even know.
They're eating shit off of a shovel. I mean, that's something
That's a
else.
little like Taco Bell.
It kind of did, actually. It looked like one of those quesadillas. Now they're showing a Russian street.
Oh crap!
He's
There
just-
he goes.
Oh, look, it's the Greenland.
Oh, it's the meme.
It's
the meme.
Greenland.
And the penguin set off for the 500-kilometer journey to the mountains, out into oblivion.
The cameraman said if he brought him back, it wouldn't matter. He'd set off again.
Oh man!
Now I can't show anything beyond this part of the clip.
Yikes!
because little Pinguini here gets turned into Linguini in a minute, so I can't show you all that part. Clearly, a penguin disguise doesn't work because penguins are not indigenous to the fields of Ukraine, and also penguins are not 5 feet tall. So this whole deal didn't really work out for him. But it appears that this Russian tried to cosplay in his final moments, which was very interesting, to say the least. We also got to see the Russian casualty report over the past 24 hours, which he was included in. And the numbers were somewhat lower today, but 899 drones shot down is the 8th highest daily loss, and submarines is a total of 2 since December 16th, and is still a typo. But over the past 24 hours, we did get to see that 820 Russian soldiers were wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, including a little Pinguini, along with 3 APCs, 190 supply trucks, 1 main battle tank, 47 artillery pieces, 899 drones, and 2 MLRSs. All in all, not a bad day for the Ukrainian armed forces. And moving us on towards the front lines, we did get to see another unfortunate occurrence as the Russian Federation directly attacked a passenger train in the Kharkiv area, resulting in 4 dead within this rail car that was directly hit. We don't really know what it was hit by, but whatever it was strong enough and the fire burned hot enough that you can actually say that it warped the central part of the railroad passenger car that was being used. And from what we understand, there are dozens more that were severely wounded in this attack as well. This is a war crime and also a crime against humanity to conduct this form of an attack, once again showing that the Russian Federation is conducting acts of terror against the Ukrainian populace to try and put them into enough fear that they end the war through fear alone, due to the barbarity that the Russians are conducting against innocent people. Moving on out of that clip and on into the front lines themselves, now it's time to show y'all those Russians who got it pretty bad today. You know, I always find it a little bit funny, folks. I wanted to show a couple of these clips today about what the Russians are doing in Ukraine, because there's always a little crowd that comes in here and they go, how dare you say that the Ukrainians are doing good on taking out the Russian army? Aren't you ashamed? Isn't that a terrible thing to say? And no, it's not. The Russian army and those very people who are getting taken out on the front lines are the very same people, whether they want to be there or not, who are conducting attacks on Ukrainian citizens and causing the massacre of hundreds, if not thousands, of innocents per year, men, women, and children all together. Not only that, who knows what unspeaking atrocities we cannot confirm that are going on behind the front lines right now. In liberated areas in the north of Ukraine, just in the first month of the war, there were endless amounts of atrocities that were uncovered and well and truly documented at that very first part of the war. Considering that the Russians have occupied the southern part of Ukraine for 4 years, who knows what these Russians who quote-unquote don't want to be there are doing to these innocent people behind the lines, which we already know that it's things that are unspeakable and we could not even mention on YouTube. So to be entirely honest with y'all, I, for one, don't really have that much sympathy on invading forces, and I'd have to say the simple answer to it is if y'all didn't want to see that happening, the Russians shouldn't have invaded Ukraine. You know, bad things happen to bad countries and bad actors. That's just basically how it ends up happening. But in the Kupiansk area, we did get to see some Russian forces getting hit by the 3rd Heavy Mechanized Brigade. Let's take a little gander. Oh? What the hell? Bro, they flipped over a tank in a plane!
How the hell do you do that?
Dude, it's perfectly flat here. How did they do that? I don't even know. I have never seen anything like this, folks. Oh, there's
also, by the way, DWRB throwing a super chat said, I'm insulted by the Taco Bell comment. I'm literally eating it right now. Honestly, I don't like Taco Bell that much, but for some reason I did get a hankering for it, like after I mentioned it. If for some reason, as unhuman as it is to eat it off the shovel, for some reason it was kind of appetizing. I don't know why.
Also, I like Taco Bell, me personally. I don't think it's too bad. Like, it's not like gourmet, but it's pretty decent, especially for the cost.
Oh, nothing's gourmet. Look at this goober over here. So let's see here. The real meat eaters. That's an appropriate name for you, buddy. They said, don't be insulted. These guys laugh at their own lame jokes. Well, I mean, you call yourself the real meat eaters. So, I mean, come on. Come on.
The real question is, what kind of meat are you eating?
We don't ask questions like that.
I mean, well, well, we don't, but that time we make an exception.
He's not eating that ground beef. Let's put it that way.
I think that guy's eating. I think the guy's eating something else right there. I'd have to say. But anyways, moving on from that in that clip, we are now going to be moving on down the front and into the area of Bakhmut, as we also get to see some Russians retreating from the front. After we saw a little pinguini, we got to see a tiger. Let's take a look.
Всем привет. Второй день наш.
This guy lives in bass boosted. Добрый день, это на утро. Like, it's like, okay, cool, dude.
Вот он,
Oh, look,
тигр,
chestnut.
настоящий, весь
A
израненный,
tiger.
но двигается, молодец.
And
Отлично.
then we got this guy, and then we got this guy coming out of the woods like he just escaped Diddy right here.
Вот от этого тигра, чуть-чуть раненый, который, блин.
Slightly wounded, damn it.
Двигаемся, двигаемся. Потихоньку. Всем тяжело, сложно.
This guy sounds like he's like freaking zooted out of his
Холодно,
mind.
но тем не менее.
Man.
Должны дойти.
As you can see, we're out here and we're spotting tigers in the woods. It's really crazy. We're about to move. We're moving. We're moving.
Bro, this guy's out here going, I have to tell you that we almost died up there on the front lines. Real warriors here. We're about to have to move out of the way. It's like, damn, dude. It's like, where'd your soul go? It's like, bro, it's like, man, tough for him. But anyways, moving on down and into the Konstantinivka area, we also get to see, oh, apparently that's a little spicy. We also get to see them capturing Russian forces. Now, this isn't spicy. Oh, the rock music ensues. Muted. We're seeing them hopping through the window here. Ooh, look at that nice M4 that he's got right here. So nice. With a flashlight and everything.
I'm hearing it. I'm hearing it right now. That sound that they talk about the discombobulator hitting people with, I'm literally hearing it. That high-pitched little whine. I don't know where the hell that's coming from, but it's coming from somewhere.
We got the analysis too good. They said they're making us look bad. Hit them with a briar. Like, it's like...
Scramble their brains, lower the IQ, lower it down a little lower, a little bit lower.
Next time we're on air, you're going to hear Matthew and me going, what's benevolent me? Like,
maybe we'll get hired then.
yeah, like maybe we'll actually get a contract job. Oh boy. But anyways, you see them taking the prisoners here after they cleared the building, of course.
I don't know what is making that racket. That's the second night in a row I've heard that sound right there. I'll have to leave this up to the audience. I don't think I'm getting any more stupid. I think I'm staying at the same level I was at. So I'm not sure if it's the discombobulator. It's something though, like some high-pitched little whining sound or something like that. It's out of the blue. It sounds like almost like the router or something like that over there. Like I'm not sure what's going on with that, but it's like a little high-pitched little like ultrasonic sound or something, like right at the tip of my hearing range.
Matthew, what year is it?
Like what do you mean?
What year is it?
2026.
What's your name?
My name is Jeff.
Oh no, everyone, they got him. Well, I can't ask that question. Some people are going to go irate at that one. I was about to do like the typical like medical question, who's the president of the United States? But that'd probably get a lot of people going. So we better skip that one. But anyways, we also get to see the Russians moving to Pokrovsk by the dead light. Доброе утро, блядь, трон! It's like, oh! That little buddy's getting close.
Oh.
Who the hell is this? Bro, is this Jimmy Durant? Man! What the? We got Pipsqueak out here driving the Lada Niva. Man!
Oh!
Ooh!
Burn that clutch! Burn it! Drive to the fire like a moth to the flame. Man, he's like that. Have y'all seen that meme? Have you seen that meme, by the way, of that tweaker in that car getting pulled over by the police, and he was like zooted out of his mind, and the police were like, "What's wrong with you, sir? Are you okay?" He's like, "It's just a car. It's just a car." He's like going crazy. This guy's like that tweaker.
Man, I saw one meme recently, man, where it was like some guy got pulled over, and he said, "Oh, hello, officer. What you pulled me over for?" And the guy said, "Oh, hey, how are you doing?" Stop sign. Like, he did that. And he's like, oh man, well look at this guy. He's absolutely in a panic. Sounded like he
Damn.
smacked his tailbone on the seat. He went, like, listen.
Man, that was that hurt real bad when it's like really muffled, but yeah, it's like it has some spirit behind it. Like, he really got hurt. That was barely even audible.
Bro, he went, he sounded almost like he's about to do a Squidward. Like he's about to
Yeah, that man is hurting.
Oh, man. Also, by the way, Matthew, since you're taking those little Russian lessons, do you know what this says down here at the bottom? Like, can you at least pronounce it?
I hadn't got to that level in Duolingo yet.
Oh, okay. So this is the D, this is the V, and this is
Oh,
the A.
that's
So
the
this
D. Oh,
this is the D. Right, no,
all right.
but this top part says dva, and then the bottom part says mayora. So if you just want to know, if you learn the Cyrillic alphabet, Matthew, the entire Slavic language family group is very easy to read at that point. It's very interesting, actually. It's basically like the Latin alphabet for them. But anyways, we also got to see in the Pokrovsk area that some Russians were getting hit a little bit too spicily. We also got to see the 4th Ranger Regiment of the Ukrainian Special Operations Forces taking out some drones.
FPV, пацаны!
FPV, бля. Да.
Look out, guys! It's an SPV.
Чую.
So,
I hear
Бачу.
the devil now sees the drone.
I see it. I'm bringing it back to hell with me. Oh! Get it, boy!
Man, they're unleashing on the drone like Cletus on his farm.
Honestly, man, it sounds like that. They're like, I don't know what the hell that thing is. Open fire, baby. It's like,
Look, it's a geese.
man, that thing's a damn gooses. Huh. Yes. But you can also hear the other devil in the distance saying, "I'll have your soul." Like it's like, man. Oh man, I love it. The Oh boy. Oh,
Damn, something just went off.
that's the end of that clip. But one hell of a clip to see, that's for sure. Moving us all the way down the front, because the Zaporizhia front was largely inactive today from what we could tell, and on down into the area of Kherson. We got to see the Ukrainians hitting some supply trucks in the 118th. Take a little gander at this. Oh, like they put subtitles over them.
Wow.
Sadly, I can't read Russian that well, but we can see them getting hit anyways. Crispy cream.
Also, by the way, we can't show this on the air, but it looks like a new clip is now circulating of the Russians abusing one of their own, and it's a clip. Honestly, this is horrific. The Russians are reaching new lows here with messing with their own soldiers. I ain't even seen the POWs get treated like this. They're treating these conscripts like they're just wow, like that's a doozy there. I can't even describe what's going on, but just to say the least, the Russians are getting worse with mistreating their soldiers. That's to say the least.
Well, I can try and describe it in a way that will not be issue with YouTube. It basically, folks, to describe it, if y'all know anything about the crucifixion of St. Peter, it's basically that. Like, that's maybe the best way I can describe it. But
That's
anyways,
not all that happened. That was just the beginning of it.
Oh, the bled. But moving on from that, it is time for us to move on out of the front lines and up into the area of Kyiv, where we have the speech from the President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky. And this news segment tonight was long, folks. It was an hour and a half. Well, 2 hours and a half, actually. That is long bled. Well, it's time for us to get to this speech. Zhelovny Ukraini Ukrainsky. Ukrainsky. And so, without further ado, here's the speech. Speech!
Шановні українці, українки, сьогодні активний день дипломатичної роботи. Щойно я говорив з Кіром Стармером, прем'єром Британії. Сьогодні ж були у мене розмови з прем'єром Норвегії та канцлером Австрії. Я хочу подякувати за підтримку. Дуже щира цікавість, що у перемовинах з Америкою та російської сторони наші команди працюють активно сьогодні. Якраз ми з урядовцями та командою Офісу президента працювали із документом щодо відбудови. Я сподіваюся, що наші партнери так само ставляться до завдань. Чіткі гарантії безпеки для України та всієї Європи, абсолютно чіткі зобов'язання і можливості для відбудови України та, звісно, реальні можливості достойно закінчити цю війну. Зараз жодних сумнівів не може бути ні у кого в світі. Що це за війна, хто її почав, чому війна досі триває. Всі розуміють, що це російська війна. І відповідальність також російська, щоб війну закінчити. І тиск на Росію має бути. І ми зараз отримуємо хороші сигнали з Європи щодо готовності європейців більш активно тиснути на агресора. Дуже важливо, щоб це був тиск, зокрема, на танкерний флот Росії, на всю інфраструктуру російського експорту нафти. Це дуже допоможе нам усім в Європі, якщо російські доходи будуть обрізані ще більше. Вже бачимо колосальні нові проблеми у агресора з федеральним бюджетом, а також з інфляцією, з економічними показниками. Це все хороші, правильні сигнали для того, щоб мир все ж таки настав. Чим для Росії складніше, тим мир ближче. Говорили з прем'єром Британії, зокрема, про ці удари, про потребу захисту нашої держави і людей. Сьогодні в Одесі протягом дня рятувальні роботи, розбір завалів. Після російського удару 52 ударні дрони саме проти міста, багато проти центру Одеси, район навколо привозу. Жодних військових об'єктів там не було, немає. І фактично усі мішені російських шахедів – це звичайні будинки. Проста цивільна інфраструктура. Жорсткий був удар. Більшість дронів вдалося збити, але, на жаль, не всі. 3 людини загинули. Мої співчуття рідним і близьким. Майже 50 людей звернулись по допомогу. І це один удар по одному місту. Напередодні був ще російський удар по енергетиці Харкова, удар РСЗВ, реактивні системи залпового вогню. Значні були пошкодження, відновлення буде максимально швидким, настільки, наскільки це можливо. Я хочу відзначити нашу ДСНС України, і Укренерго, і Харківобленерго, усіх фахівців, які працюють, щоб стабілізувати цю ситуацію. Кожен, хто працює зараз, заради стійкості України, працює на те, щоб життя, як таке, перемагало. Хочу також подякувати всім, хто працює і в Києві, і на Київщині, в Запоріжжі, на Дніпровщині, Сумщині, Чернігівщині, в усіх областях, в усіх громадах після ударів. Був також удар росіян по газовій інфраструктурі у західній частині нашої держави, але всюди є наша допомога, всюди є робота заради життя і людей. Я дякую кожному, хто допомагає тим, хто поруч. Я дякую всім, хто б'ється заради України, як заради самого себе. Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
And with that, my fellow Ukrainsky Ukrainki, it is time for us to move on and into the second segment of this stream, where we get
Do you love it though? Do you love it though? When Zelensky's speech comes on, the bots can't hold back. Like the bots will restrain themselves the entire stream. Like they're just raring to go. They're having to fight the urge to get on the keyboard. But once Zelensky shows up on the screen, the bots just can't hold back anymore. They just give in. They just go crazy with the keyboard. All kinds of stuff, accusing Zelensky of being an addict, accusing him of being all kinds of stuff. The bots just can't hold back. The moment he gets on the screen, they go berserk.
Man, like honestly, man, like Zelensky is almost like an activation for sleepers or something like that. He gets on, it's like
fire truck, blue, 40,
and they're like, drug user, cocaine. it's like. Oh man, I tell you, the bots are as addicted to calling Zelensky a cocaine user as they're hypothetically even claiming that he is. I mean, it's ironic, honestly. It's kind of crazy. But you know, I gotta say, folks, it's been one hell of a night. Once again, we've had 124,000 people watch the news so far, and we are just starting to get into the question segment right here, folks. And we are, of course, going to be getting into that as quickly as we can, because our news segment has gone overtime by about an entire 30 minutes, well, really more so 40 minutes, and if we're being realistic here, because the news segment's really only supposed to be about an hour and 40 minutes long, it's pretty much gone overtime by about a full hour. So we've got to get on into those questions. And Matthew, what do we got?
All right. So jumping right back into our super chat questions first, we do have a $50 support from none other than Ross Nib. And thank you very much, Ross, for that very generous support once again. And we do appreciate that because that does help to keep the channel running while I fight for my life over here. But thank you very much, Ross, for that support once again. And we do appreciate that. He said, "Hey, fellows, and it would be lost without your excellent daily summary and analysis of global news." And thank you for that. He said, "In the absence of the Ayatollah, who do you reckon will step in and take up support of Iran's proxy forces in the Middle East in LSA?"
And long live the Lee Spring Army, Ross. And that is a great question. And I would generally say probably nobody, because a lot of the proxy groups are specifically geared towards being anti-Israeli and anti-American. And while that would seem to get a lot of people on board wanting to fund them, there's not really that many people who want to do that these days in the Middle East, because a lot of the countries like Iraq, Kuwait, Jordan, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, and Oman, even mostly the Yemeni government, they fall within the American security assurance sphere, meaning that it would be bad juju for them to support a group that would be anti-Israeli or anti-American, because they basically be supporting and funding groups that are damaging the very group that they're in. So no one really would support them or fund them if Iran fell. Generally, the region would enter a relative era, at least for now, of stability. It might not last that long, but at least for now, the armed and funded groups, which are pretty much all Iranian, like al-Nusra, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis, they would pretty much start to disappear over the next few months or years, because they would start running out of money, because no more money would be coming in, and they would start running out of weapons. And I don't really think China would be that apt to support any of them, because if China started to directly support these groups with direct support, that would start to turn a lot of Middle Eastern countries against further Chinese ambitions within the area. So I would say they'd probably eventually shrivel up and disappear, because there's a lot of groups that have also done that already in the past. There's a very famous one, which actually was the predecessor to Hamas, which was called the Fatah, spelled Fattah, or basically how someone from New Jersey calls their dad, Father. But beyond that, it was actually funded by Nasser, who was the dictator of Egypt, and Anwar Sadat, who was the next major leader of Egypt, basically didn't support them at all. But Nasser, who hated the Israelis, actually funded this group inside of the Gaza Strip called the Fatah. And that group was literally just Hamas back in the 1950s and 60s, with 1950s and 60s era weaponry that was generally provided by the Soviets to the Egyptians, and then the Egyptians would use that to then provide the Israelis. So some groups like that, like for example, once Nasser's government was generally ousted, or he, I think, died. I'm not really sure which one it was. But once Nasser's government was no longer, the Fatah basically just disappeared, because there was nobody funding or arming that group to keep them going, because it requires external support for groups like these to function. And so they just literally disappeared.
Are you sure, though? Because you have to think about the changes happening in the region right now. Remember all those oil fields that are being seized right now inside of Syria. Remember that. That little situation's happening. Also, by the way, remember, there's some oil states out there. I won't name them, as I don't want to lob accusations of people without being able to prove it for a fact. But there's been some allegations out there that some of these oil states, which are very wealthy because they have a lot of oil in their country, might maybe be a little sympathetic to those groups a little bit. So I don't think their funding would shrivel up altogether. Now, I think they would be more limited. Also, they wouldn't have a central command, because Iran basically serves as a central command point for these proxy groups. So they would be a little less organized. But at the same time, though, I think they would largely get funding from possibly some of that oil they're seizing right now, and also maybe from some of these other states that are sympathetic.
That's possible. That's possible. But generally, I don't think most of them will want to support them, because, you wouldn't really want to get onto the bad side of the United States, especially if you're in the
Well, they're willing
security.
to harbor them.
What, who? Qatar?
There's some countries out there that like to harbor some of these proxy group leaders. It seems like they might be a little more sympathetic than you think.
Like who?
I won't name them specifically, but you have an idea.
Qatar?
I don't know, possibly, maybe.
Well, yeah, but they only housed them because of a treaty. I mean, and because they accepted to be the middle ground to hold them. I mean, that doesn't mean they love them or hate them. That just means they are trying to decrease the tensions between Israel and Hamas, so they let them live in exile in Qatar. It wasn't really like Qatar was like, yeah, I'm going to take them in to allow them to lead their revolution on. That was more so a position of, well, the U.S. is negotiating as a third party to have them put here, and we'll put them here. So I wouldn't really say that they're exactly supporting them that way. Because, that would be like saying Switzerland supported Al Qaeda because some Swiss banks had bank accounts connected to Al Qaeda back in the day.
I don't know. I think personally, I think there's some groups in the Middle East that are a little unexpected that may be aligned on paper with the United States that may have an interest in keeping some of those groups going. Because you have to remember, ideology is very strong. And while some of these countries aren't necessarily openly supporting activities like that, behind the scenes, they might be, like I said, sympathetic to it. And they might do some things under the table that could perhaps keep those groups alive. Because you got to imagine, if it tends to align with your ideology, you would hate to see a group like that just disappear because it's very hard to get one of those groups back off the ground again. So you never know. They might feel desperate.
I don't know. I think a lot of them would actually look at the disappearance of these groups as being good for business. Because, like a lot of these countries are shifting towards tourism-based economies because they generally believe that their oil resources are going to dry up in the future. So what better way to encourage tourism than to not have terrorist groups all over the region?
Yeah, you would think so, but you got to remember, ideology is strong. Does it make sense for example, for Iran to drive their country down the toilet by supporting proxies instead of, getting along with people in the region? Absolutely not. But an ideology drives them to do stupid things.
But, Iran's an exception, though. I mean, nobody really is like Iran
Are
in the
they?
Middle East. Oh, yeah. I mean, like outside of the Iranian proxies, they're the exception.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, Lebanon's government, Lebanon doesn't seem to exactly have their stuff together. They don't seem to be an exception because look at Lebanon's government. They literally have, what is it, Hezbollah members on their parliament or whatever they have.
But who funds Hezbollah? The Iranians.
But also at the same time, they get a lot of help in Lebanon too.
Well, I mean, not that much. I mean, there's not really I mean, Lebanon's like dirt poor. I mean, that's basically like Detroit of the Middle East. It's just like, who in the world's going to help them out in the Detroit of the Middle East?
I don't know. I just think I just have a gut feeling that there's going to be more folks that are sympathetic than we think. Because if Iran goes away and they're not supporting these groups, then the groups will die off unless they get external funding. I do agree with you on that. I think that's the whole reason why some unsuspecting parties might show up and fund those groups more than they already have, just to keep them around, I think.
Are you trying to say that the Syrian interim government might try to support these groups to keep the tensions going, considering that they seem to be very benevolent to the ISIS forces currently in the region?
What do you think?
Well, I'm thinking it might not be the case because one thing that is very interesting, folks, is that Jolani doesn't really seem to have that much of a bad bone in him against Israel. And generally these groups, Hamas and Hezbollah particularly, they are pretty much directed solely at Israel. And if you notice, Matthew, Jolani's foreign policy has been very friendly and amicable towards Israel. They allow them to use Syrian airspace. They allow them to use their airspace to shoot down incoming drones and missiles. They generally have a pretty decent sort of a running relation, at least in foreign policy, like blatantly clearly with Israel. And also another thing that I want to point out is that so far historically, ISIS has never conducted an attack on Israeli soil. So I'm just saying, I'm not trying to get into like any greater conspiracies here on this one, but I'm just saying, I mean, I think they might not actually be that adamant on funding and supporting these groups because I don't really think that these fall within Syria's potential interests, possibly.
Maybe, possibly, but you have to remember though, like the way you have to function. Like for example, this guy here is trying to pull the wool over everybody's eyes. Like Jolani, at this point, most people would agree he does not seem to be in Western interest. I think that's becoming very clear at this point. So if you're trying to deceive somebody, you would naturally want to keep yourself small before you had the chance to strike, and that might be what he's doing with Israel. He's trying to keep himself basically a non-threat to Israel, so that way he can build up his influence, also his forces and things like that, and also it solidifies position inside of Syria before he eventually strikes. That could be a strategy he's using right there, because that's what they typically do. They remain small, they look non-threatening, then all of a sudden they're a huge threat out of the blue.
I mean, maybe. I mean, it's possible, but I don't know. I feel like, and also that's why I said relative stability, because who knows, something could happen in the future. I mean, for now, though, I think that the Syrian government would be in such a weak position, they probably won't fund any of them. So they probably dissipate into almost non-existence by the time they ever got funded again. That's at least what I think. But I think for now, if the Iranian government collapsed, nobody's really going to come in to take the reins of those proxy groups in the Middle East. I think they'd largely just disappear. But I do thank you for the support, Ross, and I hope that you enjoyed our discussion on that, because it was a very interesting one indeed. And also, I see some people saying, "Please don't trash talk Detroit." Oh, look, y'all, it's a butt of jokes. I mean, like, I'm just hopping on the bandwagon here. Detroit's been a joke for decades. I mean, before it even completely fell apart in the early 2000s, it was a butt of jokes here in the United States. It's not that I have anything against Detroit or the people of Detroit. It's just that it's a running joke in this country, and I'm not one to break tradition. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
All right. So our next one here is going to go to none other than, let's see here. This one goes to Rick Galenchin. And thank you very much, Rick, for that $40 support. And we do appreciate that very much, all the way from Canada. And thank you very much for being our Canadian viewer. And he said, also, Canadian viewers, actually, not just the one Canadian viewer, but we have multiple. But Rick said, thanks for all you guys do, and take one from the chat.
And thank you so much for enjoying what we do, Rick Galichin, and thank you for always supporting the channel and helping it to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a humongous thanks to you so much once again, and we will make sure to take one from the live chat in your honor. So, Matthew, what do we got?
So this live chat question goes to Nick. He said, do you guys think that airstrikes will be enough to get regime change? And on my side of that, I would say airstrikes alone will not be enough to get regime change. I think that's clear because we saw during the 12-day war, the airstrikes did not cause the government to collapse. And honestly, it's not realistic to expect that to cause the government to collapse. Airstrikes simply strike strategic targets usually, and it hurts the military, but the government stays in power. So in my book, in my theory, the airstrikes would give the protesters, who are all still stirred up, and now they're even angrier than ever because a whole bunch of their friends and family have been wiped out by the sick regime, at least 20 to 30,000 or possibly even more than that. So the airstrikes will destabilize the IRGC just enough to take the focus away from the protesters and take the IRGC and put them into defensive mode, trying to keep their country from getting attacked by all these different airstrikes. So it may give the protesters the break they need to go in on the ground themselves and take their own government over and let the Iranians exact that change. That's my theory. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that, in my opinion, I don't think the airstrikes will bring about a complete government change. There always has to be forces on the ground to really bring that into being, because if you bomb them long enough and then you declare the air campaign a success and then you stop, whoever's left alive is just going to crawl back out of the ground and just basically restart normal government operations until we bomb them again. So you would have to go in on the ground to actually see a complete regime change. So what the smartest thing to do in this sort of a situation, if that's what we're looking for right now, considering that most of the protesters are dead and basically they're all looking at it as the U.S. left them to die and threw them under a bus, we'd have to do all the work on the ground at this point. So we would have to conduct a significant airstrike campaign, probably for months, to basically completely remove any resistance possible in Iran once we make it there, and then just start airdropping guys into the country to hold key areas until we can generally start a large majority of the major areas, military bases, and complexes, and then that'll allow for the proper groundwork to prepare a new government, an interim government, to take charge and then start running the country and transition it into whatever new form of government it would be from there. So,
oh wow! So you're in favor of a U.S. invasion of Iran?
Not really, but I mean, if you're looking for a regime change, which was the question, that would be like the surefire way to see a regime change succeed.
Me personally, I would personally be in favor of not having U.S. troops on the ground inside of Iran in any form. I say let the Iranian people do it. The Iranian people are at the point where they're willing to do something like take over the government, and they have every right to. I mean, the regime is oppressing people. So if the government's not serving the people inside of Iran, then the people, if they're enabled, they can take the government over and rid the West of that threat. So I say let them do it. That if we eliminate enough of the IRGC threat, that gives the protesters the break they need to get that done. And that's what they wanted to do originally. So I would say let the U.S. stay out of it. I don't personally like the look of invading or trying to send forces in any form whatsoever inside of Iran. I think that would have a bad look to it.
It would have a bad look to it, but also you're looking at protesters that have been completely demoralized. They won't even get out of their apartments at this point to protest. They just scream from their balconies. If they're that scared to go out in the streets, why in the world would they then be brazen enough to take violent action against their government and overthrow it?
Because at this point, if you start like here would be the idea: the U.S. would be airstriking the IRGC targets. So the IRGC they can't focus on putting down protesters at that point because they're fighting for their life. At that point, they're trying to fight the United States from wiping out their whole force. So they can't focus on the protesters. So now imagine this: what more motivation could you have at this point than your family members have just gotten slaughtered in the streets? I mean, these people aren't demoralized; they're just waiting for the right moment to strike again. These people are going to go for it when they get the chance. They have every reason to go for it. So if the U.S. gives them the break they need, I think they'll finish the job for us.
I don't know, man. I mean, like 30,000 dead. I mean, that's a pretty significant force. I mean, that many Russians die in Ukraine a month, and that many died in like a week or two. They're so scared they don't even get out of their house, and they still don't have any guns. So unless we're planning on conducting some sort of a large operation still once again on the ground to arm these people and then create some sort of a zone to train them in where they're not going to be attacked in the meantime, there really isn't any way of like for them to just overthrow the government with their bare hands because they've already shown that to be the case right now. Because if there's any resistance against them that's armed, they're going to fail again. So that's definite at this point. We can airstrike as many people as many IRGC members and government officials that we would want in Iran. But the problem is that whoever is left alive that would want to overthrow the government, once they make it back out in the streets again, those people, the IRGC and the besieged, might just come out and start shooting them again. They're still unarmed.
Possibly so. I did hear some U.S. senators today sort of advocating for the idea of arming the protesters. It's just, I'm not sure how they're planning on doing that because, of course, it's going to be a little bit logistically hard to get guns into the country to give to the Iranian protesters. But I mean, I think we discussed before, they can't really airdrop them because the air defense is going to catch the plane. So that's going to be a problem. Smuggling them in, that's an option too. But I'm sure the Iranians are on high alert for that, I'd imagine. So I'm not sure how they would arm the Iranian populace to rid themselves of the regime, but it seems a little bit tricky. I just think that they would still go for it, though, if the U.S. did their job properly on the airstrike front and gave them a break and took the IRGC's focus away from the protesters. I think the protesters would come back out.
I think you'd have to arm them first. Like you'd have to arm them and somehow train them to some extent because arming them is one thing and with no training, a gun is basically useless. So you'd have to also train them to some degree to work with each other. And then that would work, but I mean that would take a lot of preparatory action. I mean, we're talking about that would take like months to even get close to getting off the ground from where we're at right now. To get them armed and trained.
I don't think they're doing months worth of planning. I don't think so because I mean the fact that we didn't have an aircraft carrier in the region that indicates a lack of long-term planning. So if there was any chance of that happening, I think long-term planning is gonna be out the picture for that one.
Yeah, I mean that's true. But then again, at that point, you're back to just conducting airstrikes, and the protesters can't do anything because they're not armed. So if you wanted to see the government overthrown completely, you'd have to go in on the ground with the U.S. troops and physically do that. Otherwise, there's not a lot that they can do. Because outside of getting out in the streets and holding up candles and singing Kumbaya, there's not really a lot that these people can do because they can't shoot back at the government because they don't have guns in Iran.
What about close air support for the protesters?
That could start to get into significant collateral. Like, and also on top of that, there's no real friend or foe identifiers down there. It's basically just someone having to look through like a FLIR pod and basically go, that kind of looks like Besiege, and then hitting them, and then it might not be the Besiege, it might actually be the people we're supporting. Then we've created loads of collateral, and then that's going to get people enraged. So that would be pretty tough to do as well. Because
what about taking the Ayatollah into custody, taking him into custody, and then maybe that'll cause a problem with the RGC having any type of like solidified leadership, and that maybe they won't know what to do at that point.
Maybe, but probably the other mullahs would then just kind of take charge and kind of make like a council until they could get a new supreme leader, and then they just put him in. They might do that. So then like the confusion would only last temporarily, but they probably pick a new Ayatollah pretty quickly at that point because it would be an emergency. So they just pick the best guy out of the group and just immediately send him up to the top. So I don't know. I mean, honestly, unless if we're willing to actually spend some time cultivating some armed resistance on the ground, you basically have to go in and do it by hand. Otherwise, there's no way to do it in a quick timetable like we're talking about right now.
Interesting. Also, by the way, I did ask the question to the audience. Everybody was saying poll, poll. So I ran a poll on it. I said, are you in favor of U.S. forces going into Iran on the ground to overthrow the Iranian regime? 57% are in favor of it. So it looks like most people are on the enforcer side on this question. And 42% said no. And I would still say no, personally. I just think that would be a bad look, because you have to remember that the sentiments for the United States inside of Iran is not just limited to the government. Like, there are some people that would like the return of the Shah, but there's also a lot of people that would not like the United States to get directly involved in their country like that. So while they do want to be freed from the Ayatollah, I'm not sure if they're really going to welcome U.S. forces into their country like that. They may accept it in the short term, but they're not going to be welcome. Let's just put it that way. I don't think so. And also, it has a bad look too, because I mean, it looks like the United States is basically once again overthrowing a country, which we prefer to avoid that look if we could avoid it. To be perfectly honest, because it has a bad look to it, to other countries in the region that don't like the United States, and that could lead to resentment in the population. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say in this situation, I don't really think a lot of people would be against U.S. intervention on the ground if it was necessary. And also considering that we've waited so long that the protesters are completely demoralized to even go out on the streets, and a lot of them are dead, and a lot of them are still being killed daily. We really made it into a situation where there's not really a way to get that going on the ground, because even if they were unarmed back a couple of weeks ago, there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions of them in the streets across the country, and that alone gave them the advantage of numbers. And if we had just dropped, say, one bomb somewhere in the country in most major cities, that would have been enough to send a lot of those people into just overwhelming violence, where they would have just overpowered the Iranian government in sheer numbers. But now we've allowed for a lot of them to get killed, which has put the remainder in fear, and they're now all in hiding and hoping that they're not going to be the next to be summarily executed. So they're living in fear. They're heavily demoralized. There really isn't a way to take advantage of a group like that on the ground and get them to get the ball rolling again, because basically the ball's been stopped with them at this point. So either you'd have to spend a lot of time arming them and training them to prepare for some form of armed resistance on the ground that then could be supported by U.S. action, or if we're talking about an immediate situation, which is what this dictates, which is immediate and fast action, the U.S. would basically have to conduct most, if not all, of the actions at this point on the ground and in the air above Iran. So I would say that at this point, while I wouldn't be a big fan of it, if you wanted to see that the regime was overthrown, at this point, the only viable way forward with that would be ground and air operations.
Yeah, me personally, I would devise a way to get the goal done without having to send U.S. forces on the ground. I would personally do that, because I think that while we may eventually achieve the goal of getting the Ayatollah up out of there and removing that sick regime that just got done slaughtering their own people to stay in power, we may achieve that goal in the short term by putting troops on the ground. But I think we're going to create a problem, because the people are going to get resentful of the United States being in their country and meddling in it. That's just the way it works. Like in the Middle East, the U.S. goes in, it creates resentment. Nobody wants to see the USA there. They may want the Shah back, like I was saying, but they don't want the U.S. To have military in their country and basically taking the thing over. That's what it's going to look like to the Iranian people. So it's going to create a problem. Is then there's going to be resentment, and then that's going to put the new leader in Iran in jeopardy long term. It's probably going to create resistance movements, because they're going to be saying the U.S. basically is interfering in our government inside of Iran, and it's going to create a problem long term for keeping whoever is going to take power in power.
Yeah, but I mean, at the same time, though, that's the U.S. approach in Venezuela, and that's already come back to bite us in less than 3 weeks. Is trying to devise a way to where troops don't go in on the ground, but we achieve everything, and that usually leads to inadequate results, like in Venezuela. So I would say that that probably would be the same thing inside of Iran. I think, like, especially considering, once again, the protesters are not armed, and there's no way to arm them and train them enough, even at a crash course, to get them to do anything in a very short amount of time, because all of them are in hiding at this point, and they're still unarmed, and they're still untrained. You would have to do something on the ground. I mean, hell, it really, honestly, all you'd have to do is find some way to create a U.S. enclave around Tehran, because it's the administrative center of Iran, and then allow for a new government to be formed within Tehran, and then eventually expand outwards into the rest of the country. Because resistance would probably collapse after several weeks or a couple of months of airstrikes in most of Iran, pretty much opening up the ground to very limited military operations against a almost non-existent government at that point, and a non-existent military. So then you've opened it up to allow for an interim government to exist, because the pressure has ceased to exist.
But imagine this though. Imagine if you're an Iranian citizen and you're just somebody who's been living in Iran and you don't know much about the situation, which is probably a pretty good bit of the country. Like, believe it or not, I know there's a lot of people in the streets, but there's also people in Iran that just want to go about their life and just they let people do what they do in the streets, and that's just the end of it. But for the people that aren't involved in it, imagine the U.S. goes in on the ground and they start taking over spots, they start overthrowing the regime and things like that. Let's say they're successful in overthrowing the regime, then the U.S. starts appointing, for example, let's say they appoint the Shah as the interim government, so that way he can, sort of transition things a bit. Then you're going to have people in the streets talking about, do you see the U.S. just took over our country? Like the U.S. just took it over and the Shah is in cahoots with the United States. Rumors are going to start in the streets that the Shah is being influenced and that he's basically a puppet of the United States. It's going to create problems. Like it's going to start turning into resentment. It happens like this every time. They're going to start saying the U.S. is controlling their country through that puppet, which is going to be the Shah. And it's going to literally spurn up groups that are going to be actively trying to overthrow or undermine the Shah if that's who's going to be in power. It's going to happen. And it's going to grow over time until it eventually leads to a huge major issue, probably another overthrow of whoever it is.
But that's also acting like Iran just didn't kill 30,000 people in broad daylight in the streets in front of everybody. It's not like everyone's just wandering around living their lives and the U.S. just showed up out of the blue one day. I mean, there was bodies littering the streets and the gutters were filled with blood just a couple of weeks before. So it's not really like everyone's going, why is America here? What are they doing? It's like, hell, I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm sure everyone in the country is living in fear because everybody in the nation had to have watched someone get killed and are still watching people get killed daily. I mean, there's little electrical substation boxes on the sides of the streets covered in bloody handprints from the people who were killed just a couple of days ago, a couple of weeks ago. So it's not like the U.S. military is showing up there and everyone's like, what the hell are they here for? I mean, they literally just watched their own government gun down thousands of people in the streets.
Oh, and I mean, but I'm saying though, initially they will be in favor of it initially because right now it's fresh on their minds. They remember, they see the atrocities that have occurred. So initially they'll be in favor of it, but it will turn into resentment over time because memories fade. Even that situation, as horrific as it is, the memory of it will fade, and it'll eventually turn into this narrative that we're being controlled as a puppet state through the United States, and we should oppose that because they're opposed to our ideology in Iran. It's going to happen. It's like to me, like it may be a matter of like 4 or 5, maybe even more years than that. It'll spring up again, I can promise you, because they will forget. And the memories are very short when it comes to things like this. And they'll once again start looking for more extreme solutions because they'll feel that they're being subjugated by the United States.
I don't know about that, man, because it's been about 80 years, and I think most people in Germany could still tell you about the Holocaust, and most people in China could still tell you about the Great Leap Forward in Tiananmen Square. And most people in Britain, well, in India, could tell you about the Amritsar massacre. I mean, people don't really forget major genocides and massacres pretty quickly. Usually that's burned into people's memory for people who aren't even alive. People remember that. This is the worst massacre that's happened in numbers of people killed per day pretty much since the Great Leap Forward or the Holocaust, in terms of how many people were dying per day when that was happening. That was matching or even upping the Holocaust in World War II for the number of people killed per day. I mean, I don't really think there's a way that people just go, well, I don't know why America did all that or why in the world people were for that. Because if you asked a lot of people in Germany today, they'd say it's a great thing that America went to war and invaded our country and overthrew Hitler, because otherwise millions more would have suffered and died if it wasn't for that.
But no offense, by the way, no offense to the folks in Iran, etc., that want to rid themselves of the Ayatollah. But the Middle East stays in constant chaos because there's a lot of conflicting ideologies in the Middle East, and people feel very, very strongly about their ideologies. So that makes the Middle East very unique. All the other examples you mentioned weren't really in the Middle East. And the Middle East is unique because everybody's tensions are like through the roof constantly because, like you see in Syria, it's chaos. People are highly emotionally charged. They're not really thinking with the logical part of their brain. They're thinking with the emotional side of it, and that's all they run with. So the moment somebody shows up with, the United States has subjugated us, we should overthrow the Iranian U.S.-backed regime inside the United States or inside of Iran, the people are going to be like, you know what? You're right. And then all of a sudden, craziness, emotional, like everything overrides logic. It happens like that all the time, especially in the Middle East. It happens like that. It's just emotional chaos. And I promise you, it'll come back around if the United States goes in on the ground. I promise you, it'll come around.
I don't know. I don't think in this situation it would, because, that's like, that's kind of like saying, well, let me try and think of a comparable example of what's just happened here. That would be like, I'm trying to think of a historical example rather than Nazi Germany, because that's really the only one where this kind of happened. But, I mean, hell, I will have to go back to the Nazi German example. That's really the only one that's even comparable to this. The Holocaust happened in Germany. You don't really see a lot of people in Germany resenting the United States going, it's a shame that they overthrew Hitler, because I really kind of like the guy. Like, you don't see a lot of people saying that in Germany. I mean, anyone these days in Germany, you can ask them, they'll go, it was an absolute tragedy what was happening back then. We're happy that someone did come in from the outside and overthrew the German government. Whether or not people say nowadays Germany was basically run by the United States afterwards or not, what was being done beforehand was so bad, someone had to step in. I think it would be a very similar sort of a statement that a lot of Iranians would make, because people in the streets, no matter who they are being declared enemies of God and they're being summarily executed. And before people say, well, some people in Iran didn't see that because the internet was turned off, they didn't have to have the internet. They could literally look outside of their apartment window down at the street and watch someone get their head blown off by a besieged guy with a gun. It's not like these people are sitting here in some faraway land thousands of miles away from this hearing about it. They were literally watching it happen on the streets below their apartments. So it's not really
But you see the ideology differences, though. Like, the ideology is a lot different in Germany, let's say, than Iran. Like, it's night and day. Like, it's completely different. Germany, and I'm not saying this to offend anybody, but Germany does not exist in a constant state of conflict. Iran stays in a constant state of conflict. Like, it's just been that way. The Middle East is constant conflict. It's been fighting for centuries. Like, it's just never stopped. And it just keeps going. And it seems like the moment you extinguish one fire, another fire pops up where you didn't even expect in the Middle East. It just transfers around over and over and over. Like, you may achieve momentary peace in Iran if the U.S. went in on the ground, and it may be quicker than doing it the way I'm talking about, but you're going to pay a price long term for it, because people are going to get emotional. They're going to start getting propagandized as well, and probably radicalized against the United States by the lunatics lurking in Iran. And not everybody there's a lunatic, by the way, but there are certainly extremists inside of Iran, certainly. And there will still be people that support the Ayatollah still lurking around to sit there and brainwash people into hating the U.S. aligned government that took charge.
Well, yeah, but I mean, there was like former Nazis in Germany after the war that were still talking about there was a point to the whole thing, and Hitler was right, and so on and so forth. I mean, that's just the fact of life. Even if the people on the ground right now with no U.S. support overthrew Khomeini, there are still going to be pro-Khomeini people on the ground going, "Oh, these wicked people, they're godless. They love America, and America's the root of all wrongdoings in the world, especially in our country, and so on and so forth." I mean, there's always going to be people like that. I mean, there's people in America right now that for some reason say that Mao Zedong and others, communist or fascist, had a point when they clearly didn't. And that's a battle that's fought in public discourse in America every single day. So I would honestly say I don't really think there'd be that much resentment, especially by anyone who would take a lot of action, because I think a lot of people just watched what the Iranian government did, killing everyone in the streets, and watching people get killed right below your house, on every single city, in every single street, in every single part of the country. I don't really think that's going to be winning a lot of people over to go, you know what, I don't really like the U.S. being here, because I rather liked people being massacred in the thousands down below my apartment.
We'll have to see. I just think that over history, I think in the Middle East, it happens this way over and over. Like, I just don't think it has a good look. It would look much better if the people did it themselves. If we could somehow enable that, it would be, in fact, worlds better if we could just enable the people to accomplish what their goals are instead of us doing it for them.
But with Germany though, like just thinking about that because it just kind of hit me. With Germany was not a peaceful country before World War II, like really at all, honestly. Because at the end of World War I, there was the Spartacus uprising. That by the way is similar name to the one that happened in Rome. Just to make that clear, it's a different one, same name. That happened, and then there was the beer hall putsch by Hitler and his gang in Munich, and then there was the communists that were conducting fights in the cities like Berlin and elsewhere. I mean, there was a huge amount of instability in the Weimar Republic of Germany from World War I to World War II, and even at the end of World War I in Imperial Germany, there was that instability. There was instability up until Otto von Bismarck united Germany during the Franco-Prussian War of 1877, because all the princely states were endlessly fighting and warring with each other, like Bavaria against the German Federation and all the other smaller German states that existed before Prussia united everything into the North German Confederation. there was a lot of instability in Germany, and yet at the end of it all, in World War II, once we finally invaded and intervened against, Hitler's reign of Nazism in Europe, I mean, a lot of people these days would tell you, I mean, the United States was well and truly justified, along with the rest of the Allies, in invading Germany and stopping that madness.
Maybe so. Also, by the way, there's this one clown in here who's clearly like off their rocker. They said, "Eat crap, Matt." Well, I'm here. Would you like some instead? But anyways,
What the hell?
I don't serve up crap on a dish. I'm sorry, but you have to go find that on your own if you want to go eat some crap.
Crazy people sour every public discourse. I mean, truly, it's unreal.
Yeah. But also his original point before he went berserk, he was saying that Iran is not the USA's problem. Iran is the United States' problem. It is. They're developing a nuke. So if we want to say that Iran's not the United States' problem and just sit back and be like, oh, we're good, let Iran do what they want to do, then we're going to leave the Ayatollah in charge. And the Ayatollah is eventually going to get emboldened enough to actually finish development of that nuke eventually. And then we're going to have a North Korea times 10 in the Middle East that's threatening to lob a nuke at the United States at a moment's notice. And we won't be able to do a damn thing about it once that happens. Like, once that line is crossed, we are screwed as the United States. So it's 100% our problem. In fact, it's 110% our problem because we can't let them get that. That would be worse than North Korea having a nuke if Iran had it. Can you imagine these lunatics that are in charge of Iran right now who are mowing down their own people by the tens of thousands having a nuke in their possession? Can you imagine that? That would be horrific.
Also, the guy just said, you go fight, then you keyboard politician. Now, you know what? You're right. You have a point. We'll sit back and we'll just let them do what they want. And then when they develop a nuclear weapon and they start asking what infidel in America is going to get the nuclear bomb dropped on their head, we'll all point our finger at you since you're the one who wanted to say that's not our problem. How about that? I mean, if you want to sit there and say it's not our problem, then I guess you'll be the first one to get hit by the nuclear bomb that they create, if I'm not mistaken. Or at least we'll all say, you know what, he oughta, because he said it wasn't our problem, and he all tricked us and fooled us into believing that it's not our problem until they started to pose a threat to millions of people in this country. There we go. How about that? That sounds like it makes a lot more sense. But anyways,
but you see what I'm saying though. Like, you see what I'm saying. Like, do you agree that if Iran got a hold of a nuke, that's going to be way worse than North Korea having a nuke?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what we've been saying on the channel for, what is it, like a year and a half? I mean, yeah, absolutely. They're incredibly unstable. North Korea is unstable just because of their destitute resources position, not because of their position like Iran, because they're socially, politically, and economically unstable. I mean, they are wildly unstable. I mean, that's a country that could fling a nuke at anyone, including their own people, at any minute.
Yeah, and also, like, the truth be told, North Korea is obviously anti-West, like, obviously, but North Korea does not actively go out of its way to go, like, out of its territory to go hurt other countries. It does not actively do that. It's done it on occasion, like in very isolated instances with individual people, but Iran actually wants to hurt people. Like, they actually want to go wipe people out. That's why they're funding these proxy groups, which go and conduct heinous acts across the globe, is they actually want to hurt people because the ideology is so extreme that they're believing in. That's why. North Korea doesn't have that problem. North Korea will stay contained within their area. They might fight with South Korea eventually, but they're not going to really want to lob a nuke at the United States. They'll threaten it, of course, but they won't actually do it. Iran actually might do it if they had one. They might actually cross that threshold just because they feel maybe froggy one day they wake up, they might do it. But North Korea is not.
Exactly. That's what I'd generally say. I mean, also, it's not great for North Korea to have a nuclear weapon either, but North Korea is a bad situation, but they're way better off than what the Iranians would be if they got a nuclear weapon. And also, all of the people who say this, you've got to understand, you got to pull your head out of the stupid propaganda stuff. We're not sitting here protecting Israel through this action. That is a secondary achievement, if anything. The high priority is to stop the Iranians from nuking the United States. That's the high priority. Because a lot of stupid people that had the same mindset back in the day when North Korea got a nuke said that's not our problem because North Korea will never be able to nuke the United States. If you know anything about North Korea's nuclear weapons today, they can nuke the United States, including U.S. overseas territories in the Caribbean right now. So everyone's under the nuclear umbrella of North Korea in the United States right now. That same stupid mindset's going to have a nuclearized Iran. And generally, I don't like the idea in my head that any given day now, North Korea could just start firing nuclear weapons at the United States of America because they're the only country in the world that has a preemptive strike doctrine for their nuclear arsenal, meaning that at any minute they could just conduct a nuclear attack on us for no reason at all. So you could end up getting killed and vaporized by a North Korean nuke within the next 30 minutes every single day of every single year, and we just never know when that's going to happen. I don't really want Iran to be in that kind of a situation either, because North Korean nukes hovering over my head every day is enough already. Then a whole bunch of Iranian nuclear weapons also hovering over my head all day, because some people went, oh, you're gonna help Israel. You know, that's really stupid. Because, like, here's the thing. If you're stuck in the mud, and some guy that you personally don't like for some reason is also stuck in the mud, but to save yourself, you have to pull him out of the mud, I would rather pull myself and that guy out of the mud, even if I didn't like him, rather than sitting there and going, yeah, we're just helping out this guy, you know, and then also both die and drown in the mud bog that you're stuck in. That'd be pretty dumb. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one is going to go to none other than Duncan VR, all the way from Australia. And thank you very much, Duncan, for that $28 Australian, and we do appreciate that very much. He said, Moo Wolf Meow. Shout out to some friends of mine in Vegas, John and Jenna. I feel like I'm about to be ahead here, but he said they listen to your show. He said they really like KFC. Does Zelensky eat KFC whilst playing cards? I'm playing cards. Not RFK, Baba Oink. Thank you very much for that support. We appreciate that. That's all we need right there to remain healthy. We appreciate that. Thank you, Duncan, for that support. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you greatly for that support. It's absolutely incredible. We love to see it. We love to know it, because folks like you help us to keep this channel running. And a big shout out to all of your folks over there in Vegas. A great place Vegas is. I gotta say a great thing to them. I hope they're enjoying our show and really liking the news tonight. So a big thanks to you once again. I hope that does address that the best we can, only the greatest. People call us up and they go, Sir, we love your show. It's a great show. And I go, oh, it's wonderful. It's just the greatest. It's truly the best. That's why I have got the Pulitzer Prize, or I will eventually have it. One or the other. It doesn't really matter. We'll just pressure them into giving it to us eventually. But beyond that, though, I do thank you greatly, massively, hugely, as a matter of fact, bigly, for helping this channel to keep running. So a big thanks to you once again, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Old Warrior Fellow, who puts in the 20. And thank you very much, Old Warrior, for that support as well. He said, are the converted silkworm missiles that Iran supposedly has an actual threat to our fleet? And what weapons do they have that we need to worry about?
Not really any, like, to be entirely honest. Let me go get that silkworm missile. Oh, the Soviet P-15. No. This is a silkworm. This is very dated at this point. Like, this would have been a threat back in, like, the 70s. But nowadays, it is not a threat. That I can promise you. So I'd have to say, nah, they don't really have much that could pose a significant threat to us at the moment. And if they do have something that looks like it could pose a significant threat, that's only on paper. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
Showed up and said they want to play cards. They said, let's play cards with the United States. And the United States said, no, we don't play cards because we have the royal flush.
Anyways, moving on to our next one here. This one goes to Gunfox, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Gunfox, as well, for that support. He said, January the 27th. Also, by the way, this is the days in history, by the way. He said, January the 27th of 1967, on Pad 34, very specific, Apollo 1, initially designated as the AS-204, was planned to be the first crewed mission of the Apollo program. White Grissom, Chaffee. Today, Apollo 1 fire disaster happened. Question from the chat.
And that was a pretty rough disaster. That actually started off the Apollo program on a very bad sort of a footing, because all three of the astronauts in Apollo 1 would end up dying in the capsule on the pad before the rocket even launched, because a fire ignited within the capsule, and due to the 100% oxygen atmosphere that the cabin was pressurized with, the fire spread so quickly nobody could even open up the escape hatch, well, the hatch on the outside of the capsule. And not only that, the other disaster was that the capsule door opened inwards, and because of the pressure difference between the inside of the capsule and the outside, nobody could actually push the capsule hatch inwards to allow for the astronauts to escape. So they literally basically burned alive, stuck inside the capsule. Pretty rough deal. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep it running and sharing that unfortunate day of history with us. But we will make sure to get a live chat in the live chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
And this one goes to Godsped, who said, is there carriers that some NATO states have a carrier strike group that would be interested to get involved with the U.S. Armada?
Not at the moment, because the British and the French are really the only countries in our Western world that have carriers, and right now they don't really seem to be that happy with the United States, so they probably wouldn't want to get involved with strikes on Iran for that reason. So I hope that that's addressed it the best I can, and a big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to none other than Gunfox once again, who puts in another 20. And thank you very much, Gunfox, for that second support. He said, January the 28th of 1986, the Space Shuttle Challenger broke apart 73 seconds into its flight, killing Dick Scobie, as well as Michael J. Smith, Ronald McNair, Ellison Onizuka, Judith Resnick, Gregory Jarvis, as well as Krista McAuliffe. And hopefully I'm pronouncing these names properly. He said 40 years ago.
Dang. I think that was the, let's see, what was that one, Matthew? The Challenger disaster?
Yeah, it was a Challenger.
That one's the one that exploded above the pad, I believe. I think that was the one carrying the school teacher. Let's see, the Challenger disaster. Yeah, it was. You know, that was actually really messed up, folks, because the technicians and the mechanics that actually worked on the shuttle program said that the temperature outside was so cool, well, it was so cold overnight, that it probably started to warp the O-rings inside of the solid boosters. And yet, I believe at the time, if I remember the conclusion by the NTSB, I think that the answer, the green light was given to go forward with it anyways because the teacher was on the mission, and they wanted to make sure that it would actually happen during a school week so that way the kids could see it launch. And in the process of that, the Challenger explosion happened because the O-rings basically failed in the midst of launch, which led to a critical explosion of all of the propellant within the solid boosters, and it led to the death of all 7 astronauts on board the shuttle, including the teacher. So, you know what's actually kind of a little bit crazy about that, folks, is that Big Bird was actually supposed to be on that mission.
Ooh.
Big Bird from Sesame Street was actually supposed to be on that mission, and then at the last, well, not at the last minute, but they actually changed that once they realized that the Big Bird costume was so large, they actually wouldn't be able to fit a person in the Big Bird costume in the Challenger. So then they went, okay, well, we'll just do a teacher instead because a teacher will fit. But in a alternate world, Big Bird could have been blown up in the Challenger explosion. I'm not even kidding about that. That was actually what was going to happen.
Holy cow. I thought you just meant they were going to send the actor up.
No. It was like it was going to be a guy in a Big Bird costume. And I can actually pull this up right here. Like, here you go. This is well documented. It was actually going to be a thing that Big Bird was going to be on the Challenger for that flight.
Jeez.
I mean, that's honestly pretty crazy. But anyways, a big thanks to you once again for support, Gunfox61, and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to keep the channel running. I gotta say that this month is a tough month for NASA. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so we have a poll. We have a poll here. This is an interesting poll. They said, does the United States have the cards? That's the question. 68% said yes, 32% said no. Honestly, the United States has the cards, but the problem is, though, it's like they're playing cards, and occasionally they just grab a random card out of the deck and they throw some on the ground. It's really insane. Like it's really a wild strategy. It's not like they're really looking at their hand closely. It's like they're looking at their hand, just tossing the cards in the air and doing 52 card pickup. It's really crazy. So I'm gonna say the United States has the cards, but I'm not sure if they're ready to have the cards at this point. I don't know if they know what they're doing with the cards. I think the cards are dictating what the United States does instead of the United States telling the cards what to do. But Enforcer, what say you?
You see, they have the cards, they just don't know how to play the cards. Like, that's the only problem here, is that right now we don't really know how to play the cards, you know? The foreign policy cards, that is. We don't get into domestic politics here. I'm not even going to touch that. But on foreign policy, they just don't know how to play the cards.
The United States getting the cards and making it rain with the cards, like at a strip club or something. They're like, shoot, 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 shoot. And it's everywhere. It's like everybody gets a couple of cards here, and then occasionally you can you may get a card. Maybe if you make a contribution, you might be able to get a few extra cards.
Everyone in the world right now is playing poker while the U.S. is playing Go Fish. Very different sort of a perspective that's being taken. It's not really working too well either. But anyways, I hope that does address that well. And a big thanks to you for support and helping this channel to keep running. And we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to none other than Mark Ead once again. He throws in another $50 support, and a huge shout to you, Mark, for that very generous support, and we do appreciate that. He said, well, what do we have here? He said, 2 for Tuesday, enforcers and enforcerettes. They take from the chat, LSA, New Zealand from the south.
Hey, and a big shout out to you once again for the support, and a big shout out to the Lee Spring Army in New Zealand in the South, and a big thanks to you once again for helping this channel to keep on running, because it is folks like you to help us to make this thing possible and keep it running. So huge thanks to you so much once again, Mark Ead, and with that, we are on to the next one.
And the one from the chat in honor of Mark goes to David Tablet. He said, wouldn't it be ironic if Khomeini ran to Russia, only to be a casualty in a Ukrainian drone strike later?
Oof, that would be unfortunate for him. Zelensky better not mess with my nuclear shit. Bang. But anyways, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And this one goes to Boom Chow, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Boom, for that support. He said, thank you, enforcers.
And thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And thank you for the kind words and supporting us so that way we can make this thing a reality each and every single day. And also, I just saw someone propagating in the chat. Someone said, stop spamming. Apparently, someone is propagating the Jewish space laser conspiracy theory in the chat and spamming it. You know that's not real, right? You know that's like a nutty conspiracy theory thing, you know? And also, why in the world would Artemis, which has a manned capsule on board, and that's about its only capacity, why in the world would it be a cargo vessel? That wouldn't make a lot of sense. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one here is going to go to My Trucking Travels, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, good sir, as well, My Trucking Travels, for that support.
Hey!
He said, just your friendly overnight trucker. I hate Mondays. No enforcer or enforcer Matt. LSA forever. Take one from the chat.
Oh man, and I hate to hear that. I hate to hear that. A lot of people hate Mondays because we're not on, and I gotta say I'm very sorry about that. But we do have to pace ourselves. I'm not gonna lie, yesterday wasn't really pacing ourselves. I'm not gonna get into great detail, but it was very exhausting. But nevertheless, I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And we're always happy to be on air to keep overnight truckers like you awake and informed on what's going on around the world. So big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on and into the next one.
And our next, actually our live chat in honor of My Trucking Travels, the live chat question goes to Lorica, who said, do you think Iran will attempt to mine the Strait of Hormuz to curtail oil tankers?
I don't think so this time around, because basically they would kind of be blockading themselves at that point, because the U.S. would definitely start a blockade, and then that would end up poorly for them. So I would say that this time around they probably won't, because that's more so of like an international pressure tactic, and right now they're looking at a more tactical situation, basically inside of their own borders. So I hope that does address that the best I can. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $20 support from Derek Del Pupo. And thank you very much, Derek, for that $20 support, and we appreciate that very much. I don't see a comment attached. Let me go double check that real quick, though. Let me make sure that is the case. It was no comment, but he did leave a super sticker, though. And also, Canadian viewer, by the way, he said you were amazing, and the YouTube creature is going off. It's putting down the two-step with a cane, possibly pimp behavior. But Enforcer, what say you?
Camp named Schlickback. A huge thanks to y'all for the support. If it wasn't for y'all, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. And we say this a lot, but people do not have to support the channel. The people who do, which is a fairly small number, they help the entire channel to keep running for millions of people every month, and also for Enforcer Matt and me to do as a full-time job. And we thank y'all greatly for y'all's support, and we also thank y'all for y'all's kind words and appreciation of the show. And so a huge thanks to y'all once again. I hope that does address that well, and with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Crispy. And Crispy put in a crispy $20 support. And thank you very much, Crispy, for making that extra crispy. And we do appreciate that very, very much. He did not leave a comment, though. But he just throws in a support because it's just for the love of the game. And we appreciate that very much. And Enforcer, what say you?
I gotta thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, Crispy, because you do it for the love of the game. And we thank you for loving the game. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Enzyme, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Enzyme, as well. He said, thanks for keeping us informed, and go UTEES.
Utes.
And Cougars. Utes and Cougars.
Utes! Let's go, Utes! We love the Utes! We love the Utes! That's actually the name, I think, of the folks, the football team here at the University of Utah. Yeah, it is. It's the Utes! Look at that. That stadium is actually massive. I think we saw that the other day, Matthew, didn't we? We were like on 500 South or something like that. I mean, I swore that we saw this stadium.
Yeah, I might have seen it, possibly.
I mean, look at that. Gay L taking a fat L like at the Ken Garff red zone. Oh, but anyways, oh man, it's a very nice university though. I mean, take a look at it, folks. Take a gander. I mean, holy moly, look at that. I heard folks that the frats here they go crazy. They have board games on the weekends. I mean, that's pretty wild for around here. I mean, they better calm it down lest they ever get into any sort of a soda from say a swig or something like that. I mean, goodness. But beyond that, I do have to say, very huge thanks to you for the support. I'm assuming that you're from the state of Utah, and we'd love to know that we have Utahns that watch this channel. Utahns are very nice people. Very nice people, I'd have to say. Really appreciate them greatly. Very different than the state of Alabama. And also, the place is very nice. They keep it up to a high standard, and that I appreciate. I appreciate it greatly. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one here goes to Coffee and Paul. And thank you very much, Coffee and Paul, for that $15 support, and we do appreciate that. He said, I follow China affairs closely, and you have Zhang pegged wrong. He's too hardcore Chinese to betray the PLA. He'll betray Xi for sure, but nuclear secrets, no way. Xi is using American media against Zhang.
But why? Why would the point of that be? I mean, the American media isn't going to be his judge and the arbiter of justice. So why in the world make the U.S. think that they're better than they are at that point if that would be untrue? And also on top of that, public appearances can be quite deceiving. There's many people who've looked loyal to a government, to a cause, to a nation, and then completely turned on them overnight. I mean, there's a lot of people who live the profession of a double agent, and they look extremely loyal to the country that they're actually betraying in the process. So I'd have to say, I mean, maybe we might have gotten Zhang Yuzha wrong, but I would also have to say I don't really think so, because the Chinese putting out information that this guy sold nuclear secrets to the United States doesn't paint China in any positive light as a country, considering that they put the guy in the position to be able to backstab the Chinese that badly. So I do thank you so much for the support, but I'm generally going to have to stick to my guns on our analysis of Zhang Yuzha at this point. A lot of people... and I don't mean to say this to discredit whenever anyone says that we're wrong, but a lot of people say that we're wrong on almost everything, and then we usually end up being correct on most things, and also a lot of people have been telling us that we're wrong because we need to go listen to this channel or that channel, and I'm not going to put out their names, but I listened to a couple of them today, and what they were putting out was either just completely uncorroborated information, or it was just basically hearsay or made up information. For example, all the regimental leaders and above are resigning. So basically everyone who's in command of the PLA is resigned effective today, according to one. Another one saying that all the princelings have gotten together and they're all scheming against Xi. Apparently that's just known by these people, but the Chinese government hasn't acted on that and arrested any of the princelings for some reason. There's a lot of things that have been put out there today about what's going on in China that doesn't appear to be at all corroborated. It just seems to be hearsay off of people who act like they know what's going on in China, but there's no way to know that sort of depth of detail. I mean, hell, we don't even know what's going on in most Chinese cities most days. How in the world are we going to know what's going on at every single level of the very inner circle of the Chinese government with that great of detail to say where a firefight happened, who's resigning, what the princelings are doing, and everything else in between, like it's a live reality TV show? There's no way to get that kind of detail, because most of the time we can't even get detail of what's going on crime-wise in the streets of any normal Chinese city. With that, I hope that does address that well. And the big thanks to you for the support and helping the channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 10 from Green Skin, who put in a 10 and said, good evening, Enforcers. Mondays are long days and news are missed. And hope you had a nice day off. But also, would not a strike on a U.S. carrier give the U.S. the right to invoke Article 5 and bring the NATO into it as well?
Technically, maybe, but I have a feeling that a lot of people in NATO wouldn't really invoke Article 5 for us at this point. They would just go, oh, thoughts and prayers. And they probably all just reject it, because not a lot of people in Europe are happy with us right now. Really, no one's happy with us in NATO at the moment. So, technically, you probably could, but in reality, no one would really want to invoke Article 5 for us right now. So I hope that does address it the best I can, at least in my opinion. And a big thanks to you once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to WKRP in Salt Lake City, who puts in a 10. And they said that they could be taking the bodies to Tehran to plant them into buildings. So it looks like the United States eliminated a bunch of people during the upcoming strikes.
But the thing is, though, is that none of those people have been preserved. There's been no preservation process. And considering that it's still fairly warm in Iran at the moment, decay is going to set in. And so it would be pretty unconvincing to have bloated bodies that have clearly been dead for days or weeks even, planted around an area of a strike that the United States might conduct, and then go, look, these people freshly died, when they're clearly showing signs of significant decay or bloat, or rigor mortis that would show that they've been deceased for a pretty long time. But I do think for support, it's possible, but I have a feeling they try to do that, it probably wouldn't be too convincing. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And we also have a $10 support from Moby Duck. And thank you very much, Moby Duck, for that $10 support. We do appreciate that. He said, not defending, folks, but our $4 billion stealth destroyer, the Zumwalt, had to be towed from Panama to Bath in 2016, LOL. And love the show, boys, and LSA.
Oh, but that was a prototype. Like that was a prototype. It wasn't going to be the future of the Navy. Yeah, it is a little bit of an embarrassment. But at the same time, I mean, that's a brand new, unproven design versus the Soviet Union's 50-year-old carrier, the only one they had that basically was a failure literally from inception, and then they had too much pride and ego to actually just bury the thing when it was launched, and they've kept it running up until very recently. So I guess, kind of tit for tat there, but still I would say the U.S. is far above, because we have 11 working aircraft carriers and the Russians have none. But a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Mechtild, who put in a 10. And they said, have they actually seen the bodies being taken out of the body bags? Because it could be that they don't have bodies in them, and they're being used to scare up protesters. Dragging around all this situation seems nuts to me.
Oh no, they're filled with bodies, because in other clips, we can't show them all, to give you all a real idea of what's going on, because, generally for one, I have a lot of sympathy for not wanting to show people that, because it'll stick with you, because we've seen the stuff for years and you'll generally remember all of it after a while. But another thing is that YouTube doesn't allow us to show that kind of stuff. But these body bags do have people in them, because in some places they'll unzip them and just have the dead bodies on display, and people have to come by and try and identify whether that's their family member or not for burial. So they do have bodies in them, that I can assure you. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, some of these situations are decapitations, which tells you that was not something that just happened randomly in the street. That was something a lot more serious than that. So that the whole idea that Iran's not assassinating people or executing people is silly, to say the least. But moving on to our next one here, this one goes to Ontario Trains, who put in a 10. He said, Wojtek, a beer drinking fella, interesting, who gained the rank of corporal in the Polish land forces during the Second World War.
Are you talking about Wojtek the bear?
Oh yeah, I think he is talking about he's talking about the bear.
Yeah, Wojtek, or Wojtek the bear. Yeah, that's a real deal. It was a cool bear. I like the bear. It was a cool bear, really chill. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running and sharing that with us. And what a neat bear. And so with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Capitalist88, who put in a 10, and thank you very much, Capitalist, for that support. They said, wow, this is my first time watching. I'm quite impressed. You guys are the real deal. I appreciate that very much. I'm glad to hear that coming from a capitalist and not a communist, so we do appreciate that. But Enforcer, what say you?
Oh, man, I tell you. Oh, man. But big thanks to you for the support. And thank you so much for the kind words. We try our best to have good analysis here on the channel. Some people don't like it, but they don't know what they're talking about. But I do thank you so much for enjoying it. And we try our best. We really do. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
We also have a 7 from Mer, and thank you very much, Mer, for that $7 support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 6 from Leopold Stotch. He said, we have to offend and, not offend, but avenge and protect the protesters, regime change and avenge protesters, win-win.
I would generally say that I would agree with that. To some extent, we have to follow through with that, because that's what we've already said we would do in the past, and we can't just, lie and then throw people under a bus like that and walk off. But I do thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep running, and we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Bearded Trucker Jack, who puts in a 5. And he said, hello from England, currently parked up in my lorry near Buxton. I love the streams. And you are in charge of all U.S. forces for a week. What would you do? That's a big question there.
Buxton? They're near Buxton in the UK?
Parked up in a lorry.
Parked up in a lorry.
In a car park.
Welcome to the Black Horse. What would you like? Put a girl on. Like, have you seen that, man? Like, have you seen those clips?
I've seen it. Is it true that all English truckers carry a box of golf balls in the side door to toss at cars that piss them off?
Just asking for a friend, like nothing personal.
Not that
like,
it happened to us or anything like that, or we got a rock thrown at us or something. Just asking.
The old clubhouse. This is a really nice looking place. That's the roundhouse in Bath. You know what I'm talking about, Matthew? The one that we went up to was like the ellipse or something. This is a really nice place. I mean, I've never heard of this place before. That's kind of great. Where is this? South of Manchester, northeast of Stoke-on-Trent. Oh, that's interesting. That's actually kind of wild right there. Let's drop down in the center of the street. Let's take a little look, huh? Let's take a little look-see. Well, this is very nice. This is insanely nice. This is what I think of, folks, when I think of Britain. I think of towns like these. They're very beautiful looking. And what's kind of crazy is that it kind of has like a slight Cotswolds feel, but it doesn't have the Cotswold stone that's like vibrantly yellow. Really cool. I like this place. I really like this place.
I would like to go for a pint, even though I don't drink. Like I would just like to go for a pint just to say that I went for it.
Man, I'm in love with the cocoa.
Hey, don't say that. Don't say that.
Man, but I'm just making a pun on the name. Like, man,
chill out.
Man, oh man,
recklessly singing lyrics you don't understand. What are you doing?
No, I knew him. I knew him, but at the same time, that right there, I mean, I had to make the pun, dude. I couldn't resist that. Like, but anyways, oh look, Microton Technologies. Look at that.
Oh wow, a microton. That's like a crap ton, but it's a microton.
And then we got Betfred.
Betfred. Is that a sports book or something?
I think so. Let's see. Big Chef of Burton.
He's a big chef, yeah. He knows how to cook up a pan, yeah. High stakes. Look next to it. It's high stakes. Look, it's not low stakes. They're raising the stakes next to Big Chef.
You're cooking on a burnt pan, you like man. Bed and breakfast. The Queen's Head. No, I think I'll pass on that. Thanks, but the bed.
They'll put you in a bed and then give you the breakfast.
Well, what's this? The Lucky Lotus Chinese takeaway. Booze and bites. They get down to business in this place. They don't mess around. You want some booze and some food. That's great drinks, great food, great deals.
And even better friends.
No, you get beat the hell out of. Like,
not really. He's joking. He's joking.
The Swan. Open all day. Cascales and loggers. I like this place, though, like, legitimately. This is a very beautiful looking place. But, what is it? Dub. Bro, they catching dubs up in this. Like, man, on God.
They're catching dubs to the left and devils to the right.
Bro, oh, my Lord. Man,
Show us another street.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to find right now. I think this is their main street that we were on, which is called London Road. Let's find... Oh, yes. Let's find what's up here. No way. It's a railway station.
Oh, damn.
And then they got over here some sort of a larger outlet store. This is the town center car park, but what is down there?
Wait a minute, where is this again? What city is this?
Buxton.
Have we been through this?
No, we never went
It looks
through.
familiar for some reason. Like, for some reason, I was looking at this thing and dang, I feel like I've like driven through this place before or something.
No, old boy. You're wrong. I know where we were through. We were through Harrogate, which looked pretty similar to this. I'll drop you down and make sure you know rights, Governor. This is where we were through.
Oh, yeah. I don't even remember this one.
You don't remember it? You don't remember it, old boy?
That's where I used to go and bang straight razors on the concrete and put them in the rain barrels and let them rust and stuff. Yeah.
That was a bad do. But beyond that, though,
Put us on another street in Buxton. One more street in Buxton, please.
One more
Put us on a main
street.
street so I can see what's on the. I want to see what's on the buildings.
Okay, you almost turned into Biden, right? I want to see what's on the buildings. Like,
Yeah, there's no buildings here, man. I was trying to see what was on the buildings.
Oh, I mean, look at that though. How beautiful. Oh, they got a little boat, dude. Look, it's a little sailboat.
Oh, a sailboat. I remember I used to pilot sailboats. I used to pilot sailboats around Scranton on the weekend.
All right, we do have to find another street though. How about the Devonshire Dome? How about that? Oh, that's a dome.
I want to see the stores. Can I get back to the stores?
Yeah, sure. We can get on that main street. Sure, Governor, sure.
It's a fight to get him back on the main street. He doesn't want to
You
go.
weren't saying the main street. You just said you want to see buildings. All right, we got
stores. Let's see.
Push.
Personal training. You gotta push.
All right, you gotta eat at number 5.
I like the originality of that. Number 5. Have the dish. The 5th one.
Sports and outdoor charity shop. That's very specific to be a charity shop.
It's a niche. It's not a good idea for a business plan.
You see, we're looking to help out the poor, but not with a TV, just with sports and outdoor stuff, you know? Like, it's
We want to make sure that they're getting athletic out in the streets.
You see, we want the homeless to be jogging, you know? Like, not really sitting around, like just eating or something. Let's see, we got Lucky House Takeaway, Sushi Kanji, Japanese sushi and hot food restaurant. Well, I'd hope the food's hot.
The food hot. We don't like it cold.
Would you like the food cold and out for a day? It's like, no, I'd like it hot, please. Right here on the table.
There's the London Road. Zoom in all that. Look at this. London Road. Yeah. Oh yes, a
big screen
rainbow
TVs
in the window. A little bit of a. What is that? It's a little something else. You go down the street. What else do we have?
Oh, what's this right here? We got Coca-Cola vendors. We've got this. We got this under new management. No kids, no food, no. What the hell? What kind of store is this? Like, wait a minute, does this imply...
Why is this man smoking a cigar and looking me in the eyes and saying under new management? I feel like some fellows took charge of this pub here and might run it decently.
I just gotta ask. It says no kids, no food, or no hot drinks. The bottom two imply that they're no longer selling those. So what does the top one mean? You know, like, I'm just asking, you know, like,
they're not allowing kids or food in the food establishment.
So they're not allowing kids, but they will allow dogs. What does that say about this establishment?
Over 18 only. What's going on in London Road?
Over 18s only? Law of music, how real pubs used to be.
I don't remember real pubs kicking out the under 18s. I don't remember that. They have a little big screen TV so you can watch yourself some telly.
On
the
from
street,
traffics.
We're not hiring anything. Go down the street.
Go down the street. Oh, look. Buxton Canine Hydrotherapy. Throw your dog in a pot.
What the devil? They're going to give hydrotherapy to your canine. They're really posh in this side of town. I don't even know what that means. I hope they're not doing anything bad.
Man, King Charles came up to these dogs and said, "Oh, you went through hydrotherapy too, I see." It's like, oh, it's like heavens. But anyways, let's see.
I've heard that North Korea gives a fine hydrotherapy to all their guests.
Let's see here. Oh, let's see stores right here. We've got the Vegas barber.
Take a gamble and go in there and get your hair cut.
But they're a traditional Turkish barber. I feel like they're a little confused. I never heard of Vegas being compared to the likes of Istanbul and Ankara, you know? I feel like it's a little bit of a mix, a fusion of a sense.
Go down the street.
What's this? Lasting impression. I mean...
You'll never forget it.
Cheshire cheese.
Cheshire.
Large beer garden to rear. Oh, we're raising the beer garden.
They said go down that dark alley to the back. We have beer.
No, man, this either implies that the beer garden's in behind of the business, or that we're going to be raising a beer garden. We're going to be rearing a beer garden, everyone. Let's go to the back and see what we have back here. They won't allow us back there. Well, maybe there's a picture back. Oh, there is a picture back there. Could we get to it? That's not actually at this establishment, unfortunately.
Go down the street.
Oh, what do we got right here? Scriveners.
Antiquarian, eh?
What do we,
Oh,
books and
posh.
bookbinding, eh?
Bookbinding.
Heavens, what kind of a binding of books do they do in here? They're
Oh
smithy.
dear.
Hey, a lot of-
It's like a hodgepodge of advertisements.
I mean, they're definitely making their money.
Advertisements.
Oh, we're back up to the Taj Mahal. That doesn't look like the Taj Mahal. That looks like a house.
It shrunk. It's
I-
a disaster.
I'll be frank with you here. I think that this is false advertising. I'm just kidding, by the way. The old Sun Inn. The good stabling. What? The good stabling?
Walk
This-
through here and experience a good stabling.
This isn't a East London stabling. This is a Buxton stabling. Now get down that alley and get a
I
shipping.
thought we was in Buxton, not West London. Go down the street, sir.
Oh, we got that Buxton. You know?
Buxton. We're gonna go in there and get a Bucks Tan, sir. It's a real golden colour.
Oh, look at this. The pig and pepper. That's all you get in this place is pig and pepper. Nothing else. The Buxton Charcoal Grill. This is the only one in town. No one else is allowed to own a charcoal grill in Buxton but these people. The best quality in town,
dear.
they say.
Looks like I've had a quarantine situation on the building to the right. What's this like Tyvek paper on the side? What if they had a little outbreak of a plague?
Bobby here. They've spoken slander against His Majesty's government. Their establishment has been closed and quarantined for thought crimes. Oh, this is the Queen's head.
You, sir, do you have your telly license? Have you paid the telly fee?
Oh, what does that say? Beer garden at rear. Oh, everyone has a beer garden at the rear around here, you know?
What's here? Spirits growing on trees.
That's not a spirit, Matthew. That's an ale.
I'm not an alcoholic.
Oh, well, I'm not either.
Oh dear.
Morphose.
Oh.
Traditional Turkish
Morphose.
barber. There's a lot of Turkish stuff in Buxton.
What else they have? Big chef again?
They
High
have the
stakes.
big high stakes.
The arrangements in Iran are high stakes. Look, the dog's taking a wee on high stakes. Oh my God, this dog's pissing on high stakes. I can't believe it. This is unbelievable. They got this on camera, people. The technique here. Oh,
I guess you could call that Nature's own.
oh man. The dog was
Lord.
taking a leak on high stakes. Look at the technique here, sir. Notice the leg lift here, sir.
Oh, yes. I see you know you're pissing well. Good one.
The dog raised the stakes by a factor of 2.
Let's see here. Fish and chips. They keep it simple in that one. Let's see here. What else do we have down here? We have Joe
Oh my
Royal
God.
Outdoor. We also have the Buxton Food Spot. Let's see here. We have Michelangelo's.
Where I used to paint the paintings by hand.
Let's see. What do we have down here?
I remember Michelangelo coming from Buxton.
Thornycroft solicitors. Yes, do you have any working women? Like anyone working the nights?
Yeah. They're soliciting something. What are they doing?
Do the British police pull you over? Hey, what are you doing here talking to this woman at odd hours of the night? Oh, sir, don't you know? I'm a solicitor. I have a soliciting license. It's like, what?
Yeah.
It's like, I know what that means, by the way.
Let's finish this off and see what's going on. There's something. What's that say?
Top
What is
cuts.
Top cuts barber. Give you the top cuts. He blurred out that man's face like he was wanted on that poster. Of course, Google did this. It's not really wanted. He's just showing off that nice clean fade. But you see here, it's a TC Art Studio. They got a picture of roses on the wall.
It's a working
dear.
art and craft studio as compared to the unemployed working arts and craft studios. Very equivalent. Kip McGrath Education. English and Maths Tutoring. Book a free assessment today. Well, your son's stupid.
Is that the price or the phone call number on the wall? What is that? Is that the phone number?
I think that's the phone. Francesca's Beauty Spot.
Why is everything called a spot here? It's like a little spot of tea, a little spot of beauty, a little spot of tea.
A spot of booty? Where did you see that one?
No, I didn't say that.
Yes, you did. I'm going to rewind that right now.
Rewind the wall. What is that? Is
I
that the
think-
phone number?
I think that's the phone. Francesca's Beauty Spot.
Why is everything called a spot here? It's like a little spot of tea, a little spot of beauty, a little...
You said it right there.
I meant to say beauty, not
You said
booty.
a spot of tea, a spot of booty. It's like,
Oh my God.
we're having a
This is
splendid day.
This is not the way. This is not it.
Oh, he said I didn't say booty. A spot of tea, a spot of booty. It's a good day. Like,
It did come out like that.
Oh my lord. I gotta say, I do thank you massively for the support. I'm so sorry. We do not mean to cause any offense. We hope that this is taken in pure jest, but I do thank you so much for the support, helping this channel to keep it running. I hope you had a kick
You
out of
know,
this.
I remember a time when the Brits used to come to the United States and they were ran out by, and they called them redcoats. I remember a time like this. But of course, don't speak about the war.
All right, man, what's this right here? Buxton Bats.
Go take a bath.
What's in this building?
Also, by the way, to the British viewers, by the way, I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
Everyone's getting laughed at the spot of booty. That was a pretty
I
good
don't know
one.
who's asking for that, but they're wilding out.
What would you like in the fish and chip shop, sir? I like a spot of
what?
tea. I'm pissing shit shop, sir. Like, what would you like here? I like a spot of piss and a spot of shit. Oh my God, I'm really...
Also, by the way, we got to move on. I just realized how late we're running.
Oh, heavens, we do. Oh, look at that.
An old mob car.
Well, from East London, yeah? Like, it's like, we know how things are done.
We'll spin your block with elegance.
we're going to spin up the block with intelligence. I do thank you so much for the support, though. We'd love to know that we have a lot of viewers in Britain. We hope that y'all understand we do that only in jest. Britain is actually one of my favorite countries out of the United States. We've been over there twice. It's a very beautiful country filled with very interesting people, beautiful places, and I gotta say a big thanks to you so much for the support and enjoying this channel, and we hope that we've been able to keep you entertained tonight and also get you the news as well. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we do have to get packing, folks, packing or something, you know. I have to figure
Let's
out
get
somewhere.
moving.
Yeah, let's get moving. What do we got?
So this one goes to Cult Classics, who puts in a 5. He said the body bags are to blame U.S. attacks for the death count.
I don't really know, because they're not embalming these people or preserving them, so they are in the process of decay at the moment. And I'll be pretty clear if they try and like slip them in a bombing site, you know, they'll look well decayed by that point. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
This one goes to Bethel Geese, who puts in a 5, who said, I think Venezuela will be an abandoned project. Boots on the ground, not politically favorable.
Or are you about to die laughing at right there?
I can't repeat it in the chat. I can't repeat it from the chat. I also had to forget it.
Where I think I see it. Oh, big thanks to you for the support to join this channel and helping us keep this thing running. And I'd have to say, I think that Venezuela might end up becoming an abandoned project, possibly. And so with that, a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to DWRB, who puts in a 5. He said, I am insulted by the Taco Bell comment, as I'm literally eating it right now.
I'm sorry. I like Taco Bell, but you know, Taco Bell is a good joke to make. Some people don't get it. I have nothing against Detroit or Taco Bell or anything. We just make jokes because they're the butt of jokes that easily people can connect to. Everybody knows that Detroit's a hellhole, and you know, some people will be like, oh, "It's on the up and up, really, really." Well, let's find out. I'd say not. Like, I just say it's probably not. You know, this looks abandoned. There's a Salvation Army back there, though. Maybe they're saved. But still, I do thank you massively for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I have nothing against Taco Bell. I eat it quite often. But with that, we are on to the next one.
We also have a 20 from TK, and thank you very much, TK, for that $20 support. He said, do you think aliens go to heaven? I don't think the aliens are real, personally. I mean, if they're, I think we have some folks down here on the planet that could qualify as aliens. They kind of drink water, a little strange. But Enforcer, what say you?
Mr. Senator, I do not know about that. Slurp. But beyond that, a big thanks to you for the support. And I'd have to say, I don't really know. I don't even think they're real in the first place, the aliens, that is. But a big thanks to you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Chris Chris puts in a 10, and thank you very much, Crispy, as well, for that $10 support once again. And we do appreciate that very mumuch. He did not leave a comment, though, and we appreciate a second support. We also had a 5 from the Playmaker, who said an attack on a U.S. carrier would not elicit a nuclear response. The response from the U.S. military, however, would probably be considered nuclear.
Yes, that's what I was saying earlier, and I do thank you for the support, and I want this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
Also, a huge shout out to Blazat and Laser314 for each putting in a $3 support, and we do appreciate that very much. We also have a 5 from Nathaniel Sierra. He said, do you think the USA and Israel are acting in Syria to block and disrupt? Hold on, I think there was a typo here. Let me try to figure out what it was saying. He said, do you think the United States and Israel are acting in Syria to block and disrupt Mediterranean core for Russia?
I would generally doubt it, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And our next one goes to TK once again. He puts in a 20, and thank you very much, TK, for that support. He said, do you guys think you could take down a Big Mac in one bite?
No, absolutely not.
I mean, maybe on a good day. I mean, I think the Big Mac might have shrunk. I'm not really sure. I can't keep it straight. Like, I remember ordering a Big Mac way back in the day, and it was one size, and now it feels like it's shrunk. I don't know if maybe my eyes are deceiving me or what, but I feel like it's not the same or something, but maybe I'm mistaken. But I could take down a Big Mac in one bite if I was hungry enough, but unfortunately said he couldn't.
Oh, actually, no, I could. This is what the Big Mac is these days, I think, if I'm not mistaken. I could do that in one bite, sure.
A Krabby Patty. You
remember these, don't you?
Yeah, I remember these.
Man, those things, honestly, I don't know what they were made of, but they weren't really gummy. They were more so like gamey. like they really were chewable. But
I love them.
They were great, though. I did like them. They were pretty cool. But I would say probably not. I mean, Big Macs are fairly large, so I don't think so. But a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible. We wouldn't be able to keep it running. And Robin Stevenson said, you pick shitty neighborhood. Well, we're a good neighborhood. We're a good one.
Well, we don't have time for that. We don't have time for that. We're running late. Also, by the way, real quick, Bearded Trucker Jack said, you mocked Buxton for 10 minutes, but never answered my question, LMAO.
Oh,
you are right. You are right. We actually did not answer the question. Sorry about that. Returning back to Bearded Trucker's question real quick. He said, you were in charge of U.S. forces for a week. What would you do in a quick way?
Oh, so, man, Aunt Matthew added that last part, like I can tell. But beyond that, if I was in charge of the military for a week, honestly, at this point, the situation's so messed up, it would basically be undoing all of the screw-ups. So pulling everyone out of Southcom, basically, at this point, because that's done and over with. Moving everything into Iran and preparing for strikes. And right now in Europe, I would make sure to consolidate with our forces in NATO and make sure to show a strong forward message of unity against the Russians. Those would be my main priorities at the moment. Taiwan's kind of on the back burner. That's not going to happen soon, so nothing I'd really have to do within that week. But a big thanks to you for the support. I'm very sorry about that. Like, we got so taken away with having fun, making fun of Buxton, that we completely forgot to answer the question. I'm very sorry about that, but I do thank you, Master, for the support, and I hope that answers your question pretty well. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ryan H. on Wheels, who put in a 5. He said, hello, enforcers. And did y'all see the video of NASA's WB-57F belly landing at Ellington Airfield today? And the pilot handled it like a pro, an LSA.
I did. It was actually pretty cool. Sadly, we couldn't show that on air, but it was pretty interesting to see, and nice to see that they were able to manage the landing. So a big thanks to you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
All right, and also our next one here is going to go to none other than 535 Medic, who put in a 4. And he said, you just don't touch the boats. You just don't touch them. Ask Japan. Touch the boats and it turns into trouble.
And I would agree. You never touch the boats. You never touch Britain's boats. You never touch America's boats. That creates trouble. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Coffee and Paul once again, who puts in a 2. He said they resigned because they know Xi is full of poop.
I actually haven't heard of any resignations rather than like people like some people are saying, and it's like some people saying is very different than it happening. You know, a lot of people say that Khomeini's dead and the president's dead and everyone's dead every week. You know, like a lot of people just come up with stuff and they say it. It's like people saying stuff don't mean nothing. But a big thanks to you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to Samaz, who puts in a 2. They said, why not just leaving and keep your Navy in the USC? The USC.
The USC, where is that one, sir? Well, I don't know that one.
I don't know if they renamed another one. I'm not sure if they've renamed another one. They did do that Gulf of America. Isn't it Gulf of America? Isn't that what they call it?
Yeah,
they
it
did
is.
that. They did that, but I don't know about the USC. I don't think we've gotten one of those yet. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would say keeping them in the USC would be very tough because it doesn't exist. But I would say that we have to make sure to be there like we have been around the world, protecting and expanding our sphere of influence. And so a big thanks to you so much for the support. I hope that us addressed that well, and we're on to the next one.
And this one goes to none other than Ed. And Ed put in a 2. And thank you very much, Ed, as well. He said, LSA, Irish Ed here. I just want to say hello.
Oh, and hello to you, Irish Ed from Philadelphia. And it's good to have you here tonight. I hope you're doing well. Also, Mandy, I haven't realized this, but when did YouTube change the icon from the wrench to the shield?
I don't see anything like that.
Oh, you don't? You don't see
No.
it on your profile, on your name. It has a shield instead of a wrench.
I don't see that.
Oh, I guess it's just something on my end then. Oh, heavens. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one.
Man, I have that wrench because I'll fix that chat up. I tell you what, I'm fixing it up all the time. But Woodsman put in a 2 and said Fiat S76 Beast of Turin, 1910.
Well, we do have to look at that one because that's a car, and I know Matthew will make the time for that one. Oh, this is weird. I don't know if I like that.
Now, you see, I've never been a Fiat person. I've never been a Fiat. Okay, they're on a different level. They've got flames coming out the exhaust. This might be something I might have to look into. That's a 4-cylinder. Wait a minute, hold on. What, a 28-liter 4-cylinder? Am I reading that right?
Yeah.
A 28-liter 4-cylinder. My brain's not mathing the math on that. I mean, a 28-liter.
Look
I mean,
at
you don't even
that.
have V8s that are like 7 liters. I mean, 28-liter 4-cylinder. This thing was banging it out.
Dude, look at the engine on that thing. It's like a giant block.
That's crazy, man. That's why it's 28 liters.
Bro, they said,
Look at that.
give us all those liters. Bro, like,
Man, despicable me looking car.
Despicable me. Bro, I'm rolling up to the event in your Fiat F76. This is unreal looking, really. I don't even believe that this thing is real. You know what this thing looks like, Matthew? It looks like one of those, like, guppy fish on wheels.
Yeah, it really does, honestly. It looks like a real guppy right there. That thing's goofy looking. I would be interested to drive a 28-liter 4-cylinder, though.
How fast could this thing go? I wonder.
Oh, it's probably torque heavy, but not horsepower heavy.
132 miles an hour
Holy
in 1910.
Holy crap, dude. It had 2,000 pounds of torque. That thing's like a semi-truck.
Bro, yeah. After you get done
That thing
racing,
can haul weight.
bro, after you get done racing, this thing hauls its own racing trailer. Oh, it doesn't even get in it.
This thing could pull a building down.
Bro, it generates 290 to 300 horsepower. Bro, this thing was souped to be in like 1910. This was before the Model
Honestly, that's
T even
impressive.
came out.
Like, there's not many now, granted, like the 4-cylinders today are only like, I think 2 or 3 liters or something like that. Like, I think at the highest 28 liters. I mean, that's wild. You don't hear of a 4-cylinder producing 2,000 pounds of torque.
This thing is mental. Bro, this is like a meme car. It's like, how much torque do you want? I want enough to be able to haul a freight train down the railroad, but I also want this thing to go 130 and look like a guppy. Like, all in the same go.
These guys are casually driving the like the power equivalent of like a Peterbilt. Like, basically, these guys are hauling ass.
Bro, dude, they took the prime mover out of like a mainline railroad engine, smacked it in this thing, and went, all right, let's give it a shot. It's like, this is just like, and look at the ground clearance on this thing, dude. This thing is almost like skidding across the ground. It's so fat. It's like a hog. Bro, it's like a living like pig turned into a car. This thing is
This thing's probably atrocious though at handling. Like, I can only imagine how much this thing weighs. It probably weighs like 8,000, 7,000 pounds or something. It's probably insane crazy. Can you imagine cornering in this thing? If it flips, you're finished.
You know, I just realized, Matthew, this thing has the power transferred to the wheel via bicycle chain.
Oh my god! I'm sure that snapped a lot.
Bro, look at it in this picture.
Yeah, I think that might be the weak point. I don't think that thing's gonna pull a building with a bike chain.
Bro, imagine the ending. Vroom, vroom, and you just see the chain like evaporates and start flying into pieces. Oh my god! I wonder how strong that chain is.
That chain's gonna be a lethal weapon if that thing snaps. It's just gonna be like it's gonna have some torque behind it. That thing's gonna be flying off like a rocket.
Bruh, that is crazy, dude. It's got that much power, and all that power is transferred to the axle via a bicycle chain. I've never seen that in my life. That is crazy.
That's some pretty thin rubber on that tire. Like, that's pretty thin. Those tires are very thin. You're not gonna be able to put that torque down.
Man, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to have to look into this thing after our show is over, folks. But also, we were going way over time at this point. But thank you so much for the support and sharing that with us. That is legitimately insane. And with that, we're on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is all of our super chats. So once again, a huge shout out to everybody for the support once again. But very, very fastly, getting into our Morse code decoders tonight, we had Paul, Kevin, Mason, Joni, Norm, Arabelle, Her Royal Fluffins, Coach Secretary Siren, Brian. They said, Amor says, Iran is beginning to panic now that it knows things are only going to get worse. LLT, LSA.
And ding, 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 ding. And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that down on the nail. That's the Morse code message of the night. We congratulate y'all greatly in the Least Mariner Signal Corps for getting that correct time and time again. And it's truly an amazing reality of the fact that y'all know how to decipher that stuff. And so with that, I hope that we've addressed that well. And with that, we are going to be on to our live chat questions. Due to overtime constraints, we will only be able to gather 3 because our union demands that we only work about 3.5 hours. Otherwise, we get paid massive overtime. And actually, we don't have a union and we don't get paid overtime. And so with that, we're on to the third to last question of the night.
This one goes to TS Actual, who said, any evidence that chloropicrine was indeed used in Iran versus the protesters?
We do not have confirmed proof of that, but we do know that they used some form of tear gas or some form of chloropicrine because some members of the besieged were wearing gas masks when this gas was deployed. So with that, I hope that does address it the best I can. And with that, we're on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Nielsen, who said, has there ever been a discussion to have Aegis ashore in Israel?
No, because Israel doesn't really like us basing any of our forces inside of Israel. The only ones they allow are air defense forces with a THAAD battery, and that's even conditional, and when they don't need it, they basically kick us out. So, and also, to be entirely honest with you, I wouldn't really be a big fan of building an Aegis ashore in Israel. I would honestly, frankly, rather build it in Saudi Arabia or Jordan than Israel, because it's a very lopsided relationship with them. If they change that, and it's mutual, like it is with many of our other allies, then I'd say, let's consider building one there. But it's a significant expense for us to have very little in return from what we get from the Israelis in terms of that strategic alliance. But with that, I hope that does address it the best I can, and we are on to the final question of the night. And so, who is lucky last person who threw in the lucky last question of the night?
And that viewer is AF Kaplan. He said, assuming that there is a coup attempt in China, could the PLA end up using the nuclear arsenal to compel Xi to resign?
No, highly unlikely. And also, that probably wouldn't bode too well for them, really. But I do thank you so much for this, asking an interesting question. With that, folks, we have reached the end of tonight's stream. I have to thank you all so much for watching. Crazy enough, there's 7.4 thousand people here right now. That's crazy. And I thank you all once again for watching. It's time for us to call it a wrap, though, folks, because like Matthew said in the chat, it's been about 4 hours and 12 minutes now that the stream has been running. We're entirely honored and greatly appreciative, though, that so many of you all have considered this channel to be a primary source of news and continue to consider this channel to be your source of news. We hope that you all have all enjoyed the stream tonight, and of course, we will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news from around the world. And if there is enough news to make a short war video tomorrow, it'll be none other than the Enforcer Matt who will be making that short war video. Oh, great heavens. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, Ram Slava, long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic.
And with that, folks, we will see you tomorrow on the next stream at 10 p.m. Eastern and maybe on a short war video. But also a huge shout out to the 150,000 plus people that joined us by the end of the stream. That's a whopping amount of people right there. And we appreciate every single one of you for joining us over there. And also, I heard some loud clacking over there. Is everything good over there?
Oh, it's all good.
Clacking.
It's all good.
Oh, man, that's a big noise over there, I tell you. But anyways, folks, we will see you tomorrow. And in the meantime, though, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.